Yeah.
Van Glorious, Vanguard.
Knowledge born.
Yeah.
United Front. What you want?
To the Knowledge Radio.
We in here. What you got? Dot.
Work hard as a slave to one day be your savior. The wave unwavering. This is a labor of love. Rise with a purpose every day. Invigorated. If we were on TV, we'd be 10 times syndicated. If we waited for validation, a paycheck or accolades, we'd be starved, already lost or ran away. But when you're square solid and you circle too, you don't need a place for silence. The concept is conquered through media, not areas of people activity. A mix that don't lose ethnicity, tightness that don't lose elasticity. Explicitly, this isn't where we give the novice regard. Nah, this is where knowledge is born. Last time that I checked, I'm undefeated. Deliver edicts, can't resist when the gods build and manifest freedom. When lines get crossed, they may push a loss, cause they get handed a check. We kick a can and cancel your cancerous gestures. A prophet vision, precision, the prescription for the sickness is to inoculate your fate with the winning. Arrogant beginnings turn to humble endings. And US with KBA is a win-win. 1K.
The man is not allowed to fly a plane in his own country, but you want to convince the world that this man is not only a threat to his neighbors, but he is a threat to the entire human family. You are a liar. Liar, and the people are intellectual cowards who sit down and suck up this filthy lie.
Man, I've been rapping for a minute, I don't see how niggas hate on it. Swab Boss the greatest, motherfuckers should wait on it. Even if my album drops 10 years from now, nigga, it's gonna be the hardest album out 10 years from now, nigga. The Swab Boss, you niggas should see that shit. Whatever I am in the old niggas should be that shit. Whatever they say they gon' throw, I don't agree with it. Just had a couple of my old and come at me with it, man, it's Swab Boss. The reason why these niggas get hauled off, if 100 niggas die for this cause, it's a small cost. I'm trying to get my people on their feet again, nigga, but I'm back smoking weed, drinking Hennessy, nigga. And maybe that's why I'm not back on my shit. It's Swab Boss from 2-6 who moved out to the bricks, hooked up with people from 5th. Now we know we love shit, now they know they should quit trying to make it hood rich. All that bullshit on your mind, ho, I wish you would spit. Niggas know what I'm about, and they wish I would flip. Niggas ask about a track, they wanna hear that shit, but when I ask to do a track, they don't permit that shit, man. And that's the type of shit that I don't say, man. Niggas know from the go that I don't play, man. Coming straight from the streets, and I can't straight, man. They ain't fucking with him, cause he don't pay, man.
Why are the Europeans so insecure about other people in the world? And why do you, after everywhere you go, you gotta kill and murder the rest of the people of the human family? Your history is written in the blood of the black, the brown, the yellow, and the red. Why are you so insecure? Do you know what brings about insecurity? What brings about insecurity is when you have a false concept of yourself. And the false concept of self is white supremacy. They believe that they are better because they are white. And as a result, see, when a man has that kind of silly mentality, Hitler had the silly mentality that the white man, the Aryan, is superior. So then at the Olympics, Jesse Owens kicks up all the Aryans. Hitler is outraged. He's angry.
That's very simplistic.
Yeah. Well, you need it to be simplistic. You need it to be extra simplistic.
You see, they can't even take
the reality. I know they can't handle. You know, look. When you take a brick, and you hurl the brick among a pack of dogs, only the dog who gets hit yelps. Think about it.
Well, it's no shine in the tail.
Snapping off film.
I'm affiliated.
This video is under fair use. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act in 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or purpose use tips the balance in favor of fair use. All rights and credit go directly to its rightful owners. No copyright infringement intended. Enjoy. Oh yeah, on your way out, make sure you like, subscribe, and comment, man. This is the Argument League. Turn up.
What's up? It's the boy Swab on Snapping Off Entertainment, AOI, SVDL, in the Argument League. Shout out to Bingo on the track, Z on the cam. That's Snapping Off Fam. Shout out to Solomon, the commissioner of the greatest debate league on YouTube, the only debate league on YouTube, the greatest debate league in the world, Solar Vision Debate League. Shout out to Knowledge One Allah, Do the Knowledge Radio, Knowledge One Allah on YouTube. Shout out to the AOI, Goldmine, Brandon Bay, Wicked, Radical, Ground Zero, Hurricane Katrina, of the King James 13, Anti-Bully Inc., Pro Black, and I'm Pooh. Shout out to the judges. Shout out to the peers, and shout out to the reason we all are here. People of SVDL, man. Welcome to the Argument League, guys. Y'all hit that like button on the way in. Queen Cascade in the building. Thomas Correa, Miss Witty, investing out the blue. Amanique Marie, Anonymous Hero. Shout out to the champ. Mika in the building. We got Scar Beauty, Alikia holding it down. We got Nichols Pickles. And we got Shabo, y'all already know, and me and Melanated Goddess coming with the fire emojis, man. Hit that like button on y'all way in. Shout out to Lilith's Revenge. Shout out to DJ Craig B. You like these? You like these? You do? That's awesome. I appreciate that. That's what's up. That's what's up. What do we do with the throwback? I'm assuming you talking about the other stream. I didn't know the other stream was going on. I thought he was doing it on YouTube streams. Because when I come under my profile as the Argument League, it doesn't show me what the Argument League is doing. Because it won't let you subscribe to it. So when I click my computer, I click on my tab, it automatically open up my YouTube subscription list. Shout out to Black Sun, man. Better Future. Yeah, so if you want to watch it. Enjoy it. You know, it's all family. I'm just here to fuck y'all day up. Man, what is wrong with the world? What is wrong with the world, man? Let me put this link out there because I don't want to be alone. Blue in the chat, he looked like he ain't got to work today. Or at least he off right now. I don't know. But yeah, man. Y'all digging the glasses. Funny thing about these glasses are not Versace. My Versace glasses came with this little thing on it, and I hated it. You know what I'm saying? It was just like for no reason. Let me show you. I mean, anybody who know already know I'm the last motherfucker to get some money around this bitch. So I just knew. But this little thing right here, right, it comes off. And it's it goes on the front of the Versace glasses. So I took it off because I hated it on my glasses. And then I had these cheap pieces of shit that I bought because I like the way they look. Right? And I just put that motherfucker on there. It just happened to fit. I was like, damn, let me put that. Like, that look nice. So I got me some motherfucking fake Versace's. You know what I'm saying? But I do like the glasses. you know. But that's gonna get what's good. Blue in the building, man. Outside the blue is be out the blue to be exact. What's good with you, big bro? Yeah, it's a real Versace sign. It came off my other glass. You sound like you sounded yesterday. Is it going out on you?
Might be, I think
Okay, there
so.
you go. There you go. You good. You
Yeah,
good.
yeah, I think it might be trying to die. Yeah, man. Ain't no such thing as fake Versace's, man, when you got the real Versace sign. Shit. You can put them motherfuckers on your shoes, nigga. Just cover up the Nike sign, nigga. Them Versace.
Hell nah.
Versace,
Yeah.
Versace?
I don't know, bro. I don't know, bro. Yeah. With the apostrophe. Yeah, shout out to Mongo Slade coming in the building. I see.
Y'all gonna make me start drinking early. Every time y'all do that, man, I'll be like, fuck.
Ain't that what you're supposed to be doing anyway?
It could be like, you out, that nigga Blue sound like he out today. Like, damn, I ain't even. I need to do something. Then what you said.
That's what you're supposed to do. Shit, you off. You off. We got the platform coming up tonight. So make sure y'all come through, check that out. Y'all fuck with it. Other than that,
Y'all doing that? You talking about the rapper got the gun, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. I don't know what the fuck. I don't even know how to put them on there. Yeah. New Brandon, like, man, Shinar, man, what's up, bro? Why you be on bullshit, man? Hit that link.
What he do?
I don't know. That nigga just be a hater in the chat, bro, for some reason.
This nigga Moore pulling up goddamn 2011 today.
Is that who was playing that, Moore?
I'm almost positive. Who else would play Gideon Israel?
I don't know. I thought it was
I know Anonymous ain't play Gideon
I thought it was
Israel.
Solar.
Man, Solar ain't finna play no Gideon Israel.
I thought Solar was trying to get the YouTube channel, YouTube Street Shadow popped up. That's fucked up. Hey, my bad.
Wait, Gideon Israel?
I mean, you right.
That's how we gonna get it started. That's the first one up.
You right.
Gideon. Hell nah, man. Nah, man. I fuck with Gideon though. I can listen to Gideon.
That nigga.
He crazy as hell, man. That nigga just right over whatever the fuck you just said. You like, nigga. Hey, did you see, man, the dude, man, I'm hearing that they found buddy that was missing. They saying that they found him with his brains missing, eyes and all of that shit. You heard about that?
Hell no.
Supposed to be what's the dude, man? I'm gonna have to see what his name is.
Let me see.
Boy, tap in what you call it. I'm definitely gonna see. I forgot it was a college student that had been missing for a little while. I want to say in Orlando. But they saying they found him in a good body. They saying that basically no organs, no eyes, no brain, none of that shit.
Mother of missing black grad student. Okay, let me see. I see something from 4 days ago. Oh shit, I do remember this picture. Let me see. Jelani Day. Illinois State University student found In this Illinois State University student's body was found in the river last month in the case compared to Gabby Petito. The mother of missing Illinois grad student Jelani Day has challenged claims that her son's body was found without his organs amidst comparisons to Gabby Petito's disappearance. Jelani, who studied at Illinois State University, went missing on 25th of August and was last seen walking away from the campus in Normal, Illinois. Normal, what type of city is that? And in nearby Bloomington. He was found 10 days later in a riverbed in Peru, Illinois. Citing both Jelani's mother, Carmen Bowden Day, and her attorney, Haley M. Besner, an initial report to the Chicago Sun-Times suggested that his body was found without organs, which was allegedly liquefied. The autopsy conducted by LaSalle County Coroner was also found missing teeth, and the Jelani body allegedly had no eyeballs, it was alleged. Ms. Day, following a funeral service Sunday, said in a statement that her son's body had not been missing organs and ruled out suicide or organ harvesting, as MEAWW and other news websites have reported. No organs was missing. I do not want to stray from the fact, she was reporting and saying there were contradicting facts from the first preliminary autopsy compared to the second independent autopsy. She continued by saying that it was not a case of organ harvesting, and neither did her son put himself in the river where his body was found on the 4th of September. My son was murdered, and my goal and purpose are to find out what happened and hold those responsible accountable, she said. The attorney said that Jelani's body was in the river for around 10 days and that his remains were found in a condition that is consistent with a body in the warm water for that period of time. There has been no official cause of death following 2 autopsies, and the FBI is still assigned to the investigation of Jelani's disappearance and death. Damn.
So she's saying no organs. So I'm lost. The first autopsy said that his organs is liquefied, and then the second one is her independent. So the independent autopsy means the family got one. So that one said that he had all of this shit. That's confusing.
No, she didn't say that. She said that there was conflicting reports between both autopsies, but she says that her son was not missing organs. She didn't say that the autopsy showed that. I believe the independent autopsy came after the first autopsy. If the first autopsy said he had no organs, I know the second one didn't pop up. You know what I'm saying? But I guess what she's saying is that the organs came up missing after his death and before the independent autopsy.
She called it though too. Yeah, I think this is my little dude. Yeah, so I'm wondering who all was putting that shit out there. I just remember seeing this picture from a while back and then seeing it again. That shit kind of like threw me off. Let me grab some. Gotta get the door first. Oh yeah, that's the lady that supposedly came up missing. I think they found our buddy down here. I don't know why I said supposedly.
That's crazy. Jelani Wright, I believe. Yeah. They came back and said it wasn't true. Who came back and said it wasn't true? Yeah, his mother said it wasn't true. No, I don't think he was a one-arm.
Yeah, it's hard to kind of compete with that.
What you think? I might be blocked. They got it. What happened? I think I'm black on Ink originally said about one of them. Oh yeah, they be going ham. They be going ham on his original channel, man. This one motherfucker, the Suarez or whatever. Yeah, they be going ham on that motherfucker. That's why I be telling y'all come to the platform. The rapper got the gun. What's the name? The platform.
Yeah.
Cause I gotta rent from both of them. But if a motherfucker take action on you before I do, I can't do shit. You know what I'm saying? Other than unhide you. But when they just be hiding y'all comments, they be like hide comment. This is why we need to push for our children to go to HBCUs. Don't have any HBCUs? I lived there for a little bit. HBCUs aren't safer. Domo said he lived there for a little bit. But there's a lady named Cypherflower on IG who had a vision about where he was before he was found. Damn.
Where he talking about? Where he say he lived at?
Near Bloomington. Normal. Yeah. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's a spicy Pringles. What is spicy?
No, homeschooling is not an easy task. I promise you. Yeah, but I'd rather be murdered around a bunch of black people and murder.
What's a spicy Pringles?
It's a cover up. I went to Bennett, College for a minute, and then went to Santa Monica, and believe me, it's a difference as far as community and health is not better, but at least they understand. Peru is very racist, right next to Bloomington. I've been down there before. Isn't that the Russian mob out there? I don't know about no Russian mob. I don't know if it was a one-armed dude. Let me look and see. No, Rapper Got the Gun went crazy on Taz Sound the other day. Let me see. It looked like he got both his arms to me. Look like he got arms to me. Yeah, he got both his arms.
Hey, yeah, that was another thing I wanted to talk about too. That she was talking about, Sister Melinda. She kept bringing up intersectionality in a bad manner. I'm trying to figure out how, because our most of our, I don't know if y'all know, but the discussions that we be having over here is based on intersectionality. Like a lot of these arguments is based on the work that Kimberly Crenshaw actually did on this. Even when we talk about the critical race theory, a lot of people forget to mention Kimberly Crenshaw. So
I didn't want really informed on the critical race theory. You know what I'm saying? I don't really.
Yeah. Yeah, it's something. Nothing that's taught in elementary school. I'll say that. That's why I'm confused about what they've been, because they done banned it from elementary schools in multiple places, but it's never been taught in elementary schools anywhere.
Dang. Let me see.
Type that in, Felicia.
That's what I was feeling. Man, somebody said Polite cost some more charges, bro.
Damn.
Said that nigga got caught out of motherfucking park giving candy to kids and shit with his girl.
Wow.
It say she got found.
Shoot, you seen what happened? You heard about Tasha K?
Nah, I ain't even hear about no motherfucking Tasha K.
She didn't got caught up with the R. Kelly ordeal.
For real?
Mm-hmm.
What you mean? Fuck you mean?
Oh yeah, you can't just say that like that. Hold on.
No, you can't. I'm saying what What you mean?
Yeah,
You got caught up with this shit? Like she was
not
what?
in it, but she probably facing some time, bro.
Damn, for
Whoever
real?
her, yeah, whoever her plug is on the information got banned
Oh yeah, I heard that
and
shit.
retired. Was finna get banned and just retired too. But yeah, she got
Hold on,
somebody
I got
else
this.
crazy as hell.
I put the article out there. Yeah, that's crazy.
Oh man, St. Thomas. So hold on. Oh, okay. 9-year-old Felisa Prusia, who was abducted from her home. Okay. Oh, my fault. I could have blew it up. In Bath, St. Thomas. That sounds familiar. Ain't it like Jamaica or something? St. Thomas. On Thursday, has been found alive. Prussia was found this afternoon in the community of Arcadia, which is also in St. Thomas. She has been rushed to the hospital for medical examination. The suspected abductor, Davian Bryant, is believed to have been sighted in the area, and search has intensified.
Are you sure this is right?
I wonder what happened.
I'm sure. Come on, let me have a go. Why? You'll see. It takes time to get a fish. I caught a fish.
Hold on.
Grab the net. Get ready to catch it. Teamwork makes the dream work.
I know this.
And here comes the perfect
Queen Cascade better hit the link today. She crank up all of the good discussions every day. I'm at work. As soon as I go to work. As soon as I get off, she's off. As soon as I go in, she jump on.
It was many years ago when I first met.
So go ahead, crank up one of them good old conversations today. While I'm here to have it. But I am interested though to see what Melinda's problem with intersectionality is. I thought that was something that caught my attention yesterday. I had kind of forgot about it. Because if I'm mistaken, I think she referred to Domo as Mr. Intersectionality. I'm like, man. Wait, when he get back, I guess we'll scroll a little bit further down. We'll scroll a little bit further down into it. I was trying to see on the side, St. Thomas residents overjoyed by safe return. Where are you from, Queen Cascade? You must be in the island. I thought you was like in the UK or something. I'm talking, I ain't even looking at the chat. Hold on. Let's see if I can see Let me see. Hey, I'm finna check to see if y'all can still hear me. Ain't finna happen. Hold on. What's up, son?
Just eat that cheese.
It's okay. She can just eat the cheese. She don't have to eat it all. It's okay.
So eat some. Eat some more.
Yeah, she can have some more. This dude mental. Y'all don't even want to know how that conversation just went. And then just go from her just not wanting to eat the whole piece of just eating the cheese off of it. She had to be a liar. Like,
Yeah, my bad about that. My
I
bad.
don't know where that
Damn.
conversation was headed. Nah, you good.
Okay, abducted from home in Bev St. Thomas on Thursday have been found alive. Yeah, I'm about to say I thought you said she was that's what's up, man. That's what's up. That's what's up. I sure thought that was gonna be something. Little best okay.
Yeah, I wonder what happened or how they found it. That's gonna be interesting. They did better than the U.S.
Hold on one sec.
I'm like, man, okay. You must be finna make a move. Alright. I thought y'all had to eat, man. Had to eat.
Mike check.
Yeah.
Alright, yeah, bro.
Yeah, there.
Hell yeah. Get in there. Get in your cage.
Yeah, man. I see what's going on. I
What?
see what's going on. Queen Cascade ain't fucking with me. I see what's up. Cause had it been Madon or T Duck nutcase up here answering questions, she had the best questions on the planet. Just going to waste. I'd be like, no. I be at work going crazy. I'm like, no, no. Ain't no way he's supposed to be responding like that. Nah, I'm fucking around though. Nah, but you know how that shit go. You know, your day off be the day a fight break out and shit. Everybody got fired. It should be trigged. That used to happen every day. I'm finna come in on my computer in 1 second.
Alright,
That
I
shit used
got
to
you.
happen every day. That shit died.
Hey, shit. By the time I
Yeah,
got to high school, I ain't really had to do the shit because, like, my high school was right in my neighborhood down there. So it wasn't like, who's this guy? Shit. Our OGs used to come in school and walk around there.
I used to walk like 2 miles to school.
Which to us was old as hell, but they was like 1920. Hey, mom. I'm hanging in there. What about you? Hold on, is that true? Check it out. Oh, okay.
Yeah. About to go to the grocery store now.
What you need a link for, Cascade?
What she said?
Oh, I ain't post the link. Hold on.
Oh, I've been talking shit too. I thought the list. Yeah, cause we definitely ain't finna talk about Jesus sneakers today. I'm gonna tell y'all that right now. That ain't even on the menu. Hold on, real quick. Is this it? I gotta get it where I'm. Boom. All right. Boom. I should be in here now. Yeah.
There we go. Good evening, gentlemen. Good evening, everybody in the chat.
What's
So
going
what's
on,
up,
sis?
Blue? I heard you calling my name. So
Queen Cascade in the building. What's good up with you? What's good with you, sis?
You've been cranking up the best conversations lately, and then I'm always on the clock or something. I'm like, damn.
I feel the same way sometimes when I'm busy doing whatever, and then I hear things like the other night when I came off and I was talking to family in Cali, and then it was like the conversation really got going, and then the joke was my sis was on the phone and she was listening to I think it was Psychopatheus and Solar Mind and some of the other gentlemen. I can't remember everybody's name. But she was going off in the background. She was like, put the mic, put the tablet next to the computer. I gotta talk to these guys. I can't have this. I can't have this. I was like, sis, calm down, calm down. Calm down.
I'm telling you. How you lose it, especially when you just be wanting to put in some input and you can't right then at that moment. It kind of hurt. You be like, God damn.
I hear you. Good evening to everybody in the chat. Yeah, the situation with the young girl, she was in her bed sleeping, apparently. I don't know all the information. There's certain stories that come up that I follow. I do a lot of work as an artist within community work, but also I create artwork pieces around the different things that are going on within our community. So I track different stories and different things that are going on. So as far as I'm aware at this point in time, she was at home in bed and she was abducted from her home. And there was evidence, I think, of a video where they took a screenshot of what looked like a man carrying her wrapped in a blanket down the road. So she was eventually found. She lives in St. Thomas in Jamaica. So where she was found in the last hour, I think, was in another part of St. Thomas called Arcadia. So I'm just glad and I thank God that she's been found, because we've got a serious problem on the island. My background is, yes, I live here in the UK. My grandparents came over. And one of my parents was a baby when they came over with Windrush back in the 50s, 60s, when there was a migration to England after World War II. They needed help with the destruction of what had happened to the UK. So there was a big migration from the Caribbean to the United Kingdom. So that's how I came to be here. And I was partially raised in Jamaica. So my grandparents came from them. Mount Pelier, Sandy Bay, family in Kingston, and where else? I think one of my grandparents is originally from St. Clements. So for those who are Jamaican in the chat, they will know what I'm talking about. But I do have part of my Jamaican accent. It tends to come out when I'm passionate about things. But my grandmother was a bit of a royalist. She didn't like us using patois. She wanted us to be able to
Right.
get on in the UK, you know, and just have everything that everybody else had. And she didn't want our dialect to affect us. So it was something that was kind of driven out of me over time.
But see, that's a defense mechanism. And that's what I was referring to last night in a way when I was talking about the civil rights movement. Is because it's like, is sometimes when they looking, depending on how you looking at the situation, that's like, okay, we know what we going through, and we like to do things the right way. So in order to do things the right way, you may have to talk a certain way. You may have to look a certain way.
Yeah.
And then also a part of that protection comes in with things like integration. And so
sorry to cut you.
I'm not sure if it's in the I'm not sure if it's in the UK, but it's a place in Europe where they don't allow private schools. And so like the rich kids have to go to school with normal kids.
I mean, we have private schools here, but they have to now, the ones that I'm aware of, it depends which part of the UK, because you have to remember, just like, you know, you've got the United States, there's a number of what you would determine as states. So we've got Wales, we've got Scotland, there's Ireland, and there's Northern Ireland, only part of which belongs to the UK because of, you know, previous civil wars and stuff. And then around that, you've got, I think it's Guernsey, the British Isles, and some smaller islands. So as far as I'm aware, there are still private schools around different parts of the UK, but a lot of them now have been pushed towards allowing a certain amount of low income or scholarship, you know, awards to attend. It might be different. You'd have to speak like, I think for those in the chat, bear with me, because this version of StreamYard, for some reason, I can't see the normal chat that happens. I'm from originally a place called Wolverhampton. I was born there, which is just outside of Birmingham. I lived a lot of my life in Birmingham, and like I said, in between there in Jamaica, as well as, you know, my parents went where the work was, so my accent is mixed up. But yeah, there's part Brummie in there.
What you ask, bro?
I didn't know y'all pronounced the G in Birmingham.
It depends on the conversation. Like even with the UK, there's different dialects, there's different tones. Birmingham, the dialect is called Brummese. Wolverhampton, it's called referred to as yam yams. Then you've got, you know, Londoners, depending on which part you come from, Cockney. But then you've also got the posh sides of those. You've got the colloquial, you know, lower class or average working class neighborhoods that have their tones. And then you have the posh side of the fence where it's tea and crumpets and everything else. So
okay.
As a black person here, you learn to code switch and just pick up dialects and, you know, move with it and run with it.
I peeped that because they did are you familiar with Jane Elliott? No, Jane Elliott, I think it is.
AKA the bitch?
Yeah.
Jane Elliott, yeah.
Yep, that's her. I think she did. I'm not sure if she personally did a study there or somebody like basically used her blueprint, but it was like, it was really kind of exposing a lot of the same things that kind of go on here out there.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, because this started a whole war when I used to be on Facebook. She came here, she did the brown-eyed, blue-eyed experiment. She has come here in the past and done different things with organizations. But I remember because there's a guy called, I think his name's Krishnan Guru Murphy, who's a news host on Channel 4. He does lots of documentaries. People in America would probably remember him for an interview that he did with Michael Jackson that didn't go well. He took a lot of backlash for that, but he did the experiment. They conducted the experiment in an old prison, and the experiment didn't go to plan. And after the experiment kind of fell apart because people wouldn't abide by it, you know, the part where she tells the brown eyes to sit in one place and she talks to the blue eyes in a certain way. There was other people
Right.
from the blue-eyed category that didn't like that. And if I remember correctly, one of the mothers was saying, well, you know, we get treated like this all the time. And she was explaining a story, I think, about her son running to catch the bus because he'd left the house, I think, a little bit late and getting pulled over by police because they assumed that he was running away from the scene of a crime and what she'd gone through. But like I said, if I remember correctly, I don't know if it's on YouTube. Give me a second.
I think did the lady have like braids, I think, or dreads?
Who, the lady that she was speaking to?
Yeah.
That was talking about her son's experience. If I remember correctly, she might have had braids. That's the thing. There was a whole heap of people there, but I remember after that happened, we was having a discussion about it on Facebook, and I was trying to explain to the white followers that followed me that I think racism still exists, but it's very subtle. And the fact that Jane Elliott was saying about the fact that white people are inherently racist, when I answered that, people didn't like people didn't like my response because I agree with her, because, you know, you're born into a system of white privilege and you don't understand the infrastructures properly of how racism affects us, but you also perpetuate it. So yeah.
Knowingly or unknowingly.
Yeah.
That's why I think, man, a lot of times when we have a conversation, to me, you can't have these type of discussions without including capitalism. And I think, especially when we go into game planning, like I don't know if are you ever on any lives with continental Africans?
I have been in the past, but it's been a while. During the pandemic, there was some lives in regards to I don't know if anybody watches 90 Day Fiance, and one of the couples, it's the woman is white. I think she's from a part of America, Georgia. And then her fiance, her husband, is Nigerian. So I've been on some lives in regards to the situations that were going on with that relationship. But in regards to the kind of things that we've been talking about on this channel, not in the same way.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because a lot of times the people I discuss with over there, people from like the Gambia and stuff, they get into a lot of the same discussions that we do. Building businesses, education, like somewhat controlling the resources and politics and stuff.
Okay.
And I kind of think where the conversation falls short, because I think a lot of times when we talk about capitalism, we talk about it from the economic side, but I think we rarely talk about it from the political aspect of it.
Okay.
And so like when we like so in the definition of capitalism, it's an economic and a political system. And so the same people who control the economics also control the politics, now you're in for a hell of a game. And so I think where we get trapped up at is, for so long we like playing it the right way. So we'll peaceful protest, we'll try to get in politics and change legislation. I think though the answer is to stop playing the game and stop trying to do things the right way. I don't mean you have to
we've got so used to doing, there's nothing wrong, I think, taking from infrastructures and communities and certain cultures that are, you know, doing things a certain way that works and could potentially help with what's going on in our community, because we have
Right.
to remember everybody's always taking from our culture and fusing things from our culture over the how many centuries. At
Right.
the same time, I do think we need to, um, in certain areas, depending on what it is, because we are within a system. You know, we're born into a system, and it's working with that system, and trying to change the things that are problematic to us. I think was it Taz and oh gosh, I'm just trying to remember who his verses was when they were talking about in regards to black women with the system. Was it a
Oh,
detriment?
probably
Is that the
might have been.
focus?
Oh, me,
Um,
me,
yeah, I'm
me.
trying. It was you.
Hmm. Yeah, yeah, that was me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so when Taz was talking about the fact that we as black women, we work within the system to change things, I think he had a great point there, because there's certain things as black women that we see as a community, um that we've tried for how many years to sort of get the backing of our men within the community or the men within the community. And there's a lot of
Hmm.
things in terms of protests, in terms of, even down to the Crown Act, which you guys have in the USA. In the UK, it's called the Halo Act, where it's black women being the driving force. But when it's always sort of come to petitions, or even when it's come to sort of like Black Lives Matters, it's always been women pushing the situation, driving the situation forward. Um, so in regards to moving forward, it's going to take, well, depending on what area, because of the way that, there's elements of division within the community. Um,
Right.
in moving forward, really and truly, there needs to be some compromises from the men. And because of how far we've been able to push certain things forward, it makes logical sense to me. It may not make logical sense to others, but to work together and find the compromise in the middle, if it's possible, in pushing new agendas.
Yeah, I can see that. Um, to me, I think where it becomes problematic, and let me say it like this. So, like in that debate, one of the points that Taz also brought that he kind of brought up was the preschool to prison pipeline. It was one of my points, but I took it from more of how it affect women, um, more so in school and stuff. But the angle that he took was how it affect the men. And so when we kind of look at it, and we talk about like the policing and different things that happen in school,
Hmm.
we're kind of being in the system. We're being pulled apart.
Hmm.
So and it's not like I don't want to make excuses, but
Hmm.
when you got kids going to juvenile hall and being kicked out of school and suspended for chewing gum, talking back, school
Hmm.
fights, and you know what I mean, just like little petty ridiculous stuff.
Hmm.
Only I want to say less than 5% of the arrests at school and suspensions are actually because of something that's like a gun or a weapon or something like that at school.
Okay.
But on a regular basis, we see people getting pushed out. And so one of the numbers that I also showed was like, if once you're in juvenile hall, it's a 70% chance that you're probably gonna drop out of school.
Hmm.
I think I think that's a major factor and part of the separation is that they don't I don't think they really allowing black men to be a part of it. I don't think it's necessarily an option as a whole. I think
When you
we
say,
can't.
sorry,
Go ahead.
carry on. Finish.
No, no,
Go
no.
ahead.
Go ahead. No, I want.
No, I was just trying to understand when you're saying being a part of it. Are you talking about in regards to the compromises with the kids, with the schools?
Yeah, I think even from there, I think like there's a concerted effort to like we're both forced through the system, but
Mm-hmm.
it's two different directions.
Mm-hmm.
So y'all are kind of being forced through the educational system,
Mm-hmm.
and we're kind of being forced through the incarceration system.
Okay.
And so most of like and most of this don't affect all of us. This is really talking about the labor class. And so
Mm-hmm.
like what W.E.B. Du Bois points out is, and for the labor class, most, and this ain't even just for black people, for people in general, the
Mm-hmm.
women are tending to be way more educated and
Mm-hmm.
making more money,
Mm-hmm.
as opposed to the men's job. And a lot of that too is a societal issue because of how certain jobs are viewed or valued by the society.
I'm not American, so all I can go off is sort of the things that you guys are telling me, as well as the things that come back from family. And in the past, when I was doing teenage pregnancy and prevention here in the West Midlands, we'd sort of coordinate with America to kind of find out what you guys were trying, what was going on, if there was any success with things. Now, from my experience, a lot of us as girls are watching what's going on within the communities and understanding that if we want to make it out, then education is our way out. The other thing is that if you've got the amount of single parent families that we have in terms of our communities on both sides of the Atlantic, because we've got I can't exactly remember the figures off the top of my head, but we've got a large group of single mothers, and we've got a massive group of biracial children. So in watching the way that our community has evolved and devolved at the same time, I've seen a lot of mothers pushing when it's come to their sons to sort of go in, get their education, get things done. We've had issues in the fact that when it comes to the boys, they never seem to want to. This is a generalization, but we've got a lot of behavioral disorders. We've got a lot of things in terms of our mental health that need to be worked on and need to be pushed forward.
And I'm glad you said that, because and this is something, I don't know if it would get the video struck, so I have to play this video on my channel. But it's a group of like black teachers or principals and different stuff, and discussing like how they can solve the issues that we have going on. And one of the points that they was making was, when you go into like the middle class schools and the upper class schools, it's not so much as obey. The kids are allowed to read outside. They're a lot more involved in the class. The projects that they do are more hands on. Like it's a
different environment.
Yeah, it's a different environment, as opposed to like at most of our schools, we're an environment of like a juvenile detention center.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like the assembly of how you walk to class had to be quiet. You couldn't, you know what I mean? You couldn't talk, couldn't get out of line. And, they expected it to be quiet going from class to class. Police on a regular basis, like all kind of silly stuff.
Yeah.
But like and so and like another thing that he was talking about was eliminating school suspensions. in general, right? Unless, of course, it is something like a weapon or something like that. But outside of that, he don't believe that you should be suspending kids, because where it makes it worse is when the kid is, so say he is a troublemaker, and now you put him outside. The kids at school have to see him on the way home.
Okay.
You know what I mean? You just made him 10 times. You've aided him being 10 times worse than probably what he could have been. So I
think there's arguments on both sides that can be had for that, because of you almost have to think of the way that the school system, or the way that I see the school system in some ways, is it's there to give you a limited amount of education because they need a workforce. They need a workforce in factories, in lower paying jobs. And part of the school system supports that.
Right.
If you know too much and you have too much knowledge, then it takes you into a different area that they're not so much able to control in the way that, you know, the standard education goes.
Which I agree, but I don't think it's necessarily bad that you have I think you need to value though the workforce more so than what
there
we
is value
do.
in the workforce, but I think there's also value in young people being able to explore their options, as well as if you look at the fact that I think I heard the other night, I don't know if it was via the Argument League or somewhere else, that 1% of your teachers are male black teachers.
Right.
I don't agree with what I'm hearing in terms of the amount that even here our educators are being paid. I think that needs to be raised significantly higher. But with a lot
see,
of
that's what I mean by valuing though. They don't that job isn't as valued as much as caring for sick people.
Right. And how do you do that in a capitalistic economy?
There's no incentive to value that class in this type of society.
I don't know where Suave is, but Melanated Goddess is in the back, and I can't bring her up, so I'm not sure who has controls of the reins to be able to bring her up.
I'm finna text him right now.
Bear with us, Melanated Goddess. As you've seen, yes, it's difficult to be able to do it in a capitalist society, but you know, from the evidence of black women getting into education, getting into different parts, part of the reason why that has happened is because a lot of single mothers are seeing the fact that if the fathers aren't going to do something, they need to be able to do something. They need to be able to, if you've got a father that's not present and is not financially present, physically present, emotionally present, or mentally present, as a single mother, a lot of the single mothers I'm seeing, they're getting back into education because what is the other choice? We don't have the same laws in regards to women being able to stay home until the age of, is it 16? I think somebody was saying one of the states is 16, or until that young person finishes education. Our rules with the government are different. They've changed it to where as soon as a child goes into school or nursery, really and truly, they want parents back in work. They want you know, back on the pipeline in a sense, earning money. So a lot of women here within the black community who are single parents don't really have the choice, because benefit money is survival money. It's not living, it's surviving. It's making that dollar holla. And if you've got kids and you want to see your way out of the situation, and you want to be able to build some sort of wealth because, you know, baby daddy or the children's father is unreliable or is irresponsible, then the only other way is for us as women to step forward, because if the men are not doing it, then we've got to be able to do something, because education costs for these children. Keeping them off the streets costs, keeping them in activities costs. Do you get what I'm saying? In being able to build a pot of money to be able to send these children off into college, university, all that costs money, so it's got to come from somewhere. So I feel it for the mothers that are going into education and stuff, because there's a whole heap of mothers that don't want to. There's a whole heap of moms that would rather be at home looking after their kids and having the traditional role, but because they've really got no choice and they've been left with their circumstances, they're gonna push forward, and I can't blame them for that. Do you get what I mean? They're doing what they have to, because the provider and the protector isn't there, and the providing and protecting role has fallen on them. Now, in regards to the wider community, when it comes to boys, my experience is different because I don't live in America. So I've seen the fact of the government putting funding back the last couple of decades into the community, into putting projects on for boys, into putting work placements. And a lot of those young men dropped out. A lot of those, when it came to parenting groups for young men, I remember a situation where I put on a mother's group and a father's group. And there was one young man that turned up to that group. And in the end, my boss said that I had to shut down the group because there wasn't enough men to make it financially viable. So I had to include that young man into the women's group. Do you get what I mean? So there's a lot of
and I understand why. But I will say this though too. It's kind of hard when it's a certain lifestyle that's already like kind of projected. Like certain things are automatically valued. Like number one is money. And so when I was 14 and 15, I could make almost $700-800 a night. So going to a job program when I know, you know, everybody else got clothes and shoes, everybody else got food and all of that, but I'm going to a program to where a lot of times, let's say currency isn't necessarily guaranteed. How much it is doesn't necessarily equate to what you were getting before. And so that a lot of times, like that's something that's kind of hard to disengage. It's like, shit, I can get a Benz now, or I can go through this way and I may never get a Benz.
Wow, there's also the fact that that fast cash can lead to you being in prison. Do you get what I mean? I grew up in the ghetto here. I don't know if people believe that ghettos exist in England, but they do. The part of where I was born was ghetto. When I'm talking about ghetto, I'm talking about drug dealers, all that kind of stuff, not being able to go out after a certain period, you know, at night because what was going on. I watched my mom work us up out of that to get us out of that. At the same time, when it came to my own circumstances, I had to work to get out of that. I could see that there was fast cash if I wanted to go that way, but I also saw the effects of what fast cash did to the guys, did to the men in our community and the girls that choose to participate in the gang culture here. Do you get what I mean? Because we have our own versions of, you know, Crips and Bloods, with the Burger Bar, the Johnsons, and that are here in the UK.
But the model is secure the bag.
True, the model is secure the bag, but it depends on how you decide that you're going to secure the bag.
I mean, I think that's a part of the discussion to me. To me, I don't think the bag at all should pop up in a conversation when we're talking about like to me it depends on what kind of conversation we have. If we're talking about black people being more comfortable in the places that we are, then yeah, I see businesses, all of that. But if we're talking about getting into a place for us, a safe place where we can kind not only shape politics but shape our own minds and shape the type of the things that affect us on the daily basis.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think money that has to be eliminated from the conversation.
But it's
Because
not
one,
just the money aspect of it, Blue, because when you look at the gang culture and when you look at the way that gangs operate, it's also the fact that with the high rate of men that have gone into other communities and the single motherhood, that a lot of those young men that are also getting into the gangs for money, it's because they want camaraderie. It's because they're looking for that male role model. It's because they're looking for certain things.
yeah, I definitely do see that. But I think a lot of times too, you're gonna see a lot of that in a lot of poverty-stricken areas. So I think you're gonna first have to deal with the poverty. So it's like when I was in San Diego, it was a different life.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like it was hectic everywhere all the time. But then when you kind of move out of that space and you in another space, you like, damn, shit, the world is totally different out here. And oh no, go ahead.
It's still, like, you know that saying, I don't know if you know that saying about the more things change, the more they stay the same.
Oh yeah.
Sometimes that's what it feels like to me, because I see the cycles and the roundabouts that the community is perpetuating. And like I was saying previously, what the UK is going through now potentially is you guys' future, because you guys as a community are not at the same place that the Black community here in the UK is. So if you don't change the cycle, you'll end up at the same place. You guys are in a position where there is something that can be done through educating and seeing what we can do with the circumstances that you have now. It's if I suppose it becomes a choice to a certain extent.
I kind of to me, I think it'd be best served for us globally if this wasn't even like I don't think to me I don't think it's a part of this society or system that we really haven't achieved. Like like I don't really see it. Like we have flourishing businesses. We've reached the highest places in politics. Uh, to me, it doesn't end up being about us. It ends up being about everybody. And so I don't think it's a possibility to get in situations where we able to just affect us and solve the problems that we got going on in the environments that we in. So economically, we need things in order to even before we can even deal with the games, we got to deal with the poverty that's in these places.
That is
That's like
true in certain aspects, Blue. If you think about it, yeah, in terms of parts of the culture, when it comes to music, when it comes to acting, we're seeing certain figures out there. We're seeing the fact that parts of the beauty of our culture is driving the culture. At the same time, there's negative aspects that are also driving the culture, which has repercussions on the younger generation that are watching it. Because if we look at people like the 50 Cents and like the other people, Jay-Z and whoever you want to call it, that started out on the road in gangs making that fast money, there's a lot of assumption that everybody wants to be the next them. But if we really look at the figures, how many of them actually really make it? Do you get what I mean? So on the other side of the community side here in the UK, we've got the community is divided in certain aspects because of the fact that there's been so much divestment from black men within the community that have gone to the Asian community, the Chinese community, the white community. So we've got a massive community of biracial children. Now, in speaking to some of those children, there's a lot of self-hatred from, that they're now able to understand from their fathers, because a huge amount of the biracial community that we have, their fathers are black. So in terms of things that we need to work on, there's always room for improvement. So with that in mind, the fact that there's certain things going on here, and the way that not just within, we look at, single motherhood with black women in particular, to a certain extent being the face of single motherhood, but over here, the white women and other communities are also now becoming the faces of single motherhood. So it's a massive issue that needs a lot of therapy, a lot of counseling for within our community with those children. And just in general, from what I'm seeing in the communities within America, I'm hearing a lot of men talking about, I'm doing this, I'm doing that, I'm going to work. But when it comes to their mental health, they're not essentially looking after that. So I think there needs to be changes in the way that we deal with certain elements in our community to be able to get the best out of it. Do you get what I mean? So we've put certain things ahead.
My fault. I'm sorry. I thought I was on there. I definitely do agree.
Mm-hmm.
I think though a lot of times we got to remember though too, most aspects of it, like, okay, so when we talk about the divestment,
Mm-hmm.
that's gonna come. Educated people are tending to divest
Mm-hmm.
amongst us because of not only the certain type of it kind of depends on what field you're going in. You know what I mean? And who your colleagues are. So who you surrounded by and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Most people fall in love either in college or in or at work.
Mm-hmm.
But even outside of that, that's why I was saying earlier, like it's not even a racial issue. It's more of an economic issue because it really deals with the labor class and the poverty stricken class. The issues amongst them, because you ain't really finna go into middle class black neighborhoods and upper class black neighborhoods and get jumped into a gang.
So question, in terms of your middle class neighborhoods, are there mainly black middle class neighborhoods?
In the South.
Just in the South. The South being what, South Carolina, Mississippi, which areas are we talking
like
about?
Alabama, stuff like that. Yeah.
Okay.
Like I when I was in San Diego, I didn't see it. It was just it's really two sides to the city. You either upper class or lower class.
So in regards to the middle class in other places, the middle class is more so a white community that has sprinklings of black families within that.
Right. Other places, exactly.
Even within that economic circumstance, if we as black community, and don't get me wrong, I understand why people move out of the ghetto, move out of certain places, and then gentrification happens. But as an example, if you're a black person that's moving into a white community, then most likely your coins are going to be spent in that community because that's where you are. It's about what's convenient and the shops that are more so around you. Do you get what I'm saying? So in terms of economically that happens, because this is part of the issue that's that's happened here in the UK by people moving out of certain areas and not building up certain areas and going into certain communities and building up those other communities. The black dollar or the black pound is not being spent in those areas to reinvest into the young people and the other things that could help change economic circumstances.
So tell me this: are y'all integrated, like not socially, but like living conditions? So y'all have majority of the places y'all stay are like majority black areas, right?
Over the years, I think in certain areas, because obviously the UK might look small on the map, but it's bigger than people think. So it depends where you live to where there is integration. A lot of the time when it came to like Windrush and grandparents coming over there, they automatically put us into the most ghettoist areas. So in Birmingham, it was Handsworth. In Wolverhampton, it was Heath Town. We got put into those specific areas, and it was hard to get out of those areas until changing the laws. And say, for instance, I think at one point Malcolm X came over in the 80s because there was a massive racist problem in Smethwick. So in certain areas, we've been able to integrate in certain places. But
so you guys had like redlining, right? So you guys had redlining situations.
Yeah, we've had redlining for a long time, but it just wasn't called that. We just called
it
systematic racism. So that's always been the case here. Even, you know, today or in the last how many years when it's come to jobs and circumstances. Like my sister's friend is her family is African, and I had to say to her when it came to like a job interview, because she wasn't getting any callbacks, not to tick the ethnicity box. Don't tick the ethnicity box and see what comes back. She's now got a job based off the advice that I was giving her on how to fill out her job applications, because there's different ways that people will choose to discriminate you when they see, you know, last names on forms or like I said, ethnicity, checking that box. Sometimes it takes we shouldn't have to, but sometimes it takes removing certain things to be able to give us the chance to get through certain doors.
Not only that, but also when you selling a home and stuff like that, you're gonna make more. The home is gonna be worth more with a white dude than a black dude. Why? Don't know. But so the reason why I asked you that though is because when we talk about redlining, a lot of times we don't really, a lot of people don't really see how it affects us today. And so when we talk about the redlining, they drain the community of capital in order to build the middle class, right? So this is how they build the middle classes, off of draining our communities. How do they drain them? By the government assistance and loans that we were supposed to be getting and going into the upkeeping of our communities, our homes, the streets. Even when we talk about where our taxes is going, municipal bonds, they were able to take that away from us and put that in their own communities. So now today, the communities that we live in, most of them are owned by the banks, because over time, the property value, after they just killed the property value, the banks was able to come in and buy our homes for pennies. So now where you get issues at, and I talked about this in my debate with Chris, an issue that a Master P or a Puff Daddy or P Diddy would have, or LeBron James would have with buying their own, I'm gonna buy my old neighborhood and rebuild that neighborhood. When buying a home is a lot deeper than just you got the money. You got to go through the banking system in order to just purchase a home. And so Detroit was one of the worst places with this problem. Detroit, I think Kansas City is another one. And what you will find is on one side of the street, and I mean literally on one side of the street, the homes are $1 million homes. And on the other side of the street, the exact same home, makeup and everything, is $10,000. All of that is based on the where they was going to allocate resources to.
Okay.
And so in Kansas City, they made them build a wall because they were saying that their community was too close to black communities. So they had to build up a wall in order to for the insurance companies and them to feel like it was okay to actually send those resources into there. And so now when you had these homes that are, let's say it's you had these homes worth $10,000, the worth what it costs to fix the house is $20,000 or $30,000. You may have the money, right? No problem. You're a millionaire, but the bank is going to send you back because what they have called an appraisal gap. The bank is going to send you back it's basically it's not going to go in your credit. They're not going to tell you no. You basically just won't get an answer because what they're going to say is that the cost of fixing a house costs more than the house itself. Therefore, the bank can't, they can't sell you this home for you to fix it up and work on.
Okay.
And so a lot of times what you would see is you would have black people in their neighborhoods and then they would want to buy the house across the street. And so and say, well, I want to buy this house across the street. I'm going to fix that house up, and sell it off or whatever. They weren't able to purchase those homes because of the banks. So now there are new avenues that are created in order for you to fix these homes up in the community, right? But now you have to go through the government assistance, which now makes these homes no longer, number one, they ain't black community anyway because the bank owns them. And now once the government has to step in to work with the bank in order to allow you to buy that home because of the appraisal gap, you can't just sell that home to only black people.
True.
Now you're in a whole nother, now this is, so even fixing it up, now you're going to fix it up to a certain price, right? So it still has to be it's going to still be in a certain price range, which is automatically going to limit how many black people is going to be able to get into that home. And then two, by now this turned into a nice neighborhood, who you think going to move in? And the people who got the money.
True. Very
and
true.
So we stuck in a dilemma of now we are living in, most of us are in, especially in the cities, we living in communities that are owned by the bank, and homes are just sitting there rotting to death in front of us, and nobody can do anything with those homes.
Okay.
And I'm assuming that this same ordeal is going on out there too, based on how you were saying y'all living conditions is set up.
Yes and no. Part of the problem that I've seen here is, yes, in certain areas, affluent areas, part of that is happening because they want to be able to keep certain areas white, or the historical context of why that community is there. But more so because I'm West Midlands based, what I've seen over the last how many years is the way that the community is not investing in the community anymore. So when I say that, it's mainly, say for example, like with the biracial community, that's come about because of black men divesting. So when a black man divests, he essentially, when you think about marriage, the husband is investing into the wife, and the wife takes that and buys food, buys shopping, does whatever she's doing with the kids. Yeah. So when you're dealing within a black man divesting within the white community, his money is going into that community. So a lot of the men that have divested haven't looked back and said, okay, yes, I'm married into this community now, but maybe in helping my community, the community that I come from, that I will give back, or I will, be a patron, or if I will mentor how many, young men and women from the community. They've kind of just dipped, and that's it. And when it comes to a family gathering or something, you might see them at that. So really and truly, parts of our community here have been held up by Black women, because it's the mums, it's those single parent families, it's the grandmothers, it's the grandfathers that believe in community and understand how community works, that we need to keep, investing in it. But the other part of it is the elders and the generation that has passed on and died, their family sometimes has sold their, whatever it is that they've gained over the years to other communities, or sold it off. So there's a lot of things here that were Black owned, that belong to the Black communities, say Black events that now belong to the Asian community. So in some ways, yeah.
But the market has changed too, though.
The market,
because you got to remember,
but
remember how, and the reason why I'm gonna say that is because at one point in time things were made in the UK and things were made in the US.
True.
Like the necessities, you know what I'm saying? Like tissue, like the stuff that you need when you go into a store, that type of stuff.
Basics, yeah.
So now that stuff is imported from the Chinaman. He not only has the resources to create it over in his country, but he also has the trade. He also has the ability to be able to trade it globally.
I get that part. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, that is part of it. But when you look at, say, for example, like there's a festival called Simmer Down Festival. I don't know if it's Simmer Down Festival. We've got a few different things that used to belong to us within the Black community that we got to a certain point. And over the years, because of different men, you have to, like, people might think that I'm bashing Black men, but I can only speak of the things that I've seen within the community. So a lot of the churches, a lot of the main positions were being held by men. Yeah. So those men, or those bodies or groups of men, have sold those things that make money, make economic growth for our community. Like certain carnivals don't belong to us anymore. Certain carnivals have been, certain events have been, certain buildings have been sold off to the Asian community. So Black people might patronize it. Sorry, my dyslexia. The Black community might be patronizing those places and using those places, but might not be fully aware that the company that now owns it is an Asian company or a Chinese company. So when they're taking that money, that money is going back into those Asian communities or the Chinese community. Like there's a number of restaurants here, say for example, that are Jamaican restaurants. But if you look into the background of those restaurants, you might find, like, there's one that's down the road from me that an Asian man and a white man are backing it. We get the Black people to cook the food. Do you get what I mean? We've done ourselves a service in not seeing the value of the things that we own, that brought in wealth, that brought in growth, and sold those things off. And now other people are making money from it.
I don't want to disagree with you, like, because, and I don't want you to think I disagree with you, especially you talk about the divestment and people selling out certain things and this and that. But I will say too, over time, laws have changed dramatically. Like right now, a restaurant is one of the worst things that you can a business that you can try to open up because of the debt. Like, it's hard to maintain certain things. You know what I mean? Like it's hard to just with the city, the state, what you got to do, what you got to pay federally, like all of that stuff. It's hard just to upkeep a business, and
I get
then
that
you
part.
got
If you're a new business, Blue, then that makes sense because of, you know, your bottom line and going into the red and how it takes 2 to 5 years to get, you know, that steady income. But for the businesses, the events that had a certain amount of growth each year that existed, that were plentiful, that just needed to be continued and put the work in with the next generation. Do you get what I mean? That's slightly.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that. I definitely do. But I mean, and like it's another point too where I make too is that like I think we got to remember there is no black dollar. I think we kind of got to remember that too. There's no black dollar. So even when we look at a lot of times people like to go back to Rosewood and Tulsa, Oklahoma and different things like that. But even with those businesses and money doing what it was doing, the wealth gap was still the same and only getting worse.
We're at the point now where there is only going to be a continued wealth gap because of where we are today. Do you get what I mean? But
that's how the system was built, though. Like the system is built off of creating the wealth gap and is maintained off of the wealth gap. Okay. Now, what keeps it going is the illusion that by every now and then a Jay-Z, a Oprah, and all of that get to see through the cracks. It keeps the illusion of we can all get here, but that's not the game plan. If put it like this, if in order for you to get a job, you gotta change. You can't check black on the box. That's a bigger issue than the black dollar, because even the black dollar, it doesn't. Even the businesses that we have, we need resources in order to sell these things to the labor class. And so to sell tissue to the labor class, if I gotta charge you $5 because I gotta go to the Chinese man to get tissue, then you gonna go to Walmart.
Sure.
I mean, people on fixed income. You know what I mean? I know people who income, they got it down to the dollar. If they show up at the store and the price ain't what it was when they opened up that coupon book, they can't even get it.
Okay.
You know what I mean? It's a wrap. Like, well, I can't get that. So in trying to deal with those people, there's no incentive to ever get those people into a situation where they don't have to necessarily worry about that, because the incentive is to capitalize off of those people.
I get what you mean, but at the same time, the capitalization for us as a community is really and truly is that to get the economic growth is keeping the dollar or the pound within the community in order for it to grow. So if you,
but remember, everybody grew off of you.
Pardon?
Everybody grew off of us. So who are we going to grow off of with no, mind you, they make shirts and t-shirts over there and then they're coming over here and selling it.
True.
They're making the tissue and coming over here and selling it to us. So they're capitalizing off of us, making their come up. We're the gold mine that they come here for.
We have to admit,
are we going to capitalize off
of? As a company, even we've made certain mistakes as a community, or in retrospect, we can see now the things that we've done wrong as a community. Because yes, our, like, say for example with England with Brexit, before the recession happened, England was an industrial country. It had lots of factories. It produced a lot of its own things. It didn't need to go so much outside. More so, China was coming to England because of beef and certain things that they required. Yeah. But in them thinking about their greedy pockets, that's where they went to India. That's where they went to China. Now, how many years later, look at the position that we're in. We can't stand on our own. Like recently, there's been food shortages and things happening. Not so much because the products aren't here; it's because they've outsourced the plastics. You know, there's toilet roll here being made in factories, but they've got no plastic to put it inside and to wrap it up to sell it to consumers because they're getting it from China. McDonald's didn't have any cups recently to be able to put milkshake in because they're importing the cups from China.
Exactly.
So we, in a sense, have created that because we're going out and we're being materialistic. Blue, if we as a community are one of the highest spending communities when it comes to materialism, do you get what I mean? If we're able to pull that back and invest that same money, not so much in the materialism or creating materialism for other people to invest in, then we wouldn't be as far gone as we are now. Because we're talking about Jay-Z, we're talking about Oprah. Oprah sold on part of OWN Network. I don't know if I don't know if she has a controlling investment or controlling what's the word that I'm looking for? I don't know if she has
any control over it. Yeah, I know
Anymore,
what you mean.
or sits on the board of what happens to those decisions of OWN Network, but she's also kept other businesses around women, around education, around different areas to continue parts of her legacy. Other people within our community haven't done that, haven't kept controlling invest in certain things that will benefit us for the future. We're too quick. Like, say, for example, with the music industry now, what's that guy that's bought out he's made it his lifelong thing to buy every #1 music song for the last few decades. Is it Hypno something? So people like Lil Wayne, people like Timbaland, people like other artists have sold on their catalogs to a specific company. Now, I don't understand what was wrong with us creating our own company to be able to rent our music out under our control.
Distribution.
If it wasn't that much for somebody to pay £1 billion for a catalog or £2 billion for a catalog.
I'm gonna tell you why though. Distribution. And so even when you see an independent artist like Nipsey Hussle is beloved for being independent and not going through, but even Nipsey Hussle had to sign the distribution deal with Sony in order to get his music around globally. Because in order to distribute it, they've already got that on lock.
Well,
that's just like
the fact that
the
we're
internet.
not in distribution. We're not as a community.
Right.
Our
But
people
nobody
in the distribution element.
But now you're talking about the 1%. So now, you know what I mean? So that's why I say we talk about it from a black standpoint, but really we get the worst end of it, but it's affecting us all negative. We just get the worst end of it.
The part of the wealth gap is being created by the 1% because part of what would typically trickle down to the community is not being trickled down to the community. And I don't know whether that's because I know you guys get tax breaks and things like that on donating or giving to certain, types of businesses or voluntary and stuff like that. But I'm not aware of whether those celebrities or those people in the 1% gap, if they're really aware of where their money is going to or how it's trickling down, because a lot of them
they don't even pay taxes. You want to know how much Warren Buffett paid on taxes last year?
Yes.
Go ahead.
$1.
Now, even that to me doesn't make any sense at all. How is that possible?
So that in its but see, the thing is though, to be fair to Warren Buffett, he always says they should be taxed, but he ain't gonna not take advantage of the loopholes that's there for him not to be. So he has a lot of his charities that a lot of the charities that they set up, they get paid through those charities.
Okay.
So people sending money to the charity, that charity money is going to Warren Buffett pocket.
Okay.
Yeah, so but at the same time, he's also able to write off the donation to these charities of his own self,
Mm-hmm.
and with that write off, you don't have to pay the taxes on it.
Okay.
And then just how they move money. So a lot of times, so like in about a month or so, well, right now we coming up on the time of year right now
Mm-hmm.
where this is the time of year for me in the stock market. I buy candy.
Mm-hmm.
Reason why I buy candy is because the people with money, the wealthy people, this is tax season.
Okay.
They hide their money in the stock market around this time of year. So they just throw their money into the stock market and hide it until tax season is over, and then they'll pull it out. So the stock market is always gonna go crazy around this time every year.
Okay. Is that Halloween,
Yep.
Thanksgiving, and then Christmas?
Yep.
Those are those. Okay. So this is why when I spoke the other night, when I was talking about we need to get financially literate, because I obviously I understand that, you know, coming out of a pandemic, there's a lot of us that, you know, within low income families that are just trying to survive or are just trying to get through paycheck to paycheck. But within the middle bracket and the higher bracket, there is money. It's about how it's being distributed. It's about how it's working. So really and truly, that means people like Warren Buffett are really involved into what they're doing with how their money is going to work within their community. A lot of our artists, I think there's only probably a couple of them that I can think off the top of my head that I see them creating their own charity organizations to affect what's going on in certain areas. Depending on how you look at it, you could say they could be doing more, but then there's the question of it's their money, they do what they want with it.
And that's there's no incentive in capitalism for them to do anything other than make more money. There's no incentive. So in capitalism, it allows Bayer to infect millions of kids with AIDS with pills, and then Bayer is able to continue on selling pills.
Man,
10,
weak
15
ass
years later.
Africans allowed that, bro. Like how many like excuses are we gonna make for the country? It's always an excuse for Africa, bro. Like God damn, bro.
What the hell do Africans do to pills, man?
I mean, cause I'm just saying, I'm just sitting here listening. It's like it ain't never the same type of, like the energy ain't never the same when it comes to some shit that's going on over there. It's like it's always an excuse. It's always, you know what I'm saying? It's always sad. They are not sitting around talking about Warren Buffett. If anything, they sitting around trying to get Warren Buffett to come over there and invest with them. So it's like
that's the problem.
That shit. It's a problem for who?
For all of us.
They don't operate for all of us. They don't give a fuck about
us. None of us are operating for all of us.
Right, and we nor should we.
That's why we're losing.
No. We're not. Listen, we're losing because we keep looking over there and watching them lose and thinking we're supposed to be doing something with them. They don't give a fuck about us. So as we sit here and talk about them and what we could do to their shit or with their shit, they don't give a fuck. They got the Chinese over there working with them heavy. They can care less about Black America.
That's East Africa that got the Chinese, and most of them people Asiatics in the first place.
It's all throughout the continent, man. That's everywhere. It's not
and the Chinese ain't owning
whether they're in West Africa, whichever part. Like how many years ago I've been saying to Jamaica and certain Caribbean islands and even people here in England, watch how the Chinese are moving because they're buying up different industries. And even down to America, one of our main chocolates here is now owned by an American company. This is part of the reason why the UK is in the problem that it's in, because it's sold off so much things that it's not creating the economic wealth that it used to be, because they scraped the bottom line because they wanted to fill their bellies. Do you get what I'm saying?
But that's not by accident, though.
It's only normal when you look at their migration patterns that they're gonna move. They're gonna continue to shift to what's lucrative for them.
So, do y'all think that the Chinese is operating outside of what America and the UK is doing?
I think it's more so, what's important would be how they're operating, which would be with another group of people. They're not operating based on race. They're not operating based on us being black or coming together or none of that. So they would have to establish that, considering it's their land, they the ones with the resources. They have full access to all of this, but they're just offering us citizenship at best. It's not a fight for resources.
Yeah, I think, but it's a tougher situation, because it's like, it ain't like we were like just like, oh, the Koreans is coming in. Like, we just allow Koreans to kind of come in and set up shop. It's just overnight, Koreans had shop set up. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? In your community. So it ain't like, I think we kind of look at it as it's like a connect. A lot of them places where they going, there ain't like a government there like that. They dealing with tribes of people who don't really give a damn about that shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? You dealing with if you go over there with a tribe and all that, and the only thing on their mind is food, shelter, and water, and you come talking about a rock over here to the left, they like, bro, you can't have that rock. So I think, but I do think though,
community, Blue, because they understand the fact that they're slowly studied the rest of the world, what the rest of the world needs, what the rest of the world has come to them for. And they also understand that within their numbers being at 1.3 billion or whatever they are now, that in order for them to continue as a country, this is what we need to invest in. This is what we need to be doing. But their community also knows that wherever they are in the world, that there is still a certain amount of loyalty going back to back to China, back to investing. Do you get what I mean? They understand that if they're taking a loan or a business plan, that at the end of the day, once they've created that business, that they need to give back.
But that requires Chinese and Africa and Chinese and America thinking about each other. That don't require them only thinking about themselves. So even on the aspect of that kind of shows another way that affects us. The issue with Africa is that Africa is fueling the machine that's kicking our ass. That's the issue. Like, they fueling that. We need the lights out. So we could like, I already know if the lights is out, we can win. The problem is shit is going as usual. That's the problem. We ain't gonna be able to. So right now, we got to keep walking by the door. Right? He's still strapped right now. You can't just. Yeah, I mean, it's a certain way you got to do it. We know it's a certain way you got to do it. The whole world know that. Look at what they did to the Japanese. Them niggas was like, nigga, God is with them. So we already know they couldn't have did that to the Japanese without Africa. It's impossible. So that's telling me they fueling the machine that's fucking us up. We need that shit cut off before we can even amount to try to do what we need to do.
We're not in a position right now as a community to cut that supply off, because we don't have the essentials of what it takes for the community structure that we need to implement to have any kind of impact on the Chinese right now.
You think they're gonna? No, not the Chinese.
That is the big debate to me. I feel like that argument what Queen Cascade just said, and I just want to say peace to everybody on the panel, peace to everybody in the chat. Yeah, I think what she just said about, like, we don't have the infrastructure, we don't have the resources. There's always this argument of, like, should we concentrate on bettering ourselves within the current situation, or should we concentrate our efforts at destroying the current system and then trying to rebuild a different system? So I think that, regardless of whatever ideology, whatever spiritual system, or if you're Pan-African or B1 or all that kind of stuff. I think when it all boils down to it, people are divided on that perspective. Should we destroy the current system and put our efforts on destroying the current system, or should people concentrate on thriving within the current system? Should we have more engineers, more doctors, more lawyers? Should we do inter group trade and business and networking within the current system? So the people in Brazil do business with the people in America? And should we keep our dollars, whether they're different nationalities, but exchanging within Black hands, right? And people say, well, if you do that, you're building up, you're still contributing, and you're still building this white capitalistic system. So there's a group of people that want to destroy the white capitalistic system. There's another group of people that want to build the Black group within that system. So I think that I just wanted to bring that to light, because it sounds like, without saying it, that's what you guys are talking about.
That and you're right, because to me, the reason why we even have this discussion is because the system put us into this situation. So I'm like, we're having this discussion on not only the system. We know that the system seeks out inequality, and so
absolutely
we're talking about. And so we know that it's the reason why there's a wealth gap in the first place. There's no way that we can expect and it ain't even just growing for us. The wealth gap ain't even, and that's why I always say it's hard to have the conversation about Black people, because it's a global issue in general amongst all people.
Right. And when you talk about that kind of stuff, right? So like, I think that having that conversation, right? I think that Black people globally do not want to be at the bottom, right? Nationally, right. America, for cis cascade, in the UK or whatever, right? We don't want Black people to be at the bottom, but the reality is, in a capitalistic system, there's somebody going to be at the bottom, right? So all we're trying to do, really, when you really, really think about it, is get above whomever's at the bottom. We want to be
exactly.
We want to be a step above them. We want to say, hey, we're not these Afghan refugees that just came over here, or hey, we're bad, but we're not the Mexicans, or hey, we're bad, but we're not the Ethiopians, or we're not the Haitians, or we're not the blah blah blah, whatever. We're not those people. We're bad because it's different tiers. Everyone's trying to get to the top, but there has to be, in order for capitalism to thrive and be successful, there has to be a bottom level, right? That is the level that holds the weight of the top, right? So we're not. Right. It's not a completely socialist system. So although there's socialist elements of our government, right?
Right.
Socialist government, and I think that I don't know. I think at some point we need to get on the same page of what the goal is. Is the goal to elevate from the very bottom to the middle? We want to be in the middle, right? Or I don't know what that looks like. But
do we just want to balance life?
I think the goal is for us to control our own destinies. So, and I understand your point, but I think we need more engineers, doctors.
Can we control it from the bottom, Brother Inyame?
I think so. I think we have that capability to do so.
So I mean, if I just need to understand, right?
Hold on, is this melanated goddess?
Yeah.
Hold on. What you doing, Inyame? Hold on.
Listen, be quiet, Blue. Blue over here,
what you mean, Blue?
I'm just shocked. I'm just shocked right now what I'm hearing from melanated. I was like,
oh shit.
Okay.
wait.
Let her build, Blue. You about to mess it all up.
Wait, Blue, what you No, Blue, don't be like that with me. I always understood.
No. Sometimes I heard you in there like, you better get that bag.
I do get the bag. No. Listen, I'm extremely capitalist. I'm not about turning the lights off. I'm not about living off the land because I ain't seen no plan, and I'm not gonna be the first person to jump out there and be homeless and be a hobo while motherfuckers is waiting on their taxes at the beginning of the year. Oh, you're not gonna find me out there like that at all. You got me all the way. Go ahead and execute your plan, boo boo. Go ahead and execute your plan. Let me see it in actuation. All right, let me see it.
Right. And
that's like the bus boycotts, though. Like
I got you exactly. I will not be the first
one dude to just be
But I don't see it. I see it.
I'm an entrepreneur. I'm an entrepreneur spirit right now. I'm a capitalist. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to buy property, land acquisition, all of that stuff. I am completely immersed in the current system. That is melanated goddess absolutely, right? I don't have another plan. I don't have another blueprint. You can't just tell me, yeah, we need to bun down the system. Bun it. What do you mean bun it? Like, we got Black people.
Run it down and run it for the top.
Black people have them. Like, listen, I had this conversation, in Sister Cascade. I had it with some of my UK brothers one time because they was talking about bunning down the system and how we all coons and so forth because we want to operate within the system. We don't want to separate from the system. So I said, okay, let me ask you this. We decide to bun down the system. We turn off all of the lights, no internet, no electricity, no nothing. Tonight, do we have insulin for the large group of people in our community that have diabetes? Do we have ways to treat epilepsy? Do we have doctors and engineers on waiting to?
Do we have enough toilet paper to go around?
Okay, exactly. Toilet paper. Do we got water? Do we got ways to change rainwater into drinkable water? Like all of this stuff. Like if you don't have this stuff in place, bruh, miss me with your bun down the system, Ray. Like, I'm not trying to hear that. I'm going to work
my
on
answer
Monday
to that. That's a part of the sacrifice. Somebody ain't gonna make it.
Listen, Blue, we can't sacrifice. A Black woman is in a manless community, and now she's sacrificing and she ain't got no electricity. Come on now. Come on.
All right, hold on. We kind of got far. We kind of got off a little bit.
I'm saying 1 minute he debating we in a manless community. You know what I'm saying?
I thought it was a good strategy though.
Now we ain't got no electricity.
That was a strategy. That was a strategy. And Blue, I thought you should have went more with the boys thing on that debate.
Yeah, I definitely do. I think I left that. I left a few things on the table.
No, W.E. Du Bois.
The boy.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Yeah.
I
left that on the table.
Women is strong. They're intelligent. They know how to figure out their own issues and own problems.
Civilization.
Yeah.
Did you go back and watch the video and read the chat while you watched it, Blue? Because we had too many jokes. We had too many jokes during that debate. I was like, yo, I'm about to sneak out of my community and go see the men. I was like, man, I don't know what Blue's talking about, man.
But I still believe we have to create the architects, engineers, technicians, and that already be in place before there is any major move.
So we should participate in the systems.
I mean, we have no choice. We have no choice at the moment.
I'm just asking. So you're saying yes?
Yeah.
Okay. You hear that, Blue?
Yeah. That's the Seth Lord.
Is it Nia? I don't know how to pronounce your name. Is it Nyame?
Inyame.
Y'all know I'm a revolutionary suicidal person. So
we understand that, Blue. But Nyame has a point.
Which you know what? I don't have no problem with that, but I just don't see that many of our people participating. That's on board. That would make a difference. You know, it'd be 10 of us do it, and then that's a wrap. You know.
Yeah.
That they with Nature Boy right now. Don't people out there with Nature Boy? You know what I'm saying? That's what they're doing.
Yeah, but I got statistics.
Right, that's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, when black people, if black people start starving and seeing your baby hungry, that's a different story.
But why would that happen?
I'm just saying if that happened.
They got lots of food in Africa. Shit.
No, I'm just saying if that happened, that's when black people would change. But I don't see that in the foreseeable future. So I'm saying let's get the engineers and the technicians, because I think there's a lot of resources out there that we can get to that we don't, like a lot of abandoned homes. There's so much that we can do that we haven't even tried just yet before we go the anarchy route. Anarchy is an option, but I don't think we're there.
Well, if anybody want to buy some abandoned homes, there are loads and loads of abandoned places in Philadelphia, as well as.
But you also need the job. You also need the jobs too.
I mean, listen. When I say certain things, when I listen to people with these like solution-focused conversations, right? I think the barrier, again, this is capitalism, right? So if you understand that there's going to be a bottom class, then you wouldn't necessarily be so hell-bent on bringing all of Black people with you. It won't ever be all of us. It won't ever be. Not in this global capitalistic system. I think that is a facade. So,
yeah, I don't think
you need a job. But when you say you need a job, then those people won't be the people to rebuild Philly, to rebuild Baltimore, to rebuild let's say like where Cat's from, Lima, Ohio, or all of these other places, right?
But that's what I'm saying, Melanated, is I'm not saying
they won't be the people. It shouldn't be a deterrent, is what I'm saying. It shouldn't be a deterrent. Whoever got the bread to do it, just do it.
No, I'm not saying if you understand my philosophy, I'm saying 5 to 10%. If we just get 5, I'm saying 1 to 5% of Black people to say, look, we're gonna focus on our education. We're gonna focus on building our infrastructure. That small percentage, let's say we got 60 million people, that's like 500,000 Black people focused to just controlling our own resources and our wealth. And that's
right, but then even with that, right? And I really think that each year, whatever, it does get better. I know that when I say better, if you're starting from 0, better could be, 0.10. You know what I'm saying? Which is still not great. You're not even at 1 yet, but it's still better. I actually interact with people who have their children in African-centered schools, right? Or in you could say private schools, or who have Black educational co-op systems where you might have 15, 20, 30 parents who some of them are educators and they agree to teach one of the children. So everyone volunteers, everyone's helping out,
and
just so that
we're in
their kids. Right. So now is that a predominant thing going on in our community overall right now? No. But I think that it is progress, and I think that we need to advocate those things more. We need to encourage people to start those things. We need to encourage them to research, because like a parent like myself, I wouldn't have the time to. So I would have to pay money. I'd be like, how much does it cost? Like, is a difference.
Right.
Do I want a transgender teaching my child, or do I want, what I'm saying? Like I'm going to have to come out my pocket. So if I can't come out my pocket, then I really am not in a position to complain about what I'm getting. You just can't. You got to take that L.
Right. And I agree that because we don't have that many choices, we have to create the choices. We have to think
Absolutely.
revolutionary. So it might be 5 or 10 different families say, let's get together and do these homeschool co-ops. We could put our money together. We could network together. I mean, and there's so many resources now that we have that you can have one great teacher, but just have a camera in the classroom and it can reach you all the way on the East Coast.
Oh,
And
you're
they-
right. You're right. You're right,
You see
brother.
what I'm saying? And you don't have to
Anybody
have
who is,
an A1 teacher. You hire a teacher's assistant, but have that other teacher in California. We have the technology. The technology is helping us to be more revolutionary.
Brother Nyame, COVID brought that out for real,
Yeah.
for real.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
COVID made, like, if anybody is looking for that type of educational environment for their child, and they serious about, like, spreading the black dollar and having their children have a certain level of education that comes from like-minded individuals, check out oh my shit 180 regeneration 180. You could tell I'm not the person that's getting the money from that because I'm not good at marketing it, but it's an African-centered school that is virtual. If you do live in a DMV area, your child can physically go there. However, they do have a virtual component, and things like that. The fact that it is virtual, like my niece, she attends a school called Wilson Baker Academy that's also in a DMV area. It's also an African-centered school, and one of her teachers is on a continent for physics. I think she has a physics teacher that's from like Tanzania or something like that. So just the fact of the internet and us being able to still educate our kids, and it's not within our specific local geographical area. You can branch out. I just think it just opens up so many more doors. You know what I mean? You're not limited. Like, you could have Nyame, oh, everybody, it's time to log into Baba Nyame's class, and then we're going to go into Baba Blues class for our financial literacy, and then we're going to talk to Mama Cascades class for our spirituality. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
kids could have a whole curriculum, and they're getting it from Black people in 3 different areas. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's dope.
Yeah, that's what we supposed to be doing on these networks. but because I don't know if you guys saw that show on 60 Minutes where they said the negative algorithms is the one that get promoted the most.
Well, I'm gonna say this: anybody who has one of those schools, I am a licensed clinician, and if you need some sort of mental health component part of your school, holla at your girl, Melanated Goddess. I got you. Cause I'm about that, like, utilizing what we do have to build.
Yeah.
The community.
I am too. Even
we talk about it all the time.
Even if it's on the bottom, it might look cheap, quantity wise, but the quality is good. It's qualitatively better than other schools, and we can do that.
But I will tell you, and Nyame, when school started back this school year, my girlfriend, her school's enrollment dropped because the parents chose to put their children back into public school. So like,
it's easier. Yeah, it's easier.
Yeah, you also gotta, like, I don't really know if her parents really, if those parents, if they were truly like-minded, like, you know, if they were really invested in, you know, like the orientation of the school, or if it was like, oh, okay, well, I found a school that's virtual during COVID, so I'm just gonna put you in this. You know what I'm saying? It's different.
I saw somebody say in the chat, what about the kids at like a more physical setting? Well, that's where you have to be creative.
You gotta be if the kids. So, like I said, the school was virtual. The school was virtual for those who required the virtual part. She had one student who physically attended. So in her school, I did the mental health component for the students. I was just one of the classes, right? They had music. They had music class virtual, and then the physical part, it's in her home. So she would take them to whatever, like recess or whatever their activity was. They had a teacher. Now, if you're virtual, obviously, if you're a child, you're in your home with your parent, right? So it would be up to your parent to take you outside for the day. Like, I think that's kind of normal if you're a stay-at-home parent to do something physical with your child. So it's kind of like your parent agrees upon, to that.
Hey, where's Suave at? You got Anon in the back. If you listen,
yeah.
Suave.
And like in my niece's class, her school, because her school was literally all day, they would have a gym teacher who was virtual, and they would have to turn on their cameras, and they would all be doing jumping jacks and sit-ups, punches. All of the students would be like counting how many sit-ups one student did, and then they would take turns and cheer one another on. Because it's during COVID, you're trying to make the best of it. But
right.
Outside of that,
and it's tough. I'm gonna tell you why it's tough. Because my kids now, my first batch, my sons kind of get on me and say, "Man, you didn't push sports enough." But them little jokers forget. I used to take them to the tennis court, so they teach them tennis, but they wanted to hit it like baseball.
Yeah.
Like, no, you got. I'm trying to show them the techniques, and they get mad at me. I just want to hit it over the fence. I said, okay, then do whatever you want to do. and now they're mad at me. Well, you should have forced.
Blue, can you text Suave? Because Anon is in the back.
Oh, okay, I got it.
So the kids will come back on you later on. They're like, "Oh, you didn't make us do." Because I like self-directed learning. My wife she's like a self-directed learning teacher. I like the kids to show me what they got.
So self-directed, is that more like Montessori? That's what they call Montessori. Okay, I got you.
And then you see their desires, their qualities. You make sure that they excel in that. You can see their weaknesses, and you work on that. But you treating the kid just like you a human being, not your slave, but somebody. They're human. They have feelings like us. They have desires like us. And you'll be amazed at how fast they learn really fast when they're self-directed.
I think Niame's got a point there when it comes to self-direction, and even within the self-directed teaching, like you were saying about utilizing the things that they're interested in, you can also utilize it in different ways to make different elements of, things that they may not be so interested more fun from a different perspective.
Yeah. And I had that as a kid because I can remember, and this was way back in the 70s. They tried to put me on Ritalin because they say I wouldn't sit still. So my mom would take me to the park before school and let me run. And I did it. It was just, I had so much energy in the morning. You couldn't make me sit down in a chair and listen to this old white lady say ABCs. I just wasn't going to sit there.
And I want to play ancestors advocate right here, right? And y'all make do you feel that there's no such thing as ADHD?
Oh man.
Just asking a question. I don't mean like
I'm saying like in my case, I can speak for my case.
No. And do you not your case? No, I mean no such thing. It's fabricated, it's made up.
No, I'm not gonna say it's fabricated. No, it's not fabricated.
Okay, that's fair because as a person in the mental health field, I do believe that lots of people are overdiagnosed. I will go on record saying that. Absolutely. I think I did a training with my staff one last school year on how ADHD is often that the connection or I forgot the title of the training, but it was basically how trauma can appear as ADHD, right? So I definitely agree that it is people are misdiagnosed and it's overdiagnosed as ADHD. But I definitely am not one of the people that feel like that it doesn't exist. Like there is no such thing as a person having some sort of chemical imbalance that interrupts and impacts their ability to focus and attend, right? I'm talking about a person who may have minimal to no exposure to trauma or anything else, but who experiences these symptoms. And for the most part, what you would see is that someone who experiences that in childhood, when they're an adult, they continue to have the similar symptoms, right? And it just doesn't go away because you graduate high school and you're now out of school and you don't have ADHD. Like it's real. Like I have a cousin, he's 45. His body is like the body of like a 30-year-old. He has to work out so much because his ability, like for stimuli and his sensory needs, you could have a conversation, he won't even know what you're saying because his mind going. He can't attend to what you're saying to understand you because he hasn't had his workout for the day. You understand what I'm saying? Like as a 40, so he's developed these coping skills. Like if I want to be able to be on point at work, I want to be able to have a conversation with my wife and not get cussed out because I wasn't listening to her, I have to work out. I have to have quiet time. I have to put my headphones on. But like he has these different skills, even as an adult. So I can say that it does exist. However, you got a little 6-year-old, 7-year-old, and they cutting up in your class. That don't mean they got ADHD, give them a medication, give them pills and all of like, nah, like I understand and I recognize there's a difference between classic ADHD and overstimulating, poor classroom management, poor parenting, trauma, a student being hypervigilant because of their trauma, like all of these different things that, when it's time for an assessment, they may miss it. They may not pick up on all those things in an assessment. And they just say, oh, they got ADHD and they don't even have it. It's fucked up. It's really, really messed up that little kids, get these diagnoses, because of a quick little assessment, and they don't have a lot of history. They don't know the young child very well, and
I'm very noted because I've seen over the years here how we originally had our own community projects that worked in conjunction with the schools, and we had men from our communities that were trained in the different areas that would work with the young men, like you were saying about getting the workouts in. They would give them the different coping mechanisms to manage, what they were dealing with at school, bullying and etc. But what I've seen change is those groups stopped being funded and the schools changed the policy with the government, and now that funding that went to those projects is no longer there. It goes direct to the schools. The schools are supposed to maintain that. Where I see the issue is a lot of the schools that are dealing with the young people do not have the cultural background to understand the trauma, the issues and different things that happen with our community to manage the young people the way that they need to, or to put in the time and effort that's necessary when you've got a 6-hour block. Whereas the community projects were making up for that before school, after school, coming into the school. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah. You know what I experienced? I moved from New York City to Atlanta, Georgia. And at the time, my child was in the 2nd grade. And for anybody who know about Atlanta, he went to Clayton County Elementary School, right? And he started having all these behavior issues. One, I mean, I knew that, just transition, kids have issues with transition, right? But his school in Georgia had no recess. They had no outside play.
What?
In New York City, almost every elementary school has what we call a schoolyard. Okay. It's a humongous slab of concrete where you run, you play tag, you play double dutch, you got a football, boys throw the football around, we handball. Yeah. It's playtime. You eat, you go outside, you play, they blow the whistle, the horn or whatever, everybody line up, and you go back into school, you're all sweaty and funky, and you go back to class, right?
Yeah.
He moved to Atlanta, and it was class, lunch, class. I said, what? He's in the 2nd grade. Little kids want to play. This is
need to burn off.
Man, the lady started telling me he not acting like a 2nd grader. He don't know how to act like a 2nd grader. What you mean? He just got this. It's a month in the school. He just learning how to be in the 2nd grade. Yes, he's immature. Man, he's 7. what the fuck? like, it was crazy to me. And I'm like, you don't, to me, a person doing that schedule has no insight on child development, right? And that's what we're talking about. When policies employ all of this type of knowledge of child development, what is developmentally appropriate, what are developmentally appropriate behaviors. Because if a child appears to be distracted, you don't just run to attention deficit disorder, right? If you have a gifted and talented child and the work is too easy and the work is beneath them, they may also be distracted, right? Because they don't need to listen to the whole lesson for you to get it. Their brain moves a lot quicker. So the very fact that they often jump to, oh, he got ADHD or she got ADHD, it just shows a bias in that they see Black male predominantly. I'm not saying that young girls don't, but Black males are diagnosed at a higher rate than than their counterparts in white males. And a lot of it has to do with bias. And then it doesn't incorporate, like I'm saying, the developmental activities such as physical exertion. Boys in general are a lot more tactile than girls are. Girls are a lot more verbal, and they can acquire information through articulation, through hearing. They're like auditory learners, writing and so forth. Boys, they need to act it out. They need the more kinesthetic and active type of learners. So to just say, oh, ADHD, I just didn't really, even in being in the field, I'm still in the field, and I definitely disagree with a lot of that that type of reasoning, when clinicians come to those kind of diagnoses. But yeah, I'm with you, sis, that having the programs that And the problem is that we're expecting the government to fund them. That's what the problem is.
I agree with you, sis. Because even here, we've got the same sort of issues. I remember when I'm in my 30s. I'm 38 now, 83, baby. Okay. And when I was younger, literally every day, twice, 3 times a day, we were doing PE. Cross country or different things. My daughter's a teenager. She's 14 years old. She's in secondary education, what we call secondary school. And they do PE maybe once or twice a week at the most.
Yeah, very academic, right?
Yeah, unless they're in, like running or they're doing something in terms of athletics. That's only where you'd see any more sort of, concentration on the sports areas, or unless they're going into year 11, year 12, when they're studying their GCSEs or A levels, and they want to continue being physical trainer or something that would be necessary for. So I feel like those parts need to be brought back. And where I see part of the problem is when it's come to those areas, when it's come to petitions, when it's come to rallying for those things to be brought back into schools, we haven't had the support of the men. It's us women that are signing the petitions, trying to get the voices out. When I'm sometimes on change.org and I'm looking at the different petitions and what's going on, what I can do to support communities here or abroad, and I'm researching, and sometimes it'll have live, who signed it, who's just signed it. It's constantly women. So we need the backup, whether we like it or not, of the men to get the numbers to be able to help change part of the system, because there's only so much we can do. You know what I mean? We're doing more than enough. We need, the gentleman. I know, like, obviously there's become a generalization, and a lot of the gentlemen that are on these panels are men that are interested in their children's lives. They're interested in being good role models, being good fathers. They're vested in their children's future. But we need the continued push from the good ones to let the others know that this is, you want your children independent, strong, having everything that they need. You need to take up an active role. You need to get more involved. You know what I mean? If people are aware that we're the most disrespected women on this planet, and we're still pushing through, we're still making strides, we're still making waves, we're still doing the damn thing and taking up positions that if you want to call it, men should be in those positions, then start taking a leaf out of our book.
Absolutely. Definitely getting the help from the brothers. Like, I'm definitely not one of those sisters that are just like, we don't need our men, or bump that, or whatever. I get that there are, that men that do encounter women who have this very, like, we don't care about you guys have ruined our lives, and X, Y, and Z. I'm more for like a family oriented type of thing, and I recognize and I appreciate the role of the man within the family. I feel like it brings about balance. Obviously every man is not at the top of his game in manhood, and every woman is not the top of her game with womanhood, right? So you have poor individuals, but on both sides. But if you don't only focus on the worst case scenario, and we're focusing on, a decent functioning individual within both genders, right? I think that most people would agree that that's a well-balanced household, and the children get the attention that they deserve and that they need, and the parents don't have the majority of the burden or the work that's all on them. And then that's, to me, healthy. So I could choose to, highlight what's wrong, but I choose to like speak on how it should be, right? And I think that, when you said we need the man's help in this, they need to be more vocal on what's going on with their children, being up there, parent teacher conference, whenever, be on the parents association in the school, being active in the school board meetings, and voting on what initiatives should be going on, as well as just the all that comes with their presence. We have had generations of that missing presence that we need to like make up for. So no argument with me in that department, sis.
I'll be honest, I sit on the fence now because don't get me wrong, I see the value. I see how it can be. I see how it was and the things that we implemented here that were working. It's been the way, what's the words that I'm looking for? I see how it can work. I see that it can work. But because of where we're at now, I sit on the fence because if the men don't want to participate, I can sit here all day and say the fact that you guys should participate, but they've got to want it for themselves. So I sit on the fence because I see the fact that women are doing it and continuing to do it. And if not learning by our examples or other examples, or even in terms of having this wider conversation, I'm not sure what it's going to take for people to get on code. So in the midst of it, yeah, perfect situation, I would love that, but that's not all of our realities right now. Do you get what I mean? A lot of us are having to make the best of the situations that we've got. It would be great if a lot of the parents out there, even if they're not together and they're in single parent families, for the men to get more involved, but for the right reasons, and being consistent and being that good role model. But because of the mental health of our community, I don't know where it's going to go, because I'm seeing the fact that women are investing in their mental health, in their self-love, in trying to affirm their children and raise them the right way. And yes, having that male role model, the balance, the femininity and the masculinity in the household is important, but a lot of us have got to make our way without it.
So this is my little thought process on that. When you say like, how do we get to that, right? I think that the households that are already established in that dynamic, we can definitely talk about being positive step parents, right? That's something that is not foreign to our community, so it shouldn't be taboo, that a man can be a father to a child that he is not biologically his, nor women being mothers, being mother figures to children and that aren't biologically hers. To me, in my opinion, you're not loving no man and you treating his kids like crap. Like, that's just me, and I'm gonna just throw shade on any woman that's doing that. I also think that when we have these conversations, we're really speaking to people who are in the process of establishing these relationships, so they can develop families with intention and purpose outside, and that's not what we have been doing. Do you see what I'm saying? So it's more like, huh?
No, carry on. Sorry, I'm agreeing with you. I'm listening to you, sis. Carry on.
Yes. So the people who aren't in a family situation, they don't have children yet. They just coming together like, oh, he cute, or she cute, or yeah, she pretty, and she uses fancy words. You really have to look at this woman like, would she be a good mother to your children? That being and getting to a place where having children is a lifelong situation. I am establishing a family. I'm not just having a baby. I have my baby mama. No, she's my family. He's not my baby daddy. He's my family. We are a unit. We a whole squad right here. You don't see we got the same last name, or we got the same name. we roll like that. It's not no just fly by night type of situation. You know, we have to speak like this so that people who are in these situations, they can be like, you know what? Even if my grandmother didn't get down like that, even if my mom didn't get down like that, you know, if I want a different outcome, I gotta do something different. You know, my dad, he didn't listen, both of my grandfathers have over 24 children. I've said that more than one time in the chat. Both of my grandfathers. You know, one of my grandfathers from Jamaica and the other one from Barbados. Enough, pick me, I go on. Just children everywhere. Now, mind you, my mother would tell you, she knew all of her brothers and sisters. You know, to her, that was a good thing. She knew her siblings. Ain't no, you can't financially take care of no damn 24 kids. You know what I'm saying? For real. You know they wasn't being taken care of. Right? My uncle was like, yeah, you know, I go to jail and 2, 3, 4 of my brother are in jail with me. You know what I'm saying? He go to jail and his family there. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's crazy. We have to do better. We can't just say having a child is just, oh yeah, I got a little mini me out there. If your child is 7 and they can't freaking read, that's a reflection of you. And if you know you didn't sit down with that child to read because you got 6 and 7, 8 in another household and 5 over there in another household and 3 over there in another household, you don't have time to teach your kids to read. Whose fault is that? That's just that one woman's fault that kid can't read? It's yours for not being there, bruh.
I think that we've got to a point where it's changed in terms of the narrative within our community that family to a certain extent isn't a positive thing. This whole, you know, because you've got people like, I don't even want to say his name, KS, that are going on about people shouldn't be stepfathers and all this kind of thing. And I remember so many stepfathers at one point in our community, even down to people who heard me turn around and say about there was a period of time where the pastor within our community, he married off a load of young people that were not ready. When I look back, and it's funny now, because in speaking to those young people that are now adults, they realized the fact that they were nowhere ready to get married. They didn't have the skills or anything to be able to hold down a family. And I understand why those men did what they did, even though I don't agree. At the same time, my uncle, who unfortunately passed during this pandemic, he was a legend in our community because he came over with the Windrush generation. He was very community spirited and he was very community minded. After a lot of the men, one by one, dropped off, got divorced, and, you know, left a whole heap of single mothers, he was one of the brothers with a few other men within the community that was just non-stop. There was very few times, unless my uncle was really on holiday, where I saw him take a real break, because he was here and there. He was, you know, dealing with his own kids, teaching them. But then when he saw other kids going without, even down to the Sunday school bus, you know, to make sure that we got from the hood to church safely, he was driving that bus. He was going and painting somebody's wall. He was putting together a shelf. He was fixing a plug. Do you get what I mean? He was always active in making sure whatever he could do for the children, the kids, the teens in the community, he would do it. But in this day and age, the selfishness to a certain extent is unparalleled. And I think the difference with him and that part of that generation of good men that existed here at that point in time was they saw value in the family. They saw value in the women, you know, that they were with, or just the women within the community. They saw value in the children. And that seems to have gone out the window with what's going on today.
But you know what? I think that, so the reason why I said, like, I spoke about, like, changing the mindset, like, in general to couples, is because I just feel like there's an overall culture that doesn't value family, right? And I don't know, you know, we could speculate on, is it women conducting themselves like they don't care, they you know, they don't value family, so then the men view it that way, or if it's the men doing it first and the women do it, like, you know, that's that whole who came first, the chicken or the egg. But I do feel like, and the first time I actually, because I thought I was in a bubble for one moment, I thought everybody kind of like get it, you know. And my one of my maternal cousins, she kind of felt like she was having complications getting pregnant. And so she had one miscarriage, and then she was, you know, in a relationship, and she conceived. And I remember we took a trip, and she didn't want to tell us because she was afraid that she was going to miscarriage again, but she didn't. And as she got further on, you know, I was really, really happy for her. So congratulations, cuz, da, 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 da. So like, what's next? You know, like, I mean, like, yo, you gonna marry dude? And she was like, hold on, calm down. I'm having a baby. Ain't nobody talking about marriage. And I said, wait, hold on. So you think that marriage is more serious than having his baby? I was like, I don't understand. And then when she further like started getting further along in her pregnancy, in her mind, she had no intention of living together as a family with him. For her, it was like, thanks for the seed. You gave me the baby. You're cool. We can continue to date, but I'm going to be with my family and my mom, and, you know, and then she started like, if you want to be around I think something happened around his family, but once something happened around his family with the baby, once she cut that off. Like it was just like she never saw herself as having a family with him. And I just couldn't, I was like, where did it come from? Like, your mom and dad was married. Like, I could not understand where that mentality came from. But she definitely conducts herself as a single mom, even while having a man in her life. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, it's really weird. And I wouldn't think that it's a unique situation. So that's why I said, I really think it's a culture that has developed where, you know, maybe she feels like he's going to end up leaving me one day, so I got to protect myself. I don't know what it is psychologically going on.
It has become that. I agree with you. It has become that. Working in sexual health and teenage pregnancy, it's almost like a warning that if you're going to, how do I say this? Say for example, say for example, I was to go and get pregnant now. It's not a nice thing to say, but the onus is always going to be on me as a woman. Whatever happens, if he leaves, if he dies, or whatever happens in the future, I've got to know, me one, that I can do this, that I can keep going and make sure this child is good. Is what I'm saying making sense?
But what I'm saying is that if that is where you start off with, right? Us as Black women, we have to understand that psychologically we have low expectations of Black men, right? Because I'm going to tell you, when I started working with this young woman, she was from El Salvador. And one, I realized that she was lying to me. She wasn't even sexually active, but she pretended to be sexually active. No, I'm getting them mixed up. This young lady was. She was a senior in high school, and I was talking to her, and she had a ring on her wedding finger. And I said, you married? She was like, no, calm down, but I'm gonna be. And I said, okay, so you have a boyfriend, you guys are really serious. Are you, let's just have a conversation about, protecting yourself, because you're young, you have a future ahead of you, and, things could happen to change the direction of your future. And she said, well, I mean, if I get pregnant, I'm gonna have support. Me as my, my mindset as a Black woman and my experience and environment, I'm thinking she's talking about her mom, her family, blah blah blah. She's, I have him. He's gonna take care of my child. So, like, as a Latina, she had no question if the man was gonna be there. A teenager in high school, like, I get pregnant, dude is there. Completely different mindset from some Black girl getting pregnant by her dude. Like, yo, he gonna tell you, here, go get it, you gonna get a push in. Like, I don't know who baby is that. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a whole. It's she didn't have the mindset that it's all on me.
Yeah.
She understood part of my culture is family.
Yeah.
Men create families, right? So what I'm saying is that we need to get back to that, because at one point we was there.
Yeah.
You don't be up smiling up in no woman's face if you don't got a pot to piss on and a window to throw it out of, because guess what? You shoot up the club, that baby needs somewhere to eat. We used to have those type of values, and we need to get back to, I get a woman because I'm building a family. She is my partner in this family, not, it's a family cut in half. She got the baby this weekend, I got the baby the following weekend. Like, like, and that's acceptable parenting. And I don't know.
Yeah. Our cultural
They
standards.
all quiet on this conversation. Why y'all quiet, brothers?
Mic check. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Come on, Blue.
I got an echo.
I mean, I'm in my car, so I don't hear an echo.
I don't hear an echo.
Oh, okay, cool. So yeah, I mean, I think and see, I think once again though, I'm always go back to capitalism, because as we step further into this society, we seeing it's less babies being created amongst those who are educated, and then not only educated, depending on what type of career, what type of careers that they go in. I think as we even move further, it's even going to become even amongst the labor class, it's less babies being created on a regular basis. My grandparents now had 17. Now we at like 2 to 3.
But you know what? I would say, like, this is just because of the type of work that I do. So understand why I have this perspective. I ain't even mad at us not creating a whole bunch of kids, because if we have in any major city, I don't know, 15,000 kids in foster care, you know how many of our kids need to be a real home, a real mom and dad? Like, some consistency, some parenting. The answer to me is not everybody creating new life. Not right now. Like, we got a whole, like, generation of kids removed from their homes, growing up with attachment issues, not trusting adults, not trusting individuals, being violated, being abused, being molested. Like,
I don't think though it's just about necessarily having kids. I don't think people are really wanting to be with other people in general. Locked down. I don't think really today women don't really want to be locked down with nobody, and men don't want to really be locked down with nobody.
Do you know what, Blue? I think it's a combination of things, because when Melanated Goddess, my dad's side of the family, there was 12 of them. And then I had one of my aunties, she had 20 kids. And there's some parts of the family that it was just ridiculous. And really within those families, you were looking at the whole married single mother, because of the fact of dad having to work so hard or doing whatever it was at that point in time, as well as, single families become more prevalent. But what I'm noticing here, because I've got cousins that are married, that want to have children, but they're looking at the emotional responsibility, the economic responsibility, how much it costs to put children into university and education now, as well as what it's going to take for them to get through their pensions, as well as the society that we're living in. You know, within London and different parts of England, we've got, you know, high knife crime and stuff like that, and the attacks and stuff on women. So there's a group of because I've seen reports recently and during the pandemic where couples are saying that they don't want children, that they don't want to raise children in this society, that in order for them to get through their lives, and the cost of what it costs to have education, and the fact that every so often you're having to go back into education to update your skills to make more money, that what it takes, and with there not being a proper community in the way that it used to exist, and the way that childcare is such a big business now, that for some of them that it doesn't make sense, and I can understand their reasons why. Plus, like what Melanated Goddess said, we've got a massive, you know, in social services care here, the highest rate, I can't give you the figures off the top of my head, are Black children within our care system. And under that is biracial children. So, you know, in terms of like what Melanated Goddess said, we've got a whole generation that needs our support, that needs the community, that needs, you know,
we need black people to get approved as foster parents, or you consider something. And I know people have it, like, it's, you know, in our community that is done, but that is a huge need. So to me, you know, when these like quote unquote conscious dudes pushing all this polygamy, we nation build, bruh, go get them build a nation up there in that foster home right there. Get a home, 14 kids in there. That's bad as you can in them 14 kids.
But see, I think though the conditions of the city is only going to add to that.
Man,
I think
hold
black
on.
people need to lead the
Hold
city.
on. I've been waiting for 45 minutes.
Hey.
I was out of prison.
Hey,
How long you been in Abraham bosom? God
yeah,
damn.
I was sitting in Abraham bosom forever, pray. Hey, Suave, I'm doing a whole stream on you, calling you the master cupcaker. I know you ain't doing nothing but cupcaking right now.
What's cupcaking? That's boo loving.
Yeah, that's boo loving. That's what... Yeah, you from the South, man. What you...
Somebody explain to me what cupcaking is, please.
That means you cuddled up with your boo, man.
Oh, okay.
He's sitting there. Hold on.
You already know it, caked up. We say booed up.
Yeah, he
I remember
booed up.
Griff said that. Griff was like, I like that song. Shit, I be booed up.
Yeah, that boot up right.
All right, man. Look, bro. Like, it's so much I've been wanting to say. Hold on. All right.
Go ahead.
Go to ADHD. And
Yeah, I'm gonna mute out, man. I know you ready to get it out.
Yeah, I'm coming at you last. I'm saying where I want to come at you for last. ADHD first. I agree that it exists, but I also agree.
Damn, we going that far back?
Yes, man. Look how long ago I was sitting on you. You don't shut
a long time, and y'all may even back there.
You leave me alone.
Let him release and get it off his chest. He needs to vent. We're listening, Danon.
ADHD, I'm gonna be real quick with this one. Yes, it exists, but yes, it is also very, very much overdiagnosed. When you were talking about schools in Georgia, it's not just in Clayco. It's in a lot of places in Georgia where they won't take these kids out. Or they have these different rules where if it's too hot or if it's too cold, you know, we just not gonna do it.
You know exactly what I'm talking about. I forgot you out there.
Yeah. So I know exactly. And you got to understand, my daughter only went to school out here. Only got one kid that went to school out here once. She went there for 1 year because at first they had said it was mandatory for pre-K. And so she did pre-K 1 year. And they was apologizing to us like, oh, I'm sorry. Your daughter's only one in the class that could read, and we was trying to get everybody there, but it's really just turning into social hour for her. And I was happy because, you know, she been getting homeschooled her whole life. So for her to go out and kick it, you know, that was cool with me because I already knew what I'm teaching her at school or teaching her at home. But I hate these schools. I'm not gonna lie. I hate these public schools. They don't teach our kids anything, or they don't know how to teach them. So for instance, I got to teach my son and my daughter completely different at homeschool. I'm their teacher, right? And so with my son, he has to have, you know, every 20, 30 minutes, he got to get up and move around. Now, part of that is because he's only 4. But the other part of that, he is a boy. Like, he got it. And as his doctor says, he's a real boy. Like, he be ready to go. He just on go. He's brilliant, right? He's in first grade as a 4-year-old, holding it down. 4.0 and everything. But he has to move around. He's got to, you know what I'm saying? He got to get active. If teachers can't understand that, I don't think they should be teachers. That's the other thing. I think we got to get to the point where we require more out of
They
teachers.
do. It's how they treat us. And that's the issue. Black and Latino kids, bro, they be trying to get us ready for prison, bro. They ain't getting you ready to be a person.
And no, that's another good point. I mean, because when you think about when you see certain pictures of young kids, you know, 1st, 2nd grade, their eyes are all bright-eyed, bushy-tailed. By the time they get to 5th or 6th grade, somebody has snatched that spark. Somebody has snatched that life out of them, making them feel as though they're doing something wrong when, honestly, they're physical children, number one. Right? They got all of this energy, all of these muscles that's developing. Like, my kids look like baby track stars right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't tell me that those muscles don't need to be worked out. They don't need to be, moved around. They can't help it.
Ain't our kids are swole.
They slim. They super cut up, because we always in the gym or we always doing something. So they just, they super cut up, and that's what's up. But you gotta let them move.
Can I because I mean, by no means, like I think because of my experience, it really does have me look at some of the conversations that we have differently. So like when Blue just said, they preparing Black and Latino kids for jail, right?
Mm-hmm.
If I don't even say so I'm trying to be delicate with how I say this. Having worked in a elementary school with majority of the staff being Black, overwhelmingly of the students being Black. So my school was probably 70% Black, 30% Latino, 0% white.
Did she get snatched or did I go out?
Yeah, I think that was her. I was wondering too.
Yeah, I was.
Oh, you gotta go back. Hold on.
Go back because I
cut out for a second.
You said 0% and then
okay, 0% just regular white. We ain't had no like white kids who were
0% regular white.
No, 0.
Where you went to school at?
This is DC. Where I worked, not where I live. I mean,
this is where you at right now, right?
Yes. Okay. So in this school, what I would say is this preparation for jail is not one-sided. It's environmental because there's lots of kids that come to school. There's lots of kids that come to school with issues, that come to school with dynamics from their homes, that come to school with dynamics from their neighborhoods, that the school, right? So let's say you have a kid that constantly sees his dad punch his mom.
What is he gonna do? He's punching.
Hold on, listen. He comes to school. He comes to school, and somebody says, "Oh, can I get one of your chips?" You know how they say, "Oh, if I touch it, I can eat it." They playing around, and this kid fucks them up, just like straight beat the mess out of them, right?
Mm-hmm.
The following day, they cannot just be sitting in the class like everything is good, no consequence, Hey,
Right.
Johnny, you said there has to be. So when we instill a consequence, right?
Mm-hmm.
It can seem like it's preparing these kids, but what they should do, if they want to give a consequence, a 1 day suspension, 2 day suspension, 1 day suspension, 1 day in school suspension, because in school suspension, they make them fill out these little thinking logs and what did I do wrong? How could I do it differently? Blah, 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 all this other stuff, right? Okay, fine. But there also needs to be, when they call the counselor, the school social worker, you think parents want to talk to them? You think parents want some community shit like, hey, my household, I'm really stressed out as a mom, and sometimes I beat my kid, because they dad is like, it's not. So it's like things multiplying things. It's not just the. I agree. There is a school to prison pipeline. I definitely agree. But what I will
There's
say,
also, yeah,
that,
right.
I mean,
You're right.
I see it firsthand. Like, you could call. I called the lady. Her child was in kindergarten, and I said, "Ma'am, I need you to come get this little boy because he got ringworm." She said, "That's eczema." I said, "Ma'am,
That's ringworm, right?
I said the nurse has evaluated him.
Right.
He needs to be picked up." Well, I'm across town and I don't know. And I said, "I'm telling you, if you fail to pick up your child, this could be interpreted as medical neglect."
Right.
She hung up on me. And then she came and picked up her kid. But this is the kind of stuff that the school got to deal with from the family, right? So we can't only look at like the school suspending kids, the school, some schools is really like Eastside High. You know what I'm saying? Like for real. And what did Job do when he first got to the school? He kicked all them motherfuckers out. That's the first thing he did in Lean On Me. He kicked them out. And he had a clean slate, and he started with the ones who wanted to go to school. I don't know. I don't know what the recipe is, but
Nah, and that's the other thing I wanted to get to. So here is the recipe, right? And this is why I kind of was feeling some type of way about Blue, but I also agree with some of what Blue was saying. I agree that capitalism is a problem, at least in terms of what people are doing with it. But the other problem is we as Black men haven't educated each other enough as a whole, right? We have not taken advantage of all of the different programs that are out here. So for instance, we'll tell people it's bad to start a 501c3, but yet look and say, well, what about all the other affluent Black people that aren't helping? You know what affluent Black people will help? A nonprofit that's there to build schools. They will donate to that because now they get a tax write-off. They will donate to that because they know that that's their way to help their kids, especially when you think about many affluent Black people are working 60, 70 hours a week. They don't have any other time, but they have treasures, or even some of them may have talents that they can submit. But we have to start taking into account, we got to do better at building infrastructure in our own communities. For instance, why do we not know how to? Hold on.
He's alive. He's alive.
Oh my life. Don't do that. Don't do that. Man, I was out, man.
Hey, Cupcake. Hey, Cupcake.
I was out, man. Got stuck. Phone died. I'm like, damn, that's
Why he giving us all
Is that a euphemism for something?
Nope.
Yes, exactly.
Right.
He was cupcaking. That's what I heard. You was cupcaking.
No, I went to the grocery store.
Notice what he said. His phone was out and he got stuck in.
Yeah, I got stuck.
Notice what he said.
Nah, I got stuck.
That's a euphemism. But it's cool though, brother. You married.
Problems, man. Yeah, man. I'm in this motherfucker like, damn, look, phone off. One phone died, the other phone off.
Yeah, that's lame. Ain't nothing worse than when you forget it's time for you to pay your bill. You like, God.
Goofy ass nigga. Man.
He did.
Yes, he did. Shout out to the chat, man. Shout out Scar Beauty, Melinda 1973, Tequila Fortune, Nicholas Pickles, man. Shout out to y'all Tiff, XYZ2, Asiatic Line, man. Who we got? Elder Yara Judge, Elder Yara to be exact, Reese Peace, Moonstone. Shout out to you. Miss Whitney Reeds, MJ. Yeah. Hey, now I want to who else we got? Going up. Y'all was chatting back and forth for a little while, huh?
Yeah, I'm gonna get on your line first off.
Yeah,
hey,
man.
You had me sitting here for almost 40 minutes while you was cupcaking.
Did you text me?
Yes.
What happened?
And called you.
What happened?
I ain't getting no response because you was cupcaking, nigga. That's what happened.
Yeah.
I figured it had to be something though, because I thought about it. I was like, damn, he never let nobody in.
Yeah, man. Today was just on some. It was a cool day. It just had some bullshit for like 30, 40 minutes. Oh shit, man! Don't tell me this shit here, bro.
I got why my son just fell down the stairs, thinking that he could bring almost his whole toy box from his room to
for real.
Exactly why I moved away from the stairs right there, bro.
And all I heard was
more of that shit.
Blah 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 blah.
I can't take it. I'm like, nah, man.
Bro, I read in there. I thought it was over, bro. I was like, oh Lord, something happened.
He think he in trouble. He trying to hurry up, clean up.
Nah, he's saying it wasn't my fault. It wasn't my fault. I was like,
he was in trouble.
Bro. I was like, are you all right? Did you hit your head? Look, he gonna say, oh no, I know how to fall now, Daddy. I said, oh Lord.
My man.
Like I told you, he a real boy, bro. Like it is what it is.
Listen, let me tell y'all something really quickly. Yesterday, I went to go visit my cousin, and me and my cousin is we outside talking, and this little girl walked up to us and said, did you guys see a little boy? We was like, no. She was like, oh, that's my brother. I said, you don't know where your brother is? She was like, no. I said, well, what's his number? Can I call him? Does he have a cell phone? She was like, no, he don't have a cell phone. I'm like, well, okay, what's your mom number? I don't know. Oh, okay.
Whoa.
What where do you live? I don't know. What's you don't know your address? No. I'm like, what the hell? So she was 8 years old. Her brother was 9. They went for a walk or something outside playing. So I said, okay, let me figure out how to communicate to her. What school do you go to? What's your teacher name? She's telling me the name of her school. So we look it up on the phone. Her school is like 2 miles away from where we at. So I said, when you go to school, does your mom drive you to school? Do you walk to school? She says, I walk to school. I said, okay, so if somebody took you to your school, would you know how to get home? She was like, yes. So my cousin called the non-emergency police because I was like, I ain't about to put no little girl up in my car.
In your car, right?
Heck no. I was like, and the dude definitely was like, I'm not doing that, right? So we called.
Hell no.
Yeah.
Y'all bogus
Definitely
as
not
hell,
gonna set me up for that one.
Bogus. You thought the little child was gonna
Nice
turn around.
try.
Get that stranger danger.
So how old was the child, Mel?
She was 8 years old.
Bro, look, my son 4. He know his address. He know his number. He know numbers.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, yo, parents. But you know what? So when the non-emergency police rolled up, he said he has encountered 15-year-olds.
Nah.
And he'd be like, what's your address? And he'd be like, I don't know, but I could show you how to get there. Like, because they just know their neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? They just know, oh, I'm down the street from the Popeyes over there, da-da-da. You make a left at the Popeyes. They don't know the names of the streets and stuff. I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? This is like, it's in Maryland, but it's like right outside of DC. Like you could, from where I was, if I was to take like a 5-minute walk, I would be in DC. And it was just crazy. So eventually, number one, I believe that her brother didn't go home because his ass would have got in trouble if he would have showed up without his sister, right?
Right.
So now the mother don't even know that her daughter missing because the brother didn't show up, like she lost. He probably walking around crying like, I don't know where my sister, So eventually, when the police was driving around, she must have said, "They go my brother" or whatever. So he found a brother and then took them home. And then he called my cousin back to say they're safe. We found a brother. Da, da, da. And I'm like, so I decided to share that story with you guys. That was yesterday.
Okay, but what? And so here's the issue, though, right? Like,
Thank you for your services.
Yeah, and this is rapidly becoming the norm, where some of these things we was taught in school, like know your address, know your phone number, right? And if you wasn't taught in school, you was at least taught at home. Like my mom made sure I knew what was up. We are just rapidly moving to the point where there's no. What's up? We just rapidly moving to the point where there's no community accountability either. And some of that is, like Blue was saying, I ain't putting that kid in my car and taking him home. That's the okie doke, right? But the other part is there just no life skills being taught. In the plan, like I think it was one of the sisters in the chat had asked, do you got a plan to build a school? Yeah, I got all types of plans, but I also need help. We need finances. We need resources. We need these things put in place. And to say, oh, the system is just set up for us to fail or there's nothing in place for us to use, that's where the pushback comes in for me. I'm not saying that the system is perfect. I'm not saying that I love the system, but I'm saying we have to use it at this point because there are several things there for us. There are several things there that are put specifically in place for us to take back our communities. We won't do it. That's the problem. We won't do it. At this point, nobody else is going to help us. No, the churches aren't even helping us, if that's what you want to say, right? However, there's half of these programs are so over inundated with children and cases and just flooded with too much, with a lack of resources, a lack of employees, all of this. It's up to us to even create the nonprofits that are going to pay certain people to run these companies and run these situations. It is over for looking to other people. I'm done with it, right? I will show certain people how to build business credit. I will show you how to do these things, especially now that I finally am able to stop leaning on other people and have these things set up personally, right? And all of this different stuff. I'll show you. The other problem I do have, though, is when you do have people who will show you or will help you, it's the assumption that, oh, that it's just your job now to lend your services for free to the entire community, and we're not going to do anything for you after we find out that you're not scamming, after we find out that you've taken care of us. Right? There's a lot of things that we got to look at in our community. If you got a brother or a sister who's saying, I will give you my time and my services from the skills that I have, once you find out that it works, bless that sister, bless that brother. Right? People respond way better to positive reinforcement than to negative reinforcement. Like, we have so much that we have to fix and that we have to do that we don't have any more time to talk about what doesn't work. We have to look at the things that will and start to deploy or employ, whatever word you want to use, in our community. Because you have a lot of brothers and sisters out here with the skills and the wherewithal and the desire to help. But there's just
I hope you know that ain't gonna save you on the 25th.
Oh, you worried about debates? I'm talking about real life. Hey, look, bro.
Yeah, I hear you.
Hey, what y'all debating?
Hey,
I hear you.
Yeah,
What's
yeah,
the
yeah, let's make about the debate then. Hey, I forgot all about that, I'll be honest with you. I'm gonna kick your ass. You know, I'm gonna beat the brakes.
We're working on this whole closing round. We got look. I'm listening. I'm like, hold
I just
on.
thought about this. That is a dope closing for that debate, bro.
This is practice. He think this is gonna be his whole closing round, huh?
Yeah, I got you lined up though. Like, see, and that's how you know, like, that is just in me, fam. Like, I got you lined up. You tagged up, bro. Don't even just try to make.
I'm definitely gonna sound psycho. It's
Yeah, I'm gonna
what's
make you
the
see it.
best
I'm telling you right
strategy?
now, bro. You're gonna be a lunatic that night. I'm letting you know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you go.
What-
I'm
what
gonna
is
do
it?
to you what you should have did to pro-black politics.
What is it?
It's what's the
What's the best? What is the best way to defeat white supremacy? Non-participation or strategic separation? But people, he's saying non-participation is. He talking about cold turkey. Just wake up
Cold
tomorrow,
turkey.
cold turkey, non-participation.
Yeah. Blue is raw with it.
Yeah,
Blue
Blue
is raw.
look, and then that's what he said. He said, "Well, you just gotta be prepared to die." Like, I was like, "Yeah, nigga, you done, bro? What did you doing?" Hey, you wild.
I
as
mean,
hell.
people dying, man. Like people dying right now. We could be
die every
using
day,
them
man. I
bodies
got it.
for a future.
He said,
a lot more people living too, though.
He said, "Look, we'll get the people that die."
Like, yeah, some people dying, but the majority of us
for nothing.
make it.
It could be more. We can make them into more. We can
Look,
turn
he
their
said,
death into something
Yeah.
that's supposed to be something.
Blue raw. That's just raw revolution right there.
Yo, and then he tried to say that he tried to lean on Huey talking about that revolutionary suicide. Bro, you don't do what Damo told you. Do not bring that
That's
to that debate.
Winnie Mandela was like that too.
Don't bring that.
Hell
to
yeah. Hey, Winnie Mandela, that's one of my guys.
That's the participation you going in there with, bro. For real.
Oh wow, I'm showing non-participation.
He doing
I'm
non.
gonna tell you right now.
I'm saying, but
showing
you ain't
South
bringing
Africa.
your cold turkey non-participation to the debate.
Yes, he's
Oh,
bringing
yeah.
cold turkey. That's the only reason
Oh,
we have
yeah.
the debate, because he said cold turkey.
I'll set up why.
Trying
I'm
to
gonna have. I
trying to
already
get
got the
that.
boundaries on why.
Trying to get that,
I'll tell
huh?
you
Ain't
right
you?
now. I mean, he gonna have to get around. He gonna have to get around Neely Fuller, and I don't think you can get around that.
Nigga, what are you talking? Not Neely
What
Fuller.
the
That
fuck?
just
You don't think he can say fuck Neely Fuller for a debate?
wait a minute. You don't think I can take Neely Fuller's plan and use it for me?
The will?
Do you
Yeah.
not think that I
I'm
can?
giving you to the 25th. You better have.
Do
You better
not
have that
think that
will covered.
bro? Don't do this.
You
Bro.
better have that will covered.
Don't do this, bro. Don't do this. Don't do this.
Cause I got the will covered already. Just so you know,
Don't
the
do
will
it, bro.
been covered too.
Don't do it, bro. Don't do it. I wasn't even gonna bring it. If you bring the wheel, bro.
What's the actual topic? What's the debate title?
What is the best tool to defeat white supremacy? Non-participation or strategic separation?
And then you let him use a strategic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I know you better
It
get
don't
him.
matter. It don't matter how strategic you do it. He's within. It's strategic within the. He's within the system.
This is the only way we're gonna get out of here. This is the only way we're gonna be able to.
So basically, it's can you use the system or not? That's the question.
And you say no, right?
Yeah, I'm saying no.
You saying
No
it's
way.
impossible. Let me ask you this. Let's have a
Impossible.
couple questions since we having this right here on this panel. Since we talking about this like this anyway. Can a 501c3 or a 503, a 504, any of these nonprofit type situations, can they be used in a positive light?
In a positive light?
Yes. Can they be used in a way to help our societies, to help our community?
Anon, for me, what is a 503?
You want me to explain what a
503 is? It's a nonprofit.
It's a nonprofit organization. Or
Yeah.
creation.
I keep forgetting that she's overseas. Yeah.
Okay.
So all of these are all different. These are all different types of nonprofit organizations. So
you know what? I just thought about that debate. Is it overthrow white supremacy?
Overcome.
Defeat it.
Defeat it. Oh yeah, that's different.
Yeah, it's to defeat white supremacy.
No, we didn't use defeat. We said overcome.
We did use defeat.
We did not use
What
defeat.
is the best tool to defeat white
Where's the
supremacy?
premises at?
We said overcome, bro.
Overcome, bro. That's Martin Luther King said over. We ain't never used
Why
no
you take it?
overcome. We said defeat.
Hey, look, I'm gonna be honest.
You didn't even just read overcome. You just said defeat.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'll give you defeat.
And the hands.
Yeah, I'll give you defeat. Like,
yeah, I don't see 501c3s defeating white supremacy.
I see 501c3s being a piece of it. See, that's the thing, bro. Like, I'm not gonna come in and just say
of the strategy to
stop the bullshit. You can have however many pieces you want. If you're using the system,
I'm talking about I'm talking about coming up with a strategy to actually defeat white supremacy, as opposed to just, hey, we're gonna wake up tomorrow and we're just gonna stop going to work. We're gonna stop doing everything. We're not paying no more bills.
Oh, you should know my plan gonna stop.
We had enough.
It's gonna.
Okay.
That's basically what I'm saying, but it's gonna sound a lot better than that on the 25th. You know that. But that's pretty much what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's
and
it.
Be
And
ready
I,
to
look,
die.
and I don't care how you paint it. I'm gonna take it and put it right in there. So he's saying, don't go to work.
I'm gonna eventually blatantly say that sooner. Or
Don't
later.
go to work. Don't do nothing, and then that's gonna crumble the system. That's gonna make everybody come and give you what you want, and crumble you down.
No. We don't want anybody to give us what we want.
You talking about defeat?
We want exactly. So we need to level the playing field.
Mind.
You ain't gonna level the playing field feeding the machine, my friend.
Bro, let me ask you this, bro.
He gonna continue to create better bonds. He gonna create better weapons. Better weaponized.
How does white supremacy feel about black people?
It hates them.
So it's just going. So how is it going to respond when black people just say "F it, we out the system"?
What you think?
They're gonna go to war.
We will respond in the appropriate way, and we will respond in the appropriate manner. And so I want you to be mindful of what you're saying. They're going to attack us for doing nothing.
Yeah.
Cool.
But hold on. No, here's the thing though. It's not going to be do nothing. It's going to be what happens when we get desperate, when we run out of resources. What happens?
You think black people gonna run out of resources?
What happened when we get desperate?
We got engineers. We got biochemists.
What's an engineer? Hold on, bro. What's an engineer without tools and resources?
Tools is everywhere, brother.
Near.
What do you mean?
What's an
engineer without an engine, bro? What do you mean? Tools.
You're done, bro. Ain't none of that gonna work. Rapid fire. That's not gonna work, bro. You know exactly what I mean, tools, and bro. That's why you can't answer the question.
And now you see, that's where you're gonna fall short at.
You're done, bro.
Sir, is a rock a tool?
Can you get to the rock? Is the question. Where you gonna get the rock?
Where will rocks be at? Where rocks is finna disappear all of a sudden? Is that what you're telling me? They disappear?
Where are you gonna get the rock from?
What's wrong, Caden, baby? What's wrong? Why are you running?
Where you gonna get the rock from, son?
That way.
He said you could just find rocks. Rocks are everywhere.
Rocks are everywhere, bro. What do you mean? Where you gonna find rocks?
You just gonna go on a walkabout in that neighborhood that you're not allowed in no more because you got
in the neighborhood.
You think
that's what?
So you're going out. So you're going out to the woods.
Hold on. Who's going
So you're going out to
the wilderness.
So you're going to the wilderness, right?
Hell yeah.
I didn't say what we was doing. I didn't say we was going to the wilderness. That'd be my premise.
And the stores.
Where you gonna live?
Everywhere
you want. Yeah, everywhere.
Yeah, you're losing. You're done.
Where y'all gonna live? Question is, where's y'all gonna live? You
mean in my beautiful strategic separation plan?
You build beautiful grocery buying motherfuckers. Where y'all gonna live?
You mean my
when the lights go out?
Separation?
Yeah, this guerrilla
when
warfare.
the lights go out, where you gonna be at?
You mean my
strategically in the office somewhere?
At home calling the emergency number.
My amazing strategic separation plan. That's what you're talking about.
You know what? We gonna send a team straight to A9 house and cut them line.
You better
Attack
send
the
2
team.
teams.
Straight to Adon house.
He said you better send 2 teams.
You better send 3 or 4.
You know your hooker nine crazy ass already gonna be in the
gonna need a
bushes somewhere.
team.
I'm telling you,
I
right
knew
now,
this day would come.
Yeah, who
This
can not
this is not
mud
the
and
place.
Yeah.
This is not the place. I'm telling y'all right now, bro. This is we don't even let the animals run around outside around here, bro. This is not the place.
But see, we
Yeah,
in
you
my
gotta
plan
send
we
people.
gonna have arrows. In your plan, you need bullets.
It's not need. We're gonna have bullets.
What you take, Queen Cascade?
I'm just like, arrows? Arrows? Blue, what are you going to be doing with arrows?
Right.
Man, y'all didn't see
you ever seen that real bow and arrow in action? Like by real
Y'all must forgot about
Avatar.
the
Y'all didn't see Avatar.
Hey man,
we
this
forgot about the
They
Kushite.
was bad with that bow.
This ain't TV neither, right? So
Y'all didn't see Avatar. They was knocking down.
I'm gonna tell you right now.
Until the lights go
Y'all
out.
pull up with a bunch.
We're
of
going
arrows.
to shut off
Y'all
resources,
pull up with a bunch
bro.
of arrows. I'm pulling up with a couple Mark 19s.
You need oil. You need
We pulling
oil
up. We
to
pulling
keep
up with
those
Mark
tools
19s, and y'all let me know
refined.
what it is.
Man, we gonna have King
You gonna wish
Shinnar.
you had an
We put
arrow
voodoo
when
on
we
you.
done.
We pulling up with Mark 19s. You let me
Man,
know.
and what you gonna do with them poison tip arrows against your rusty guns?
Them guns ain't gonna last long.
At all.
I get them guns. I get those guns 3 years with nothing to keep them up. And after that, then what?
Hey.
Now what you gonna do? You gonna turn it around and try to swing at me? You got one
Oh
swing,
my God.
and I got 8 arrows. And I'm being nice.
And then one
I
more.
could have
Hey, hold on. Look how lame this nigga is, dog. Hey, Big O, get your dumb ass out my chat, man. Hey, Big O.
What Big O say? I didn't see it. What he
He
said?
said
Dog,
these
it's
niggas
the
all
name.
talk.
It's the name. The name is Oh My Big. Oh, with the
Let me ask you a question on the whole bow and arrow thing. I used to do it a little bit when I was young, not the way that the tribes and stuff do it, white people version. Do you get what I mean? In a safe space. But are you proficient with the bow and arrow, Blue? You feel
right now?
Yeah.
No, I got regular guns.
Right.
So nobody's trained here with a bow and arrow and knows how to get.
I train with bow and arrows as well as crossbows. Yeah.
Oh Lord! Oh my God!
Yeah.
But that's what we need to be doing.
What you saying, young man?
Oh shit!
I said, "Oh my God! Here come Melinda. Shut it down. Shut it down."
You know what time it is.
What's the difference between
smoke.
Anon, don't be mad at me, but what's the difference between the regular bow and arrow and a crossbow? What the heck is the difference?
So a crossbow is more like a rifle in the sense of how it's built, right? It's a shoulder firing apparatus, and then you have much more pressure that you can apply with the crossbow. Whereas a bow and arrow is just a standard bow with an arrow that you have to use. Honestly, more skill. Like it takes. Even with the bow and arrows that you have
So
now,
it's more manual. The bow and arrow is manual, and then the crossbow is like a gun, kind of like a gun. You just bust it.
Yeah, in most respects, right? Especially with the newer versions of these crossbows out here.
Yeah, man, Blue is like straight guerrilla warfare.
Yeah, it's not gonna work out, bro.
Listen, Blue is trying to have everybody living in tents and eating MREs. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Viva la resistance.
he wanted to add some water to our little packets and then shake it up and then turn it into food.
I'm
You know what I'm
telling
saying?
y'all.
Like,
Yep.
It's the only way.
Guerrilla
peanut
warfare.
butter and crackers. You know what I'm
Trying to
saying?
win.
Ain't no I know about that type of life.
And I'm telling you, it's not gonna work.
We gonna Saddam Hussein it, bro. When they show up for the oil,
And you know what happened to
be
him?
gone.
You know what happened to Bin Laden? You know what happened to Saddam? You know what happened to Gaddafi? And all of these people, you can say you love them, hate them, whatever. It didn't work out, fam. So
You telling me Iraq lost?
what I'm telling you, tell me.
Huh? What you
tell
saying?
me. You
Did
tell
Iraq
me.
lose?
You tell me. The only part, look,
No,
the only person,
Iraq won.
only area that you can say maybe have a case is Afghanistan right now, and that's just because it's hard to beat them because they are. And I've been to war with both of them. When you want to talk about somebody going to war, that's the hardest fighters that we have probably anywhere right now. And that's just because people have been trying to take over their land for decades. But even look at them, they got to run to the mountains. That's not a real government. That's not a real nation. No. And even when you deal with Iraq has had to make capitulations. They've had to make all types of treaties.
You see what you just said, bro?
They've had to make all types
Are
of
black
treaties.
people a real government?
Relax for a second. They've had to make all types of treaties and all of this other stuff. So when you go into that situation, that's actually strategic separation. They didn't go cold turkey. Don't compare your plan to Iraq. Iraq didn't go cold turkey. Iraq didn't just wake up and say cold turkey. Walked away.
I want to know is
Iraq
black?
wake up
You
and
said
quit cold
Afghanistan
Did Iraq
was able to
wake
do
up?
it because
Did
they
Iraq
weren't
wake
a
up?
true
Excuse me,
nation.
sir.
Is
Did
black
Iraq
people
wake up?
a true
Did
nation?
Iraq wake up and quit and go
In the
cold
government.
turkey? Did Iraq wake up and quit and go cold turkey? Can I get an answer?
Yeah, we don't know that answer.
They burnt up. They go. Yeah. If you burn up,
on
I'm
most
sorry.
things, and I'm jumping out. I typically agree with you on most things, but I want to say this: we're in a system where, even though, let's say, militaries have allowed us to, take care of our families. My brother is a retired Marine, but we don't really know what's being fought for and fought about, so we really can't say that. I'm starting to get to a place where I know that I can't defend this country on what it says is right or wrong. And I can't look at these people and say that, you know what, they're the wrong ones. So I'll say this, when it comes to like money, I know there's a verse that says money is, for the love of money is the root of all evil. I know that mammon is a spirit, and attaining more and more is like this greed. So, but I don't think we can use mammon's system to fight mammon. We'd almost have to step out of it, and we'd have to believe in ourselves to stop feeding spirits, because spirits have to be fed.
That's a
something
fact.
that's as true as ever.
I'm sorry, I got excited. That's a fact.
Look,
You
can I
preaching,
respond?
bro.
Yeah. I'm
Nah,
with
you
Blue.
just died.
Blue is the
Let
high
me
priest.
respond before we get
You gotta have some spiritual
hyper-excited.
warfare, like
Before
8-9.
we get too hyper excited, let me respond.
8-9, you got to have spiritual warfare.
And
You
hello,
can't be so
Melanin.
carnal.
Guys, hey, everybody.
I agree with you. I agree with you. And what is the
Um,
spirit? And
hold
what is
on.
the spirit? According to the
Mammoth.
Bible,
Wait, I don't know what she's talking about. A mammoth and all that. I don't know what all that
Mammon
is.
Mammon is a spirit
That's
of greed.
rat poison.
And so, right. It's of greed. So there are different spirits. And so, like, when there's a verse that says, for the love of money is the root of all evil. People usually get that wrong by saying money is the root of all evil. It's not. Money is anything that you deem has some a value in which you can trade things and such. But mammon is a spirit.
Mammon is the
Is a
spirit
spirit.
that you have
Yes.
towards the money. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, mammon is spirit towards the money. So the attaining of
Okay.
things, the greed, just like when you see these the prosperity preachers, and they're wanting money. Well, we know that having salvation and redemption isn't even rooted in money. So because these are systems, and it's just greed. But they need to feed it. But if they make contracts with, they have to feed a spirit.
I got something to say. Blue, we got one of our comrades saying, Mongo Slade, I'm disappointed in you, Mongo Slade. You said Blue is going to have us cooking rabbits over a fire. Mongo, you gotta have a warrior spirit.
Hey. Repent now, Mongo.
Yeah. What's wrong with Black and Rabbit?
Hey, am I gonna have to start over talking y'all to get this out? Is that what I'm
Isn't
having?
rabbit isn't
Hey, let me
that's
shut
not
this
one of the
down. All
foods you
right,
can
I'm
eat,
not
right?
Melinda, but stop. Hold up. All right, listen. First off, strike one, you straw man. Because you assumed that I'm saying that we hold on and just love this system.
Oh,
no, I'm
not
talking about
saying that, but I'm saying I know that you have a good purpose. You're a good dude, Anon Hebrew. I really respect you. But you're family man. You have a wife and family. But I think that there are some of you who are like really business minded and you know how to work things. I get it, but I think that still, even you will have to be kind of brought down to something that says, look, we have to separate from it. I don't think that we're not going to beat this. this is something that wasn't set up for us.
Right.
That's
That's
what
why
I
I say
believe.
strategic separation. I didn't say come into the system. I said strategically separate. Both of us agree that we have to separate. That's
But
not
the
even
501c3s and stuff like that again.
and I'm
kinda
saying
going-
I'm saying use everything in
We're
this
gonna
system.
still here.
We have, to use
501c3.
everything, we have to use everything in this system. Even if you look at this from a biblical perspective, the first Exodus, they got all of the riches that they could before they left. The second Exodus,
Hey man, whoa.
No, they stole it. They stole it. Little
Yeah,
ass Israelite.
I don't care how you say it. I don't care if you say
Nigga,
hey,
you
I
are
don't
not
care if you
finna do
say-
that
I
with
don't
the
care if you
Exodus
say they
story,
put on
bro.
masks. I don't care if you say they put on masks and they went
They
door to
said
door.
they were in the wilderness begging, talking about the bread was plentiful in Egypt.
Nah,
That
nigga,
mean
that's
they didn't secure the bag like you talking
They still
about,
had
bro.
wealth.
Stop
They
it.
still had wealth. Stop it. Let me help you. Stop it. Stop it.
Oh,
Stop
so-
it.
so-
Let me help
so
you.
they had wealth,
Let me
but
help
they
you.
was
Let me
starving
help
in the
you.
wilderness.
Let me help you. Let me
Just
help
stop,
you,
man.
Let me help you because you seem to be lost and not understand
They
what's
all
going
they
on
had to
since you put
depend
down the
on
Bible.
was
What
the
we
Most
need
High.
to get back to
Where's your
is
faith,
what we're
brother?
talking about, and that is strategic separation, brother. And when
See,
you
and
deal
I'm gonna
with
show you
strategic,
got a lack of
and when
faith
you deal with
in
strategic
separation.
what we are
That
talking
means
about
you
is
don't
not.
believe black
It
people
is
could feed
not.
black
It is
people,
not the
and that the Most
destruction.
High
It's
will
not
work
the
through us
destruction of the warrior
to
spirit.
ensure
It's
that our women and
actually
children are
the
fed.
implementation of the warrior spirit. It is the utmost
But we need
supreme
to
thought process
crack
of a
the peanut
warrior
butter, Blue.
to put himself in a position to be successful when he goes to war. I don't think any of y'all have ever really been at war. And I can tell by the defeatist attitude that you have. Oh, the white man just always gonna beat us
Nah, I'm
down.
showing
No,
you a
brother.
different way of how to
No,
go to
brother.
war.
What I'm
I'm
telling you is the
we need to
reason
recreate the way that we fight war.
the reason that
The
we have
reason why he's
destroyed the
where
white
he at
man
is because he
we have not
recreated
figured
the
how
way
to
war is
unify.
fought
The
today, man.
second we decide to unify as a people,
So
and
now
we
you
decide
have to
use
do that
all
again.
the tools at
You gonna
our
use his
disposal,
shit.
and we decide to use all the tools at our disposal, that's when we decide to move forward.
He
as a
didn't beat the Chinaman
I would
until he
love
was
to
able to
see
split
you
the
go
bomb.
tell. I would love
Till
to
he
go
was able
see
to
you tell
split atoms.
40 million black people.
Man.
I would love to hear you go tell 40 million black people, hey y'all, it's time for us
That
to
they
go
gonna
on our
either do this
walkabout.
or die
It's time for us to
slowly.
go on our walkabout and go live in the woods. And you let me know how that's gonna work out, brother.
But Blue, they're not dying now,
how that's gonna
right?
work
It
out.
don't matter
So,
how it
Blue,
works. You don't matter how it
when you,
works out. The
Blue,
question
you
is, how do we defeat white
you said
supremacy?
do this or die, right? But if you got 40 million black people, and out of that 40 million black people, some of them have red bottom shoes and Mercedes Benzes and $1 million homes. They're not going with you in the woods. That's what Anon is telling you.
Yeah, but I think we got to listen to this debate. It's how do we defeat?
Right.
So it's more. It's philosophical. It's
I'm
ideological.
going to the how do you disseminate the message? And what I'm saying is that message is going to be lost by whatever percentage, whether you want to say it's 30-40% of our population that is way above the poverty line. And we actually have a lot more that's way above. We have a large percentage of our population that is actually considered the working poor. So they're above the poverty line, right? They're above the poverty line, but not necessarily affluent. So those people
So that's why
also
we should go
are
guerrilla
subscribing.
warfare.
Right, but so those people who, let's say, they have their own apartment, they got the little car, they driving, they got their kids, they going out to the movies, they got a family, X, Y, and Z. They don't feel like I need to do this or die because they're not dying right now.
And I would definitely agree, but I think that though that would end up making them counterproductive. I don't have to disagree with that.
No,
I think
what I'm
that
saying is
would
that
end
how
up
do you?
making them
So when we talking about
counterproductive though
philosophical,
towards
we're talking about the philosophical aspect. How do you communicate to those people how urgent it is for them to do this, like going living in the woods and stuff? Like how do you get them to buy into that if they are not in a dire strait?
Well, it's gonna have to take empathy. And that's why when I bring out my stories, it's gonna definitely have to take empathy. It's going to take empathy for people who are less fortunate than you. That's the issue, is that
Hold on,
we're not
bro. Wait a
empathetic
minute.
towards
And
the
I don't
babies
think
that
nothing
have
is
to work
wrong.
in sweatshops to create this, in order for us to benefit off of lifestyles
Bro,
like this.
bro.
We just
This is
continue to be
this
cool
is
with, well, it
horrible.
ain't our
Your
baby.
rhetoric on this is horrible. You got to work on it. I'm not gonna front. You got to work on
Oh,
your rhetoric.
No,
trust me, bro.
yeah,
I got stories.
I think
I
we
don't, I
really
don't need
can.
rhetoric. I got story, like real shit that's happened in the world. I'm just gonna try to figure out who you gonna pick and choose from. Exactly who we gonna fuck over. Who babies is we gonna fuck over? That's what I want to know.
Right, and there's
Why?
nothing
Why you
wrong
gotta
with
say it like
barbecue
that? You
squirrel
gotta be
nuggets.
so
Cause that's what
dramatic
it
with
is.
it, Blue.
We
Nah,
trade.
you
That's
gotta
what we
be so
saying.
dramatic
We
with
don't
it,
want to.
Blue.
We don't want to. We don't want to fuck over our babies. We need somebody else's to screw over. So we cool with Chinese babies being worked to death.
They work to death now. We definitely, like, let's not act like we
That
don't
is.
know.
Hey,
Hold
hey,
on.
better
Let me
not
get it
say
out. Let me
that.
listen.
Man,
Let's not act
I
like
see. I see. We gotta take
listen.
green out too. Blue.
Hold
You
on.
just
Let's
said
not act
basically
like
what you
We gotta
just said
take
is
green
niggas
out.
die
no,
every
Blue,
day, B.
don't tell me
That's what
basically
you
what I
just
said. Let me
said.
just say, no, let me just tell you what I said. Don't just paraphrase because you think you slick. Let's not act like we don't already know that they have child labor over there in China today. We always known that, right? Let's not act like we know that. And ain't nobody over here talking about, hell no, we won't go. Treat the Chinese good. We not doing all that. Don't act like we don't know that shit.
Tell 'em,
Don't
Neil.
act like everybody.
Tell this
Don't act like
Neil.
we don't know the bullshit that goes on in Africa to get us our cobalt for our cell phone, but everybody got the latest iPhone. Let's not act like we don't know what's going on, Blue. But I'm talking about.
That's the point.
If you're talking about
Look over these
people in
things to benefit.
North America. Let's talk about North America. And let's branch out from there. In North
Hey,
America.
hold on. Hey, that's a good question, Blue. Are we just talking? Are we talking about North America, or are you talking about global?
The best. Hold on. What's the title?
The best way to overcome or to defeat white supremacy. That's what you say.
For black people, right?
For black people.
Okay, so I'm talking about black people. But
so who are we calling black people? Now we're not gonna play. Who we calling black people? We're not gonna pull up and play. Who we calling black people?
No. When I'm saying black people, no, I'm talking about American black. But the
So we're talking about
implications.
America. We're talking about America then, right?
But the implications is I mean, when you
I
talking about white
understand the implications are global, but I'm saying when we talking about who's gonna lead the charge or how to,
Yeah. We're building it. It's definite. I'm not doing no bullshit like that.
Right.
But
yeah, I agree that it's gonna extend and reach global. I agree with that. Yeah, we
So
good.
black Americans supposed to live in tents and eat peanut butter and jelly.
Oh man, Blue, we gotta take out melanated goddess. We gotta take out Green. Green talking about what about all this money?
That's what he. Hey, that's what he.
So we gotta take Green out because he gonna snitch.
Mel, he telling you just supposed to wake up, go live out in the woods, eat peanut butter and jelly until it run out. Hold
we
on.
gotta take out A9.
Until it run out.
Blue, before we get this off, they didn't snitch us out
until
already.
it run out, or until the government decide. You know what? It's too many of you. It's too many of you N-words living in this federally protected.
You allergic to mosquito bites?
It's too many of you Negroes living over here in this federally protected park. We finna come drone y'all niggas to death.
I'm allergic to mosquito bites.
They gonna rat us out before we put together the strategy.
He done. He done, y'all man. You better help him, bro. This is gonna be a psycho coming 25th.
Yeah, I'm like Melchizedek. Let's rethink this before.
already get rid of it.
Yeah.
Hey, yeah. Well, let's do a meeting. You like the only one there and shit. You show up.
Look,
It's dark.
bro, I'm gonna tell you like this, bro. I know how to do that. I have lived like that. They dropped us off in certain places and was like, make it happen, bro. And I'm gonna tell you right now, I know how to do it. I'll never do that again unless I have to. It is the worst possible position to be in with a bunch of people who don't have those skills. You're out of your mind, bro. You are out of your mind, especially in a place where it's going to be more pressure than you can ever think of because of white supremacy. I think you don't understand that. This is what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about fall in love with the system. I'm talking about utilizing the system. I'm talking about actually giving people the incentive to show empathy. Isn't that what you said? Show empathy? Where is LeBron James's incentive to show empathy? Oh, well, he don't need his incentive. That's because he's selfish. You're damn right he's selfish. You're damn right he's selfish. And you know what? So the only way to reach that black man is to give him an incentive. And you know what the incentive is? Let's use the system to get us free.
LeBron is already doing that.
And he has incentive. He gets kickbacks off of it. He gets money for donating to nonprofits. He gets a lot. He gets notoriety. He gets more endorsements.
He has a good image.
He has an amazing image. So, right.
Man, Blue, we do. I'm looking in the chat. People say they allergic to monkeys. They're allergic to lions and mosquitoes.
Nigga. What you gonna do, bro, when you go outside and the first person gets swarmed by a swarm of gnats and they like, no, I'm good, bro. I'm going to work tomorrow. Fuck you. I got a good job.
Right.
I got a good job. I'm going to work tomorrow, bro.
Let me tell y'all a little story about Melanated when she was in the military, because Anon sound like he really was about that life, and Melanated was not. Let me tell you, I was not about that life. It was my first ever time in what we call being in the field. The field, right?
Field life.
Field is being in the woods. You just in the woods and you doing you're pretending war. You're at fake war in the field. You're doing everything. You're setting up your little fires. You got your night watch, one person watching everybody weapons while everybody else sleeps. You take turns doing all of that shit. You go on hikes. You do your water, all of that stuff, right? Okay, so we split up into teams. We had different color, like we had fake bullets, and we had one team was the red team, my team was the blue team.
They play capture the flag and
right? And we supposed to be quiet. You got your squad leader, and they doing little hand signals like everybody get down and all this shit, right? Okay, boom. So Melanated is down. We see the enemy, right? We're gonna shoot. I'm down in the prone position. If you know what the prone position, you're laying down, your legs are all the way behind you, right? You're only flat on your stomach. You got your sights in there. I'm ready to bust some shots, right? And I look down, and I'm in a fucking red ant pile. When I tell you, I started screaming. I threw my weapon in the air.
Whole training exercise over, bro.
Right? So now I compromised the position of my whole squad. They let out fire, shot us all, killed us all. My sergeant looking at me like shaking their head.
Right.
Everybody disappointed. They looking at me like, what the hell? I'm just some chick from Brooklyn, New York. I don't know about these red ants. What the hell?
Right. Now watch this. Now, we was trained for this, right? Me and my squads, we train for this. This is really our job. We go out in 4-man teams and we get busy, right? We out there one night, we walking through and we playing Op 4 basically, right? You finding an enemy, right? This is the training you do before you go and get deployed. You either go to Fort Polk or you go to like it's JRTC or you go to Fort Irwin. You go to different training bases, right? So we training and we've been running and hiding from these dudes all day because we done stole a whole bunch of their stuff. We done stole their cash. We done stole all type of stuff. And so we hiking this, trying to get this back to our base, our observation post. And we set up shop in a dried up swamp. No lie, right? But it's dark. So it's dark. We got our night vision on, but we tired. So we set up shop in a dried up swamp. And sure enough, a white boy almost gave us away. He set his tent up on, or he set his bivvy cover and his sleeping bag up on a big ass hole. And he was like, because they give us this super industrial killing spray. So he sprays all of this spray in there. He thinking he good. But it's like 3 a.m. Oh, no, get off me. He getting attacked by something furry. To this day, we don't know what it is, but he ended up getting the brakes beat off of him because we beat the brakes off that animal. He almost gave away our whole mission, bro. What you gonna do with millions of black people that don't even want to go to the beach and you walking them into the woods? You out your mind.
Black folks don't even like sin.
You talking about black people who don't want to win.
Fine.
So
go ahead and antagonize them. Go ahead and call them soft. Go ahead and say they not warriors. I'll take everybody that you say is soft. Give me you're poor, you're tired, you're hungry. Give them all to me, fam.
Blue,
Give them to me.
Somebody in the chat said they rather deal with white supremacy than the woods. God damn.
The chat is wilding out right now. The chat is wilding out.
Because they know that Blue is a maniac, bro. Blue talking. Look, and I say, Blue, what about all the people with like
Blue
diabetes?
revolutionary.
What about all the people with diabetes and all of this stuff, right? Oh, they just got to die. You got to be prepared to die.
I said that. I sure enough said that. And that's exactly the answer that I get. They just got to die.
Blue said, we'll give them a plaque. We'll give them some type of award.
Man, they can be made gods in the society or something.
Yeah, like, nah, bro. You see what I'm saying, bro? Like, this is nonsense.
Building statues when we win.
Hey, Mongo,
most of those people are gonna need at least basic training.
How that's gonna happen? He talking about just waking up and doing it tomorrow, Queen Cascade.
No.
He said just wake up and do it tomorrow.
Have gone into these different.
You saying all black people need basic training?
He say wake up and do it tomorrow, Queen.
You're gonna need first aid You're gonna need first aiders. You're gonna need people that are able to like even be able to just build a fire. Do you get what I mean?
We got plenty of militias. We've got plenty of all of these things.
Imaginary.
We got people. We literally got plenty.
Every person that will go with you on this trip, you're gonna have to take health records. You're gonna have to find out, you know, their medical conditions.
You dumb, bro. You ain't thought none of this out.
Well, I mean, I hate to be mean. I'm not trying to be mean, but I'm sorry. Everybody's not going to make it.
Listen to him. He's a maniac.
Lord.
Listen to him.
Everybody's not.
What's the difference between this and this damn Rex 21? Like, what's the difference between him and the Georgia Guidestones? The difference between Blue and the Georgia Guidestones is Blue is doing it under the auspice of black superiority.
They wanting to sacrifice for a better future for their baby. They shouldn't want their babies.
Who even know if their baby's gonna make it, bro? What if them babies got asthma? What if them babies?
Blue, what if you have a genius? Blue, you have a genius, right? A genius who's innovative. Listen. What if you have a genius who's innovative for the new community that you grow, but they can't swim or they can't fire a weapon, right? Do you just get rid of them too? Like they have intellectual.
If he don't make it across and we can't help him, you can't allow him to drown you while you trying to.
Why
help
you don't
him
got a boat? Why don't you have the infrastructure for the people who can't swim? Why don't you have a boat?
I would think out of the 50 million black people, there's enough of us that know how to build a boat.
How long is it gonna take you? How long is it gonna take you to build enough boats? How long is it gonna take you to build enough boats?
Y'all talking about 50 million of the dumbest people I've ever on the planet.
No, that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking you, how long is it gonna take you to build all these boats? Go ahead and get it, Queen.
Black people are not taking up trades. How many people in the comments even know how to put wire a plug?
You know how many welders, engineers, electricians that there are?
You're assuming about a community that doesn't invest in trades anymore.
Huh?
You're
in the city? We're not in that city life. You come to the South, they got trades. They down here welding.
Here we go. He's trying to make it a city versus South thing.
It is. Those,
anyway,
let's talk about all these men. All these men that's playing video games.
Let's go with the South. Or if Queen Cascade right now, Google.
Mongo said, hold on, Mel. Mongo said, hold up, Blue, we got to build an ark too.
Listen. If Queen Cascade went to Google, right, the top ranking school systems in America, right, and they ranked all of the school systems by state, I will tell you that all of the ones that's 49, 48, 47, 40, that's all southern states. All of them are southern states, right? So miss me with that. Oh, the South is we this and we that. Cut it out.
So even if the
I'm
South
from
has got
California.
trades and
I'm
tradespeople,
just saying.
and do you
not
think the
from
majority
California.
of those people in
I
the
am.
South
I'm from
are
San
gonna
Diego. I
opt
live in the
from the
South.
South to go where you're going, Blue?
You said what?
Say for instance, it was a case that we've got tradespeople, and you're saying that in the South, yeah, that the majority of the tradespeople just happen to be in the South, that were forgers, that were carpenters, that could build these boats. Do you think the majority of them are gonna leave where they are to come go with you?
If they want to win the war, it ain't going with me. It's to win. It's to defeat white supremacy. If they don't want to defeat white supremacy, then they don't have to.
So let me.
You're in the
How
South
would
right
you?
now.
What if they don't know about white supremacy?
Is the South defeating the white supremacy that's there at the moment?
You said is the South defeating the white supremacy? They're not fighting against white supremacy.
But what if they don't know what white supremacy is?
Hold on. The question is, how do you defeat? What is the best tool to defeat white supremacy? To defeat it. So it ain't about whether the point would be if everybody was on board with me, is that more effective than everybody being on board with Anon?
Man.
So it ain't if I can get them on board.
Blue, I would go not being funny, at this point in this conversation, I would have to go with Anon, because you're talking about snakes, you're talking about people potentially getting poisoned, you're talking about people potentially getting malaria. You're not making a good argument for this right now.
So what are you willing to do to win? What? Well, no, not
Hey, Blue, is that you or somebody copying you?
No, that's
kid.
That's your other one?
Oh, you talking about the other one? Yeah. You could bump it out. That's me on the computer. You could bump it out.
I was gonna say the picture off and shit. I thought Anon was trolling your ass.
Oh yeah. Yeah. But I like, to me, my question would be, what should not be an option, or what should Black people be willing to do in order to win?
Okay, let me ask you this. Can I back up? Winning is, because I think Nyame said us controlling our destiny, right? Our lives, right? So can you elaborate on what winning is? Because why do we have to battle snakes and not know how to swim and be thrusted into the ocean to win? Is there any, like, what does winning mean, so I can understand that that's the only way to win? I need to understand that what you're proposing is the only way to win.
The liberation of the global Africans being in control of not only their destiny but their resources, which and entail is the end of white supremacy.
So okay, that really sounds broad. Like when you say the liberation, right? So let's pick a country, right? Let's just pick a country. Pick a country of Sierra Leone, right?
Okay.
What does liberation? No white supremacy. No, the people there have no influence of white supremacy. What does that look like?
No white supremacy. That means no corporation is taking advantage of people. I think people, the way that trade and things will be done, it would be based off of resources. We would also create incentives to ensure that the basic needs is being able to be met globally for everybody.
Globally?
And then from then on, yeah.
Wait. So Sierra Leone's business.
That's what I'm saying. We're defeating white supremacy, so there's no Sierra Leone.
Okay. So question, you said something interesting. You said treating people fairly, right? So if you're a person in Sierra Leone, right, and you have a shoe business, right, and in order to, let's say, fix the soles of someone's shoes, it would cost you 10 minutes, or it would take you 10 minutes or 5 minutes to do this, because this is a craft, a skill that you know how to do. So it don't take you very long, but they don't know how to do it. So you feel like it's taking it, like somebody charged you $50 to do it. You feel like that's abusing.
No, not that part.
I'm gonna come right back. I'm getting a phone call, Swab.
Okay, yeah, you good. Yeah, I don't think necessarily. I think it depends on how the overall structure is set up, whether that person would be taking advantage. And even in that instance, I don't think the person is like strategically like, I'm gonna take advantage of this person. I think they would just be, they got a business that they operate. I think the system is what is why people are taking advantage of other people. I don't think, you know what I mean? Now, there are people who are like strategically like, I'm finna screw over these people, this and that. But for the most part, most people are just trying to live and feed their family. So I think I do, I can see that. But my point though being, if we're talking about winning, or like winning, and we're talking about this as an award, then the minute you bring up how food is supplied to you in this current system, how water is supplied to you in this current system, healthcare and different things like that, we've already lost. And that kind of ends the conversation on fixing black people problems, because it's like, well, whose problems are we trying to fix? Ourselves? Because we're not in the predicament to do the things that we're trying to do because we're being taken advantage of. And so it's like, eventually we're going to have to kind of stop looking at the stuff that seems to be holding us, like that stuff is only there to keep us from fighting. And I think that's where it comes in to being an issue at. It's like, if the water supply got to come from the people that we going up against, then that's an issue in itself. So the question shouldn't be, what are we going to do, or what if people don't want to leave the water supply of the enemy? Well, the question should be, why you know what I'm saying? Like, why aren't you willing to die before your that's our issue. We got to get to a point where death is better than the alternative. And we just haven't gotten to that space yet. And once you do, that becomes the only strategy to defeat. When they can't just say, oh, well, we're going to cut off your water and now you stop fighting, or here, your mama need her your mama need her diabetes medicine, so stop fighting. As long as they can say that, then they can always dangle something over your head and say, stop fighting. You gotta be able to say, man, that ain't what's gonna stop me from fighting. We ain't got nothing to lose, because we're not fighting for ourselves. And that's what a lot of times we fail to forget. The fight is supposed to be for a future that we ain't even gonna see. It's supposed to be for the future, not ourselves. So I think a lot of times we thinking about how we going, but it's like, well, if things are set up, they may be able to get all of that back going. I don't see why they won't be able to get a comfortable society back going. We the reason why this society is comfortable in the first place. Everything that makes this society comfortable, we built. Everything. Like, you have to give me something that makes this society comfortable that we haven't created ourselves. So the blueprint is already there for us to be able to do it. We just need to be in a space where we benefit off of it. Niggas is talking about they don't have traffic lights in these other countries. Like, nigga, we built the traffic light. We don't even benefit off of it. We don't even benefit off of it. How many times are we gonna continue to do that before we say, you know what? Don't nobody get a traffic light then. Y'all drive around with no traffic light. Since we can't benefit off of everybody using our traffic system in order to run the transit system, then nobody gets to it. But nah, we like, nah. In some places, even though all black people ain't benefiting from the traffic system, because you benefiting from it, you willing to say F other people black babies. No. I care about other people's babies just as much as mine.
You care, Blue, but at this point in time, we've got a generation of men, women, especially within the male sector, that are comfortable with the uncomfortability. So, with that in mind, if they're uncomfortable with the if they're comfortable with the uncomfortability here, I don't see how you're gonna get what you want in terms of what you're speaking to. It sounds like a cool fantasy, you know. But we've got a generation of people that are sitting on Call of Duty and think that's real life. So I'm not
I
sure.
think so, which I sort of agree with you. That's why in most standpoints I kind of be believing that we're damned. I mean, because I don't. And that's what I'm saying. That comfortability is why we're in this predicament. So it's like, if we ain't willing to give that up, then we lost. That's it. Because the system is aggressive. It ain't like it's a system that's like leaving us alone. It's every day continuously being aggressive towards it. So if we willing to go out that way, we doomed. And that's the problem. We trying to get there the smoothest way. Well, we gonna be able to defeat the system. Nobody's gonna die. Nobody's gonna starve. Nobody's gonna be misplaced. That's like biblical or something. I don't know where that comes from. That's not reality though. There ain't never gonna be a revolution where people ain't gonna die. People ain't gonna starve, be misplaced, be put in uncomfortable positions. That's a part of fighting. You don't fight even when protesting. Protesting ain't supposed to be comfortable. You're supposed to be making people uncomfortable. So, but I get why you saying that. I understand. I agree. It's definitely gonna get hard to get black people to win, but they want to. You gotta stop valuing these. You know what I mean? You gotta stop letting them hold this over our head. And then it's stuff that we ain't even benefiting from. They don't even want to give us prescriptions on medicines that we need and different stuff like that. We the least likely to even get the prescriptions on and benefit off of the system, the way that the system is set up. But yet we contribute into how it functions and runs, and they even able to do it just based off of the resources they stealing from it. So it's like, hey, they don't want to share our I'm at the point I'm looking like, man, you don't want to share our stuff with us. Like, we already asking you to share our stuff. This ain't even yours in the first place. This ours. It's ours. Europe and the America, they don't produce any raw materials. So they main resources is us and whatever else they stole from Africa and continue to. That's for medicine, all of that. Our issue ain't what we know how to make. It's a big time infrastructure too. But I don't know right now if we focus on infrastructure before we focus on valuing ourselves more than the things that we think we need. Yo, oh, everybody out. But yeah, I mean, I don't know though. You know, well, I do know. I know on the 25th though. Like I said, it'll be better explained on the 25th when I go into what areas are being are already controlled and monopolized, and why I'm saying it. Because in order to win this fight, you have to be able to control certain elements of society. And if those elements are already capitalized or monopolized, which I will be showing A9, I want to know exactly how is he going to get around that. We even see now, they you know, everybody was talking about Tesla. I've been telling people, I'm like, yo, Tesla ain't gonna beat out what's their name? They won't be able to beat out Ford and the big boys. It's only a matter of time. It's only a matter of time. Don't forget the streets that we drive on, the highways, created by Ford, Chrysler, GM, slap right on top of black neighborhoods.
Do any of the other gentlemen want to jump in on this? Because everybody else is very quiet.
Yeah, I wonder where Domo at, man. Political Plus supposed to be in. But and that's why I you know I'll be going into Neely Fuller's will.
Yeah, I think the point where you say the best way to defeat white supremacy, that's a nuance that can give you an open door.
Yeah, I definitely going right through that. Going right through it. I'll just show the difference because I'm gonna be talking about winning, defeating white supremacy, and he's gonna be talking about being comfortable in the system. I'll show it. Yeah, it'll be the difference.
Right, because the it's supposed to be about defeating it.
Yep. I said my plan. You know, even though both plans require the sacrifice of black people, and I'll expose him sacrificing black people on the 25th. I'll allow him to make it seem like I'm just a lunatic, but just wait. In order to do what he's doing, you gotta be you're sacrificing the people you deem as. It's gonna go right back to the eugenics conversation that I had with pro-black politics. You know what I'm saying? Because which black people are you working with exactly? Which I'm interested to see. It'll be like I said though, man. Me and A9, we done had some battles, so it'll be another good one.
Yeah,
it'll be another good one. I'm like, shit. Everybody gone, huh?
No,
Yeah,
I'm just multitasking. But I did find from earlier that the show that you was talking about with Jane Elliott, but the British version, but the short version, which is about 35 minutes. Well, I'm gonna put the link to it in the private chat. I'll try and copy and paste it into the main chat so people can see it. I don't know if somebody wants to talk about another topic or.
Yeah, matter of fact, I will though. How do y'all feel about like Jane Elliott and like what's the dude name? I think it's Tim. not Osmond. What's the dude name? Tim Anderson, I think it is. He pretty much kind of does similar work to Jane Elliott. It's not the exact same method. I think they have worked together before also.
I think in regards to Jane Elliott, because I know more about her than Tim Henderson, it's like Necessary Evils. And I think with the British one, she proved, even though it didn't, the experiment didn't go to plan, that the hidden agendas are still there, and the way that the white community will self-protect itself and self-insulate itself based on instinct. As we're in a situation as a community where we don't all have the same instinct to self-protect, self-insulate, it's continuing to show that the systematic abuse, the systematic oppression, our mindsets that we've got to work on before we can really, in one sense, defeat white supremacy. We've got to be able to defeat the deadly sins, the traumas within ourselves, and do the self-work.
Yeah, I think that's the most important part right now. Is the self-work. I think we really need more people in the mental health industry to make those sacrifices toward the Black community, because I'm seeing, I didn't know it was as bad as it is, but it's pretty bad in my opinion. Did everybody fall off the earth?
No, I'm still here listening in.
Oh, I muted out. My fault. I was talking too.
Go ahead, boy.
That's crazy. I was inputting with you and everything
You
while
was
you were
going
talking. I didn't even really, because I wasn't really like interrupting, but you had a little something. So yeah, I definitely do. I think it's definitely gonna be a mindset change, but I think too that comes with us actually coming in closer proximity with each other when we talk about like building a community. Like the only way that's gonna first even like begin to get started, we're gonna have to be closer with each other to where we, around more like-minded people, to where we can even kind of develop that type of culture and type of change. Otherwise, it just continues to be the same thing.
Right, we just keep recreating the same problems over and over again, thinking that something's going to change.
We way too far away from each other. I think, well, not everybody, but the people who think like one another.
Yeah, and people don't understand this whole internet thing is still very young. So you have people all over the world just now beginning to talk about the same issues. Before we knew the issues was there, but I mean, you hear Domo talk about it all the time, but it's called epistemology. We don't have a knowledge base that we all go by. We kind of got pieces of it, and we kind of throw a bunch of different information together. Everybody have their own information, their own worldview. But the first time that Black people in America or even globally are building a real knowledge base based on our experience. Before, you had to go to the academic world to get it. The Africana studies, you might be able to hear some things, but now it's freely available on the internet, and you're starting to see, you're starting to see different groups click together on the internet. And so the next stage is, you know what? Let's make that move to this area, or let's put our resources together and
Right.
and do this thing. And that's the next step. When we could just take it off of just the information, and people are doing it. It's just, it's not broadcast on the internet or the news, but people are beginning to work together, like on the home schools. There is an internet working of homeschool teachers and stuff coming together. Because I started homeschooling in the 90s, and there was nothing. I mean,
Right.
nothing. And now it's a boom.
Butter and everything. Yeah.
Yeah. When I started, I used to go inside the schools and steal books.
Damn.
That's the only way I would get good up to date material.
That's a tough predicament to be in, and that's why I kind of get big drawn between, in my radical mode, I might, burn all books, but and then, but we just start over. But it's like, yeah, I think though too, we had an opportunity though, depending on how we look at it, of just like producing our own information and being, you know what I mean? Because to me, when we look back at history, we can see that it don't have to be factual. It just needs to be propaganda that's good for us. I think that's another important aspect we don't really take advantage of.
Yeah, we don't. And I think we a lot of times I see black people, we're more concerned about it being true. And so we rather destroy each other just to hold up truth or what's perceived to be true.
Yeah. Like it's a hard line, man. Eventually people will be able to, like, I don't know, man. It's because it's so, like you said, it's so much information. But it's like, to me, like, even when we talk about the media, black media hasn't really taken advantage of being in control of our own media. We've just went into exposing each other. You know what I'm saying? And so instead of us creating propaganda, we're just continuing to go in depth about the stereotypes and stuff that may or may not be true about us already.
Right.
And we creating propaganda to change that type of reality. You know what I mean? Like, we just keep perpetuating the same way. So it's like, if I'm gonna get the same news on CNN that I'm getting on black media about black people, that's a problem.
That's a problem. Because Fox News is putting out propaganda.
Right.
And so
Right.
when I represent it, I'm promoting the propaganda.
Exactly. We don't have, like, we've got to be better about that. We like to be put, and that's why I say doing things the right way. We get caught up in that, and it's like being politically correct.
Bruh, you still on here talking about the wilderness?
You already know it. Get out. Now we, like, just saying, like, black media, we ain't taking advantage of creating black propaganda. We kind of like continue.
Hold on, wait. But according to you, we just supposed to stop cold turkey. Why would we use propaganda?
Oh, we wouldn't use propaganda to defeat white supremacy. We would go cold turkey.
Oh man, yeah, that's gonna be amazing. But I'm like, here back in the real world, back in the sane world. I agree. We need to we need to utilize everything that we got at our disposal. And I don't see it. I don't see us using nearly everything that we have. And I think just because we don't trust each other enough is what it come down to.
No, we don't.
You know.
I took last week just to scope out the manosphere. I had never
Why?
just sat down because I keep hearing about it. Like it's this big thing.
It's horrible.
And man, I'm like, how did we get this far gone? How did we get this far gone?
Like, man, you hear that shit, it's like, what the hell, bro?
Yeah.
Really? This where we at?
Man, I remember growing up, and we would get pissed off because you only had 3 channels with news: ABC, CBS, NBC, and we got tired of hearing that shit. The welfare mama, the crackhead.
Right.
You didn't want to hear that shit. So that's why when Bill Cosby came out and all that, it was so powerful. Like, man, look at the positive images.
Right.
So now I'm looking at, man, we got control of our own.
And all we want to do is destroy. Right.
Yeah, destroy one another.
We
and it's
want to go back.
I hate it both ways, but the black man was known for loving his mama.
And that's what I'm saying. I'm looking at it more as our fault in Yemen. Go ahead.
And to attack women like that, you can't love your mama. You just can't.
Yeah, and that's crazy that you right. That was our image. It's
right.
Mama. And now it's like,
but I can't even say that. Like, this has been a 20-year conditioning process, maybe even 30 if you started the early 90s. So we got this confused message of love your mama, but your woman is the B word. Your woman is a hoe, right? I mean, that's what we was fed. We can't sit here and pretend like that's not what we saw on TV. That's not what we heard on music. Right. By the time the 90s came, the Cosbys was at the end of their run.
Yeah, but most of our mamas told us that too, though.
But okay, and then that's the other thing.
That was an issue.
Right.
The relationship between the black man and his mom has been unhealthy. It hasn't really been the healthiest as far as creating something that's like it just hasn't necessarily been healthy. Right. It's been almost like a husband and wife, like not necessarily, but the single mom. It's
yeah, but no, it
like
is. Yeah, think about
and wife ordeal.
Think about it. You got the single mom, right? You got the single mom, and she's raising that boy. Like, okay, think about it like this. What was you doing? Like, if your mom worked late nights, you stand up waiting for her, making sure that she get home safe, making sure she get in the house safe, right? Especially as a little black boy. That's what you're doing, right? You the man of the house. 7, 8 years old, you really are the man of the house. You feeling bad if you can't go get no money because you looking at the stress and the strain that is putting on your mom. Right. But then you get older, and for whatever reason, it doesn't translate. And that's because we was also taught by the other men in the neighborhood, you're defined as a man now by your conquest. How many women can you sleep with? How many men can you fight? How much poison can you push in your community? Right? This is most of our lives. Maybe not everybody, but the majority of us, we grew up in these type of situations. And the only thing that ended up prospering was the black mother of that age, because the black mother of this age, I watched Kodak Black grabbing his mother's butt, dancing with her, acting like he kissed her in her mouth.
That tell you, bro, that's
he did what?
Oh, y'all ain't seen the Kodak Black video?
I haven't seen that one from him. Lord have mercy.
This is this ain't a music video. This is a real. It's either her birthday or something. It's a real video where he's dancing with his mom, grabbing her on her butt, smoking a blunt, blowing smoke, trying to kiss his mama in the mouth.
Wow.
And that tells you, because a lot of times we get in a relationship and our moms don't necessarily be giving us help in our relationship. They be more so of a hindrance
Right.
based on that dynamic. And it's not based on she's trying to be, you know what I'm saying? But y'all done been together, you know what I'm saying, for so long.
Right.
And it's kind of like now I got to detach from you.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It's kind of, because I don't want to make, it's not sexual. You know what I'm saying? Not all cases, should I say. But it is.
I don't even know. I don't know if it's sexual. I mean, some of these weirdos, it might be, right? But it's more of it's a codependency enabler situation.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And you look at it from that perspective, that's a lot of the problem too. Right. And if we want to be serious about moving forward, the first thing that men have to do is recognize there's some things that these sisters saying that we got to listen to. I don't care if you agree with it or not. If you want to end the gender war space, you got to hear it. Because I'm going to tell you the hardest part for me, working in business and doing a lot of the things I do, when I try to work with my people, either they aren't consistent or they constantly trying to get over on somebody because everybody's trying to get over on them. So they feel like they got to do what they got to do. Or it's hard for them to, to work with other people, right? I want to be able to work with other Black men with creating businesses and funding them and putting people in positions of empowerment to build in our community. And I know it sounds like, well, just go do it. Family, that is the hardest thing in the world to do right now. Because the gap, the education gap that has to be closed. Like if you treat finance, which is what we need, economics, right? If you treat economics like a trade, like an electrician trade or, mechanic, a plumber, it's the same concept. You have to learn all of these technicalities, these ins and outs. And so now, even when you're dealing with brothers and sisters who want to get into that field, into that arena, there's a gap that needs to be closed. And we talk about in the world of the spirit of entrepreneurship, maybe not in the professional world where they're working for corporations that already exist. It's different. They just gonna go and they're gonna work in their position for years until they work their way up. But if you're working in an entrepreneurial space, it is amazingly frightful what the future looks like. And we have to take that space, right? I've heard people say that's pipe dream, is pie in the sky. No, we need innovation. Like I hear Yami talk about let's master technology. Let's master these new things that's coming out. We need finances for that. We need education for that. We need people to have the space to work in these arenas, work in these areas. And I'm not even saying we're not doing it, but what we're seeing right now is the pushing of the consistent belittling of each other. Now, some of us need to get cooked out here. And I'm saying us because we're a community. But, some people need to get cooked out here. I'm not going to front. But every day, that can't be it.
Yeah, I think the strongest thing for us would be to propaganda, to create propaganda on what the family looks like, and what not even just the family, but what the community looks like. How we, you know what I mean? Like we need people who are putting together instead of the Tommy Sotomayor's, we need people putting together compilations of great stories with family. You know what I'm saying? Working together and, you know what I mean, doing what they got to do to survive. Because it's like you can always go and find bad stories everywhere. It's enough of those. It's and I know it should be plenty of good stories.
Right.
It's just whether people, you know what I mean?
And that's what I'm saying. Right. And that's the space that I want to work in. Go ahead.
Right. And you will get that's a pipe dream. That's pie in the sky.
Right. Right.
But you have to do it. And that's the epistemology. We building a knowledge base. This is where we getting our knowledge and our information from, and we're gonna build our culture around this knowledge. That's
And I
what we
want
gotta
to
get to.
I want to introduce a new word to this too, right? I'm gonna really start to use this word, and this is cognition. All right, pretty much the same concept of epistemology, with the exception of it includes your experiences and your senses, and it's looking at it more from a psychological perspective, right? Whereas epistemology is dealing strictly with knowledge in a lot of ways, but we have a cognition issue. I'm listening to a lot of these conversations, and I ain't finna turn this into a Bible conversation, right? But what I'm asking is, if you want to get on here and attack the Bible, or if you want to get on here and attack Blue for his perspective, or Nyame, or Queen, or whoever it is, have a working knowledge base of the conversation.
Yeah.
Right? Like, hey, I'm not trying to call nobody names, bro, but the conversations that I've been hearing lately, it's devastating to me. Like, it's like, what?
Yeah.
Can I just respond to something? Because I've just seen
Go ahead.
a comment. Astro says
I
there was never a gender war on SVDL.
I was trying to ignore it. All right.
Until the new ladies brought it. Just saying.
Yeah. All right.
Well, Astro, I don't know if you're male or female. I'm going to assume you're male. But the fact is, for us as Black women, there has always been a war on us as a community, as us as individual women. Women are dying every day at the hands of their partners, at the hands of people on the streets, at the hands of these gangs. Really and truly, the most of us do not want war.
Oh, Lord.
We do not want a war. For us, as far as I'm concerned, and the other ladies, if you don't agree with me, you can put it in the chat. We're here to conversate. We're here to look at other ways of thinking. We're here to give our opinions and our views, and they may not always be what you want to hear, but our truths are our truths, just like your truth is your truth. And the fact is, we're a part of this community. And if we weren't here, a good majority of you wouldn't survive. Our resources as women are being used to keep this community afloat. So if we really, really wanted war, we could create one, but we haven't got that far. We're still having the conversation. We're still trying to find infrastructure. There's a whole heap of Black women that still want and require leadership from Black men. So when you want to talk about war, challenge the own thinking within the male division about how you look at things. And the fact is, we were told that you guys wanted more women on the panels, that you wanted to hear our voices. Sorry, tough luck. We're around, and some of us are here to stay. So get used to it.
You don't need to apologize. Peace. Go ahead, Sister Melinda. I know you about to go in, Sister Melinda.
Well,
what?
Wait, before she do, I want to say too.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm gonna just add this though. I still don't think though it is a gender war on SBDL. I think we've had women who've come from those spaces. We've had men who've come from those spaces over here. But I think the league in itself is kind of a different dynamic than that. And so I think here though is a space for the conversation to be had, debated, and things to be put up and put to rest. You know what I mean? And that's part of the problem is a lot of times the talking points aren't debated in arenas like this to where you just allowed to keep saying dumb shit forever. Well, now you in a platform where you gotta, you know what I mean, you gotta stand on that. And if you don't have the evidence, we don't want to hear you saying that no more.
I would like to say this. I think no one believes anybody's evidence anyway, so let's not even stand on that. So I'm just going to go out and say I have what I believe. People can believe it or not. But hello to the panel and hello to the chat. I want to say this. This is coming from the deepest recesses of my soul. There are people who I feel who are in this space. We're all coming together for a reason. And Queen Cascade, that means you too. Because what other people don't believe that I do believe is that we're coming together because we are one people. We are people who were scattered, believe it or not. I know it. So we're coming together because we have the same problems everywhere we are. We can relate to the same things everywhere we are, scattered along the aisles and everywhere. The Bible speaks of that. I don't care if you all don't believe it. It's the truth. So what I notice is that people like, let me give an example. Let's say Suave, let's say Taz. This is a good thing because they don't believe in a certain system. Those are our Joshuas, Yeshuas, Joshuas of the Bible. Because those are people who can see, well, I don't believe in a certain thing, but I know that our people need to be together. I believe in our people. I would rather follow people who thought patterns like that. And there are others of you who I'm just not naming, I just can't remember right now. But because they do love our people, they just might not know who we are. And I'm telling them who they are. But those are the people who I could see, if they had a plan, I could kind of listen to. I wouldn't listen to anyone who sits with costumes on, yelling at people with false doctrine. I'd rather the people who are still figuring it out because they have a plan, they have an idea. But what I will tell to people who are Negroes, that's everywhere. That's people who are Negroes. You are the people. You are the covenant people. Chosen doesn't mean arrogant. It doesn't mean these people who are yelling at people and saying that, they're better than someone. No, you're not. You have a heavier burden when you find out who you are. You have a sense of guilt. You have a shame when you find out who you are. There's no going around talking about we're better than people. No, because that's not who you are. So you don't have to believe it, but I'm telling you who you are. You are the covenant people. And if I don't care whatever all these things that we hear about when we think we're Moors or we're Kemet, you're not. You are still the people of the book. Believe it or not. I just wanted to say that. And I'll stay on because I think I probably want to say more. Anyway, forgive my monologue.
You on mute, Astro. Go ahead.
All right, cool. So I just want to clarify. Hold on, I'm on the phone. Be quiet. I just want to clarify what it is I was trying to say. Okay. I'm not trying to give the sister no energy or nothing like that. I got my son in the background.
You got your ass in trouble.
Hold on one second. What I'm trying to say is this, right? SBDL, the Argument League, has never been a place for men and women to be against each other, right? There have been men who come on here and said some crazy shit to women. And Suave and some other brothers nipped that shit in the bud ASAP. Come on, Dominic. I'm on the phone. They nipped that in the bud ASAP. So it's never been a spot where men and women go against each other. But it's turning into that now. Now, every time I come on SBDL, it's women speaking about how they're angry at black men. And let me tell you something. I loved the fact that women were starting to come over here and have a voice. It's just, I thought it was going to be like, okay, so what can we do to work together? What can we do to fix our home situation? What, you know what I'm saying? It's not that. That's not what I'm hearing. I'm hearing a lot of finger pointing and and blame it. You know what I'm saying? And
I
it's
just
like,
big up
Wait,
men.
wait, hold on,
big up
Melinda. I
no,
wanted
I'm
to
not
get
talking
into.
about you. You gotta see. That's what I'm saying, and that's another thing,
There's
man.
no gender
Like,
war, sir.
this is another
Hold on,
thing. That's
Melinda.
another thing.
Astro,
There,
can I say something?
see, you gotta stop
Bro,
being so
Astro, listen.
reactive.
I just wanted to have
Can
a.
I just let me finish what it is I'm saying? Can
All
I just
right,
finish what
you're a
it is
little
I'm saying?
long-winded, but
That's
go
all I'm
ahead.
saying, right? Yeah, because I'm never on here listening to
I got you.
arguments.
I just said okay, but go ahead. I got you.
Okay. Let me go there. So it's like, all I'm trying to say is, I don't know where the dynamic of this platform is going. Really, I don't know where it's going, and I'm not unhappy that you ladies are on here speaking a lot. But I do, man. I feel the focus is focusing on where men and women disagree rather than being focused on how can we agree. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
So
So
I
y'all
would
can
like
have
to
it. Y'all can have
respond
it.
to that.
Okay.
As a person who observed for quite some time before even venturing in on the panels, and then even to current time being very selective on what panels I join, I will say that I give props to the sisters who were a lot more vocal on certain things even before myself. Not that those things didn't exist, but I think that when certain individuals would say things that would sound against the Black woman, those things are kind of like allowed and swept through the rug, and it's just like, oh, that's just him being him, da 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 da, and it's just business as usual. Those comments. So to say that, I think that obviously when someone like Lance is like, yeah, it's okay to sleep with minors, well then, yeah, that stuff is going to be addressed. So I will say that. However, when there are comments like, these women put us on child support, that's not always, there's not much rebuttal on that. Like, let's just keep it real, right? I'm just saying, and the reality is, she didn't put you on child support, right? You put your
There's a lot of maybe
in the club with a
I don't want to
fucking
cut you off.
Uzi and a machine gun, right? The reality is, you was up in that club with your 9, your Glock, everything shooting and everything moving, right? And you made a baby. And all of a sudden now, when there's responsibility, she put you on responsibility, right? And now, yeah, we're having conversations about what responsibility is, right? And I think that that's healthy. I think that if it wasn't being had in the past, it's no need in saying, well, how come we're having it now? It's much needed now. And I think that in comparison to other spaces, it's being had in a very healthy way, right? It's being done in a place where people are allowed to be heard. And then there are conversations about solutions. I don't think it's always all the conversations are finger pointing. I think some of the conversations definitely get to solutions, but one of the first steps is acknowledgement, right? You can't get off of drugs until you admit you have an addiction problem, right? So a lot of times it does sound like it's like, can you at least acknowledge the problem? Can you acknowledge your role in the problem, right? And it feels like we're stuck there, but that is the beginning point. And I don't see that as a bad thing. That's it.
It's not a bad thing, sis. And I would like to say this. Even though I have my beliefs, and I feel like I know who the Negroes are everywhere that we are, because our situation mimics each other's. It's the same thing everywhere we are. I will say this. It's not a man and woman thing with me. I'm not anti-male. What I will say is this. I do think that some things have been confused in the scriptures that makes one thinks that they're above the other, and that's just not true. So I know that things have been manipulated, but as life goes on, we're seeing and we're coming together, and we're coming together because we see the spirit of things, and more will be revealed. But it's not a gender war, and Black men, a gender war would mean that no one's competing against you. Women aren't competing against you. We're just doing what we have to do to survive. So that's what I would say too.
What I'd like to say is, Astro, that sometimes when it comes, and just in general to those that are in the chat and just watching this, yeah, we might have these conversations in our smaller groups, and now, you know, because of all the different things that are going on, we're having the conversations as different communities coming together so that we can, like Melanated Goddess said, you know, in order for a doctor to diagnose something, he has to look at all the reasons why that infection started. Now, in our growth, sometimes there is going to be finger pointing, because you have to be, you know, in diagnosing things, you have to be able to point out what the causes are, what led to this, what led to that. Now, there's many a times that I've sat back and listened before I even came on this panel, and have heard things directed to women. And I don't always agree with it, but I understand why men say those things. I don't try to diminish their experiences. So in moving forward, we also have to remember that just like the seasons in weather, autumn, spring, summer, fall, things are going to change, things are going to grow. There's things that we're not always going to agree with, but I think the majority of people are here for the right reasons, because they want to see change, because they want to see growth.
And we are growing. And so in this, you know, and notice I've not even talked about like what the men have said towards the women, what the women said towards the men, but I know we do have something that we can see by catalog of what kind of the placing a blame, let's say, on the women. But let's just take that away. Let's just say some of this is biblical prophecy. I'm not a religious nut. I'm just someone who's a regular person, but I'm telling you that these things are happening for a reason. And I think that we're coming together for a reason. Even though we all have some, you know, just scattered views, we're coming together for a reason. And there are answers that will be revealed. Not by magic or anything like that, but I just think that there's a conditioning that has happened wherever we are all over the world. We're conditioned, but we've survived in every place that we've been scattered. I will not sit here and say that I don't believe that we are the people. I take pride in that, and it's not an arrogant pride. It's just a pride that says, I know who we are. And if you can't see who we are by, let's just say, the Bible, and how those things how those things define us, I don't know. Get mad at me, say whatever. I lead with that, and I'll end with that.
I want to respond to you, Melinda, but I think Astro has something to say. I'm going to go after him. But I have a question about when you said about men being above us or whatever.
Sure.
So if you could stay on the panel, sis. But go ahead, Brother Astro. You look like you're trying to say something.
No, I was being patient, but you know, I respect everything else that you're saying, and I'm hearing it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to be disgruntled and like just rub it off. I'm hearing it, you know. And I think what you guys are saying is right. You know what I'm saying? I can't really throw a button there. That's what I'm saying. I think what you guys are saying is right. Also, along with that, though, I think that the conversation at some point should be more focused on how we can come together. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that you guys voicing your, because, you know, people need to be set straight. Niggas need to know what they're doing wrong with you women, you know, all that stuff, man. I just want to see together, man.
Can I say something real quick?
Oh, go ahead.
Please do.
Yeah, I'll be real quick. So I think Astro has been watching this grow from its inception. People like Astro, Green, Mel's been here for a while, you know what I'm saying? Like, but Astro really has been here from the inception. And so when I think he's speaking, and I want to even say this to the people in the audience, he is not speaking from a perspective of trying not to listen to the sisters. Now, as somebody who will go hard on a dude if he come at the sisters crazy, Astro is not one of them dudes. I think what he's saying is, and I agree with him on this, is that the conversations that we are having are evolving on the panel. And I like it, for me personally, right? It gives me a chance to hear from a lot of our sisters. I think that the other dynamic was we didn't have a lot of, peace, Astro. We didn't have a lot of sisters hopping on the panel. And then when they did, they was getting disrespected. And so in all honesty, we had to spend more time checking certain people for calling our sisters B words, talking up under their clothes and saying all types of weird stuff. So we had to deal with that. I think now when we're moving forward, what he would like to have the conversation of, and I think we get there, but I think we have to admit that there is a lot of hurt and pain that we got to work through. But what he's asking for is remember, right, Astro? So like Cube, he's asking for more solution-focused arguments, I guess. And I'm anyone that wants to see that or hear that, we working towards it. We're getting there. But we also have to allow the sisters to come on and express themselves, and hopefully eventually we can have men that get up here and express our perspectives and POV in a mature manner as well. But we gotta have these conversations, and this is the beginning of growth, is to listen. Sometimes we just gotta listen.
And as I listen, I do want to say this. Melanie, she asked a question. Thank you, Anon. I will say this. I don't think that this is about so much a gender war, but let me just follow me. Let's say that when the Bible spoke of what happened in the garden, because again, y'all, let's say this. How about it wasn't exactly like that, but we can get the spirit of things. That it says the woman will, I think it was, she'll desire her man, and let me just put it in my words because I don't have a Bible in front of me. She will desire, I guess, her man, and something like, I got not cleave to him. But what I look at in our community is the men are not better than us, melanated. I think that there's been a twisting of things. Let's say because of the vestiges of, let's say, slavery, because I'm coming way back from biblical to slavery.
Do you want me to say that verse for you, sis, or no?
Oh, please go ahead. Yes, say the verse. Thank you, Anon.
I was just trying to get it out.
Thank you.
It says, Genesis 3:16. Unto the woman he said, I will greatly multiply thy sorrow and thy conception. In sorrow thou shalt bring forth children, and thy desire shall be to thy husband, and he shall rule over thee.
Yes. And him ruling over you, I don't know that the rule over you means, to me, I can almost say that it's like what we have now. Black women's desire for the black male far outweighs any other woman's desire towards her man. No other woman speaks how much she desires and only wants her man except black women. And when I say the desire, I think that it's because there's a covenant. All black people aren't the same black people, but I think that whoever was covenant is covenant. But maybe all over the world, black women are expressing a desire for their males that other women aren't. And we can see this. I've never heard any other woman come on and say that nothing but a whatever man is for me, as her man publicly says that she's not for him. I've never heard that. So that's another reason why I think that the covenant is with a certain people, and you can find a certain people by what they're expressing to the world. So I don't think that men rule over women. Men, I can say this. Let me say this. No other creature falls by sex like men do. There's no woman who I've ever heard ruled who fell by lusting after the males. It's the opposite. So what I want to say to men is this: know who you are and stop trying to say who you aren't. You are individuals who anything that's female can usurp you. But most women, nothing that usurps a woman is a man. I will say except the black woman. who she'll let a black man do that to her. But mostly for female, we don't usually fall by men. And so much going on my mind. I hope that I didn't
think that's
scatterbrained.
You said, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. Go ahead, Mel.
So you mentioned something before, and now you're saying that, you know, men don't control women and so forth.
Yeah,
and
they don't.
So I have a question, because what I tend to hear, and it's good that Anon is on the panel as well. I forgot who Akmalak was trying to have a debate with, but it had to do with, I think it's Suave, and he's like, you know, basically coming at Suave, saying that Suave feels that a woman is supposed to be superior to a man, or she's supposed to dominate the man, or something like that. You know, the woman is the head, and all of this kind of stuff, right? And you do hear a lot of that verbiage and language, hierarchy, right? So it's really confusing to hear you speak as if there is no hierarchy, when everything else that you hear does have this hierarchy. And like, so
I will say this. I will say
Melinda,
this.
please let me get it, Melinda.
Oh, go ahead, because I do have an answer for her. But go ahead.
Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. She spoke directly to you. Then after you, if I could jump in, go ahead.
Okay. I will say this, sis. How about, let's say, let me just give you an example that I never thought I'd give anyone ever. I never thought I'd even voice this to anyone. There has been a time when I felt very comfortable, protected by a competent man. He was a good man. He loved his mother. He protected his mother. He protected women. And one day I said to him, your behavior makes me want to serve you. So what I say by that is this. I don't think that men created women. And this is something that would be shocking to even hear someone like me say, because I'm very much traditional. But what I'll say is this. When I see a good man, I see a man who is not in the comment section fighting with women, cursing out women, arguing with women. I see a man who he loves his mother because he had a mother and a father to train him in masculinity, and then to be the protector of women. I think that nothing that we do can change that we're still women. We still have areas in our brain where we're just different. We're different, and our differences are beneficial. So men are men and women are women. But I believe that when masculinity is thrown off, masculinity can be dangerous, because you have these vicious men who are competing with women. And that's what I see that's been created in the, quote, Black community, is men who are competing with women. They're not even thinking about, fighting against other males, fighting to secure, their kingdom against other men. They're fighting the women. So that's when masculinity has gone off. But I do think that I'm a woman who, I don't mind men leading. I think that men should. I feel that we created them to lead. That's it.
All right, let me just tap in a little bit real quick. I'm briefly deal with the biblical part real quick to get this out the way. Y'all know I could go very long on the Bible if need be, but I try not to. I know a lot of people wish that I would more, but this is not the space for that, at least not yet. When it pertains to the Bible in Genesis 3:16 or any of those punishments that come, we forget that these are punishments. Oftentimes, we forget that these are punishments. So when we talk about the man ruling over the woman being put through all of this pain and childbirth, the man got punishments of, you have to work to till the field and all of these things. These are punishments, which means that before that punishment, there was no ruling over the man. Exactly. If you really understand, the woman is the Ezer Kenegdo, or she was born out of his tazer, or his weakness. She is birth, and I'm not even finna get into Eve being created from Adam. I could squash that if I need to, but that's not the conversation I'm trying to have. The conversation I'm having now is when we look at what we see happening, there is an unhealthy relationship between the black man and the black woman, and each is jockeying and vying for position. They're vying for, fighting for their position, for their voice in their interaction with one another. And the way that you overcome that is to hear each other. It's crazy. We're having this conversation right now, and another sister that I'm very close with, my sister Ashanti, is on another sister that I know, Sister E channel, and they talk about the same thing from the biblical perspective, and that's submission. And the conversation has to be submission on both sides. Submission is not just this week, I've been browbeat, I've been beat down. This is a point of hearing each other as well. Once we enter into the space where we're hearing each other, you don't have a problem with a woman saying, you're a man that I want to serve, because that man is raising his hand first saying, not you're a woman that I want to serve, you're the woman that I am serving. See, from a real perspective of leadership, the most powerful leader is the servant, is the one who's saying, I have no problem with jumping in the trenches and showing you and emulating what it's supposed to look like. When we as black men get there as a whole, then our women will understand.
Exactly. You're not showing what needs to be. You're wanting the submission and not doing what it takes to be submitted to.
Facts.
And that's the thing. Like I said, it's natural for me to submit to a man. I look at men as you're bigger than us, you're stronger, you think more logically. Well, and women in our community, I think women are more logical. But anyway, but what I'm just saying is that some things have been mixed up and messed up, and it's conditioning, and it's the way we've been raising each other, that it's flipped. Like I always say, the dynamic in the quote black community is flipped. So I think that there are no more. I don't think we're creating men who can be served. I don't think we're creating men who can be leaders.
This is where it gets hard for me, because I agree and I disagree. And the sister in the chat said, black men never lead anything. You said we're not raising men to be leaders. I'm going to tell you the most painful thing that kills this argument. Then I'll turn it over to Nyame if he has something he want to say. Is the blanket statements on both sides, right? It's even harmful in a relationship. Let's say you in a marriage, and the first time you mess up, maybe you messed up a few times, right? Maybe you forgot to let the toilet seat down, and the wife says, you always leave the toilet seat up. And the man is thinking to himself, well, damn, the last 3 weeks, I ain't leave the toilet seat up. I messed up today. I messed up the last 3 days. Or in return, the woman's not able to cook that day or perform whatever duty she was supposed to perform. Well, you never cook for me. You never pull your weight, is what we're saying when we get angry. And we have to move away from that type of talk, because there are black men being raised and to be put in a position for leadership. My son and my nephews and my little cousins, to name a few, are definitely some of them. So, and I'm just speaking from my perspective, because I'm in nobody else's house. Not saying that other brothers and sisters aren't, but I'm just speaking from my situation. And so what I'm saying is we have to take into account that there are some sorry men out here. And yes, I'm sorry, there are some sorry women as well. And so those of us that aren't in that category have to emulate, cultivate, and move to a perspective of building. Go ahead, Am.
Well, I come from what's called the African-centered perspective. It's not African worship. It's building your culture, building your community based upon our experience. And like A9 was saying, when we make a blanket statement, it's difficult. I mean, think of a relationship. In a relationship, when somebody uses absolutes, it's usually at a point there's no compromise. There's no way to come to a resolution when everything is absolute. If somebody says you do not love me, and I'm like, what? How can you say I do not love you? Where does that come from? And so it makes it very difficult to have a conversation.
May I say this? And allow me, because I haven't even looked up the word cap, but let me cap on this, because what I think it might mean, or the spirit of where I think this is going. There are absolutes. There are absolutes in this world. And what I want to hear Black men start to do is speak in absolutes. Some of you speak in absolutes that are just ridiculous. I mean, to throw out names, Aratazar, let me just say this. When you said that Black women need to be disciplined. See, something like that is ridiculous, because then your women have outpaced you. So you can't say that. But let me say this. Men, you have to speak in absolutes. You have to have, it's like, and I'm sorry that maybe we haven't cultivated what it needs to be for you to be that. But I think what I've seen, even in this, when I see the guys who have mother and father parents, they're still erring because of I think of the culture. But I'll say this, Black men, there are absolutes. You're not women. And women have the right to just be women. Women are what's called feminine. And feminine can be feminine when masculine is masculine. When I feel like you are sitting here competing with me, having excuses and not having answers, that's a problem for me. And that's a problem for any woman. And I know in the Black community, we kind of felt like you think it's all equal. It's equal, but it's not. But it's not equitable. See, equal might not be equitable. You're still men, and you're still called upon among other men to be men. And that's what I'm saying. You have to, I would say then, we have to then come together and say, you have to look for male leadership. You have to look for what that looks like. Even if women can't give it to you because they can't. But then there's a failure on the men to then say that, you're not masculine because you haven't had a male. But we have to know that's a problem.
All right, Sis Melinda, let me ask you this.
After you ask her your question,
yeah, I still didn't finish what I was saying.
Okay, go ahead, Nyame. I'm just gonna put this question out whenever I can get the answer. I agree that men have a lot that we have to work on. My question now, as an advocate for women, what do our sisters feel like they need to work on? I
don't need you to advocate for women. I just need you to be a man. See, that's the thing. You don't have to advocate for me. We have plenty of advocacy for us.
Before you go there though, I put a specific question on the floor. And just because you don't need me to advocate for you, other women do. Right? So you don't need that. And I appreciate that you don't.
That's not what I meant. What I mean is that you don't have to be all feminist minded to say, oh, we advocate for women. Just be a man and that advocates for women. Be in your masculine and that advocates for women.
In all due respect, there's no way for you to understand what it means to be in a masculine from that perspective. Because when it's time for me to check a man, I'm going to check a man. I'm going to get it a man the way that I get it a man. Y'all done heard me do it. I do it plenty of times. Swab do it plenty of times. I'm never going to apologize, though, for having the compassion and love for my sisters, especially the sisters who don't have a voice.
And I love that. I watched you and Swab do that. You've defended me and then Lilith in this chat with rogue males, with unhealthy males. You've done that. But that's just being your masculine. Right. That's being your masculine, my brother.
I agree. But I also agree I gotta speak like this to certain men because you gotta understand I gotta talk to my brothers too. And when I'm talking to my brothers, especially my educated brothers, it's certain ways that certain words they need to understand, a certain attitude they need to understand. Because if I'm coming to them and saying, nigga, such and such and such, it's creating that space where now we finna go head up. Whereas if I come to them and say, peace, brother, and love and respect and dignity, we got to get better. we can now we can have a conversation from a position that men need to, right? But now back to my question, if I can get an answer to this, where do our sisters feel like there are things that they need to work on? But I hate to ask that question and ask for the answer because I know Inyame needs to finish what he's saying.
Yeah. Do I have an echo?
Can you just double back a little bit, and y'all may start from the beginning of your point, because I just jumped back on the panel and I want to hear what you have to say.
I was just talking about speaking in absolutes. Like if I say all black women talk too much, all of y'all. If I say that, the conversation goes to left field. Some gonna say, no, I don't. How can you generalize? You only speaking from your perspective. So we shouldn't generalize when we're trying to get to a problem. We should be as specific as possible. All black men don't do certain things and all black women don't do certain things. But
I agree.
I think in 2021, I think we need to be more complementary to one another. How does your spouse compliment you to your strength and your weaknesses? You may be good at something and she might be good at something. She might be good at economics and you terrible at it.
Back. So let her keep the bills.
Let her keep the bills.
Right.
Your strength may be cutting the grass, and some men can cook.
Your strength might be cooking.
Yeah, maybe I think Swab be throwing down.
Maybe your wife can't do laundry to save her life.
Right.
But you grew up in a house.
Cook. Sister Katrina always feeding that black man right there.
But so what I'm saying, don't go into a relationship and you already have all the answers of how it's supposed to be. Understand the person you're dealing with. Understand your personal weaknesses. Understand their strength. You might find that sister, boy, she fine, but y'all don't compliment each other.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not going to work if she doesn't compliment you.
Right.
Find somebody that
compliments. What about conversation? I hear you say about the generalization, but what about the term most, right? Or even speaking about a lot of black women.
Man, that's great.
Y'all,
that would be good.
Because I think that's an attempt. That's an attempt for them not to generalize. But do you see how that could still have a very similar impact when you say most? You know what I mean?
No, I think a lot, and I'll let Inyame speak, but I'm glad you said that, and I'm gonna shut up. I think words like a lot or most do something as simple as show a clear-cut distinction between those that live in that category, and it's showing us that you're mindful that not all brothers are out here being like that. Go ahead, Inyame.
Yeah, I mean, yo, that's just the direction I wanted to go, because I try to keep in my circle, and if y'all really got to know me, I'm like a extremely private person, so I keep a small circle. I keep a small circle around me, and I'm trying to open up more, but I don't see the gender war around me.
Keep a small circle, bro.
Y'all about to say, don't fuck up. Don't fuck up. And I heard to agree there's no gender war. I do disagree that that we can speak in absolutes, but when women get together and speak on how they feel, like I don't let that alter my reality. You got to take it into consideration. It's a lot of the times it's extreme, but if they didn't have anything to amplify, exaggerate, it wouldn't be a problem. I see, like, we're never going to get all black people to do anything. All black people at one time? No. Nobody does that. That's the thing about, tribalism. Yeah. That's how you keep the uniformity. But when you're in a system like this, you could be fucking Republican, Democrat, vegan, fucking pescatarian. It's so many different perspectives. Some people are hammers, some people are screwdrivers. Some people are saws, and they all think some need to be hammered, screwed, or cut. Yeah, I think
Can I
Yeah,
say
wait,
this?
wait,
Can
wait.
I
Let me
just,
ask you, what the hell is a pescatarian?
can I just
pescatarian.
Yeah.
Pescatarian.
Hold on,
Okay,
Sister
yeah.
Cascade was trying to say something.
Yeah, because the conversation has gone a bit ahead, I'm just going to go back a second.
Mhm.
Now, over a period of time, I've noticed within myself that I've become more harsh in certain aspects. And I understand that's something that I need to work on, probably in
Let
this.
me help you.
What did that say? Our absence what?
Speaks volumes.
Yeah. But I realized to a certain extent that's for a reason. That's because sitting down, being nice, being the ultimate feminine lady wasn't getting me anywhere. It was getting me walked over, it was getting me trodden on. And I've watched a generation of women go through the same. And to a certain extent, we're taking point cues from you as well. So under me generalizing, I will say that's something that I will try to work on in saying most, or what's the other term?
Many
or most. I will try and learn to use that. It takes a little while to break a pattern. But we also have to remember that within love, yeah, for a lot of Black women, we've been coddling you guys. We've been coddling you guys and pouring this femininity part love on you guys. And it's got us to this point. So there, like Suave was saying not too long ago, there are some of us that are going to be hammers to the nails because of the fact that being that other way got us nowhere. Sometimes in the speaking harsh and the dealing with people a certain way, it's not that we want to get at the minority or, the minority of men that are doing things. It's getting at the most that are not doing it, for them to hear us. Because it's not like, although we're at this point in time, this conversation in different contexts has been going on for how many years? You know what I mean? Before the internet, it was women in their little groups and, on the phone talking and WhatsApp. I think it's more so affecting you guys to a certain extent because it's now in the public forum. We're now speaking up for ourselves. We're now vocalizing how we feel, because we're tired of being bashed like we're the only ones that created this community, created these children, created these situations. It took all of us indirectly in different shapes and forms to create what is here now. And even those that are good men, even in you guys being good men, because there's that fear and other elements that you guys see that you're not able to advocate for, we have to then step up, because it's like, if we don't push the taking it from out of what was and do it differently, then we've not tried the other end of things in trying to help you guys get it to where it needs to be. Is what I'm saying making sense?
100%.
Yeah, I got a direct question on what is it that Black women that want Black men to do?
Thank you.
But see, as masculine, you should know that. But okay, I'm sorry.
No, I just for the sake of conversation, I could guess. I just want to hear. No. I want the question answered from the Black women. What is it that Black women are looking at Black men saying we need to do?
Okay.
I'll go first.
So go ahead. Go ahead, Melanita. Go ahead.
Lead and take responsibility. I would love to be a Black woman in the community where the Black men are in charge of the Black community and we are their support, like other women of other communities. Like, I just want to, be able to be feminine and be in my role, and he holds me down. Or
You're right. And women are women everywhere.
As a group.
Yes.
Not
and melanated men and women are women everywhere. I want y'all to know that Black women are no different than other women. Let me give you some examples of what I've heard, like online when I've mentioned comments. This is years ago. I heard a Black man say to me, "You just want to be treated like a white woman." So now he said that because he thinks that, well, white women are treated a better way by their men, and you're not. So he felt like me wanting to be just feminine meant that I didn't want to be a black woman. What does that say to you as a man? That should speak volumes to you. We're still women. Women use more words per day than men do. That's just everywhere. Women talk more. We're more vocal. But that should mean something to you. Something should stimulate you to say, you know what? I'm a man, I respond to her as a woman. Stop competing with women. You're not women.
Queen?
Yeah.
I would say, for men to start getting involved in trades, for some of the men to be able to mentor and hand down their skills and work with the single parent families so that they do have male role models. We need you guys back in trades. Like if we want to be able to spend money within the Black community in certain elements, we're not able to do that because those men are not there in those positions. We need men that are going to rise to the top in terms of politics and not be swayed by the greed. We need men in science, in engineering. We need men on the front lines. When it comes
Leaders. So you want us to lead?
Yeah, lead, provide.
She's very more specific than me. I wasn't.
You want us to be
realistic.
You want us to be competitive with other men of other races, right?
Absolutely.
I think I changed that. I'm going to say this. I think that when we used to say we want you to compete with other men, how about this? I don't think that it's necessarily competing with other men. I think that it's just being the man you are in your community. Let me give you an example. When I was little, I was raised by my great-grandparents. My parents were so trifling, and they were married. My parents, my dad and my mom. But I was raised by great-grandparents. Great. And they were just a traditional couple. And me and my brother and my cousin, we used to fight who would pull off my great-grandfather's boots when he came home from work. That's how much we respected him. We would fight over who could pull off his boots when he came home from work because he was a protector. He was masculine. He was good to us. And my great-grandmother, she was just in the feminine role. And the feminine role is a feminine role. It's just what it is. We can't change those things. But what I've seen is that there's a generation that came that I think, again, like I say, I think it was spiritual covenants that changed who we were. And it changed advertisement, media, and everything. And it turned people, it turned us against each other. And that's not a weakness spot. I just think that it's weakness turned, I would say, our men against the women. Because see, in every other culture, the women are turned against the men. But in the Black community, the men are used against the women because the women have been flipped into the masculine position. And I want y'all to know that. No Black woman has been waged against you. You can see in every instance and circumstance, Black men have been waged against the women because the women are still family focused, Black male focused. It's not you though.
So when you say that, that's true. The white man is
it's
never.
Not about the white man. We're not talking about the white man.
No, what we're talking about is when, because now this is your second time doing that, right? You say in any other culture, and then you make it a comparative thing, and then once we compare it, then you back away, say this ain't about nobody else.
You know what, Swap? I was just getting ready to disagree with her when you asked the question. So, are you saying in comparison to men of other groups? And she said no. Me personally, I say yes. I say that Black women, or let me just say me, Melanated Goddess. I don't know if other the sisters in the chat or if Queen Cascade feels the same way. I would love to see Black men being in a place where they can compete. compete in protection, competing in financial status, competing in, like you said, engineering, competing in politics, seeing the drive, seeing the motivation, seeing, Black men competing in, we can be marry our women just as much as you guys can marry your women. We can provide businesses for our families just as much as you can provide businesses for your families. Our communities can be safe just as much, like taking ownership of the community so that our communities are just, are competitive. Like Blue has been saying so much, we are in a capitalistic system. Our children need to not only be able to see mommy and daddy, but they need to compete with other children their age. They need to be able to read on the same reading level, be evaluated in mathematics, knowing history, so forth. This is a competitive society. Absolutely. We want to be able to feel, so if he says, what do you want? Absolutely, that's what I want. Now, if we're talking about other nuances and, do we want to be loved and, nurtured and feel heard by our men and all that stuff? Absolutely. But yes, this is a competitive environment that we're in. And I think that that's a vital aspect of it when, when you have someone like a Ratasar and we the head, y'all need to listen to us. Then we're saying, how are you competing to be in this head position, bruh? See what I'm saying? Like, that's what women are looking at. What do you mean the head? What gives, because you got your anatomy makes you the head? Or is there something measurable, something tangible that we can look at to be like, you know what? All right, yeah, you're the head. Like, okay. Yeah.
All right, so all right, let me jump in. Let me tap in a little bit.
Go ahead, A9. Then we got more. I'm gonna let him speak. Go ahead, big dog.
There was a lot. All right. First, when we having this conversation, I need for y'all to start separating when y'all talking about what the community or the overall desire is from your personal relationship desire, right? Because every personal relationship that we've had is going to be different. And your experiences, are you good, man? And your experience.
No, this isn't about personal. This is about overall.
Melinda, can I finish this?
There's a general.
Sis, for real, can I finish? Appreciate you. Some of the things they do, they go back and forth from personal to general. So we having this conversation. Let's try to keep some of this at general or separate and make it known. Okay, now I'm speaking from a relationship standpoint or romantic relationship standpoint, and then here's what needs to happen for the community. Number two, I agree. Men, we do got to start moving in different areas. But now, since we having this conversation, we do got to start getting to the perspective of understanding. When you said that women have now been put into the masculine situation, that's what a lot of men see. Whether that represents the entire Black women community or not, a lot of men see that. And so the quote unquote good man that's out there, he's trying to figure out how to interact with that and how to find the diamond in the rough at this point of who is ready to be my ride or die, like I'm finna be her ride or die. Who is ready?
A ride or die? See, that's the thing.
Sis, come on now.
Okay, I'm so, I apologize. I'm sorry. I'm just so passionate about this.
We don't even.
Yeah, we all know.
I'm sorry. I've been fighting with people all week. I'm sorry.
Let me not say trigger words.
I've been fighting with people all week. This is something about me.
Let me not say a trigger word, right? How can I find the yin to my yang? How can I find the person who's going to fight this world with me? Right? That is a real situation. So for the solid Black man who, might I add, has had horrible experiences with different women out here and said, F that doesn't represent every Black woman in my community. I know it doesn't. And I know that I can get out here and find my partner that I can work with. We need some understanding of we're not mind readers. So to say, oh, a man needs to lead. Nah. Because if you say that, then you get an Aratazar. You get a whomever who's saying, this is how I lead. That's how he's been taught to lead.
No, that's not. I'm bursting at the seams. Oh my gosh.
And I've listened to three different women talk for 5 minutes apiece with the patience and respect that I'm supposed to give. Right? You got to understand, like, this is a dance that we're in right now. And we are in the fight just as much as you are, sis. But instead, watch this. And I want this to register, and then I'll shut up for a second. Instead, though, the focus is on the Aratazars and the whomever instead of the majority, which is Suave and Yame, Blue, A9, Moore, Damo, Taz. That's who y'all hear from and see from majority of the time. Even over here, right? I'm not saying that represents the majority of the Black community. But what I'm saying is we are making strides. So when you dealing with an A9 or a Suave or a Taz or a Moore and Yame, Blue, Damo, talk to us like we hear you, so then we can go out here and fix whatever else needs to be fixed. Take that into account because we fighting with you. We want to fix our community as well. Pump and dump conversations like that whack ass video is not what we support. You feel what I'm saying? So, and then I'll add more to it. But it was a lot that was said that I would love to address. But
sir, whack ass video aside, let me just say this. If we are ride or die, then that means y'all are laid out on the floor and Black women are in a hot air balloon. But let me say this. This ride or die stuff needs to stop. We're not ride or die. I don't see this what you're thinking.
All due respect, I changed it. I corrected it. So please don't do that to me. I cleared it up.
So we're not ride or die?
No, I changed it because what you hear.
I was raised ride or die, so I mean.
But what you hear when I say ride or die, I don't know. So that's why I cleared it up, and I'm making it clear when I'm saying we're looking for the co-partner to whatever it is that we're doing, just like y'all are. Right.
But the thing is, but this is what I will say. You're a man. Every time I hear it when we talk, it's like you all do realize, that's what I've noticed about Black men. You realize that you do need a woman to kind of be in there with you. But what I've seen is that the women have kind of just been there. I've lived this. I've known it. Let me just give you, I've been the woman who dated a guy out of prison, who would have paid for him to get an education, who would have paid for it, who would have done that. I noticed, and like other Black women do, that was not a benefit to me. And so what you don't seem to get is that there are not a lot of guys like you, Anon Hebrew, and the Suaves and the Tazes. And that's why I do say that there needs to be like a Joshua type of person where it's like, look, we're gonna fight this, we're gonna be delivered. But I think that you do need to get that this is not about Black women. Quit making this about us. We yield to you. So if you yield bad fruit, we're gonna be bad fruit to meet you. That's why you see the stripper culture being the Black woman is the only woman who does this. She just wants to be whatever she thinks is your whatever your eye wants. I'm a nurse, and when I used to go like out after work, we used to go to this place in the Rice Village in Houston, and I was so shocked at how the white women behaved around white men than the Black women behaved around Black men. The white women were like, should we let them buy us a drink? And the Black women were competing with each other to see who could be the better for the Black male. I want to let you know this today. This is not some womanist position or feminist anything. Black women aren't feminists. Know that. What I'm saying to you is that our culture has made Black men be a prize, and you're not even deserving of the type of women that the community is producing. You need to know that. You look, You're a fortunate guy, and your wife is fortunate to get a guy like you. Most Black women aren't getting that type of guy. It's flipped in the Black community. No woman should be competing with you. So that means you're not in a stance to be masculine. You're not masculine. That's what I'm telling you. And even what you do, you think that you should be prized for that. That should be baseline. And it's not like the era that my great grandfather was. And I know he was probably a POS to my great grandmother, but he was still doing what he needed to do to take care of his family. Now women are taking care of men. I know lots of nurses, because I'm a nurse, who have a house, a car waiting for a Black man. And they're competing with each other, which who could give him the most? How do you explain that?
Can I just say something?
Yeah, that would have been more. Yeah.
Anon was saying,
What's her phone
good
number?
evening, Orthodox more than anybody else that I've missed on. I've been listening from a distance for a hot second. Now, for a long time, Anon, femininity has been determined by men. Yeah? We're in an age at the
By
moment.
Black men or men all over? Like men in general?
By men in
Do you think the Black men shaped the Black woman's femininity? Or society shaped the Black woman's femininity?
Both. Both have an impact.
Femininity.
Both.
Both?
Both have an
Explain.
impact. Let me just finish my train of thought in terms of what I was saying before that goes out of my head, and then I'll try and answer your question.
For sure.
A lot of us and a lot of the women that I've seen and worked with have been brought up with this ride or die mentality, and it's left us dying. It's left us shot, stabbed, and everything else. And in some ways, trying to be that feminine position and that feminine role can end up with you being shot, stabbed, or killed these days. The other part of it is, yeah, we're always being told to smile. We're always being told to act a certain way. We're in an age where we're actually exploring that, exploring our own feelings, exploring where those things come from and why. Society has a view of what femininity looks like. And I don't always think Black women fit into that category the way that society deems, because of all the things that are on our shoulders, because of the things that we see in society, because of the roles that our grandparents and our parents play. Like over this last couple of years, the amount that I've seen in terms of women beginning to find themselves and find who they are and not listen to that male presence in their head for them to get a sense of who they really are is extraordinary to me. And I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing, because until we find those parts of ourselves and heal those parts of ourselves and look at what femininity is for us, because I think sometimes gentlemen forget that, yes, there's femininity in us, but we also have masculinity in us. We have estrogen and we have testosterone.
Facts.
So,
although
we have to watch that testosterone comment, because they typically weaponize it against Black women, saying that we're more masculine, which that's not true. So,
hey, Melinda,
I don't like talking about
real talk. Hey, Melinda, I'm giving you a hug right now, sis. Like,
She don't want it.
Like a
and
brotherly,
your hug seems kind of like it's patronizing. Let me be
Like
honest. I have a father who calls me every day.
like a
So don't
brotherly,
think that
like
I'm
a brotherly,
missing something.
but this like a brotherly, like sis.
If it's a brotherly hug, then I accept it. But don't try to. I feel
Well,
like
it's a hug out of not knowing what to do with you.
What do you got nothing to do with me?
It's the I'm telling you, it's the approach. It's like every tool he had.
Okay,
he's
I'm
trying
not.
to use, right?
Accept my as problem child, and I need a hug.
No. Don't do that. Let's keep it right here where it's at. Because I mean, you're bold in your speak, so stay bold. You know what I'm saying? It's not a problem.
In a position of weakness, and I need this from you. I'm telling you. Look at me. I'm sitting here telling you what you need to do.
Yes. But upon a certain
like what?
Yes, but upon a certain sentence, you'll be like, okay, and you do this drawback thing, and like I said, it's not necessary. But I think that's
admire
where.
Amon, and I swear I told you I admire you. You
No, I
you
know,
love
but
his girlfriend. You love
yes,
you love his wife.
those are facts. Those are facts. I'm just telling you what I think. I don't think the hood was being. What was the word you used?
Patronizing.
Yeah, I don't think it was being patronized. That's all I'm trying to say.
This the point. This the point that I'm telling you, sis.
I'll determine that. But go ahead, sir.
Okay.
Hey, I'm good.
Can y'all let Orthodox more go? Because
Yeah, let me finish it off. Right?
Yeah, go ahead. Orthodox Moore, man. What's good with you, big bro? You in the building?
Yeah, peace to the panel, peace to the chat.
Yeah.
Yeah, first and foremost, I want to say much gratitude to all the queens on the panel who gave their opinion, and the pictures is what they see in terms of what they think that the black man needs to do for them and whatnot. I think it's very valuable information, and I'm very grateful that they put it out there. I want to kind of take off and go to like 10,000 feet, then 20,000 feet, then 30,000 feet, then land if I can. Like there's 3 points and try to land if I can.
Good luck.
Yeah. I bet there'll be some.
I'll be surprised you make it to 15.
Hey, we'll see how this goes. So first and foremost, I don't see a gender war. I think that gender war concept is like in European communities, or it's like a first world 1%er kind of concept. Like that's a luxury as far as I'm concerned in this day and time. I'm not in a war with my woman in any way, shape, or form. The battle that I'm in is recovering from trauma that we all are recovering from, being the fact that we all are descendants of a slave trade in an environment that is not conducive to healing from such. Right. So one thing I think that's beneficial for both the men and the women to do is to recognize that we're in a special situation. Like not everybody in the world or in society around us is in that same concept, right? Or is in that same construct where they're recovering from that kind of situation. We all got real trauma that we're recovering from on a masculine and feminine side, right? And we got to recognize that hurt people. And so if we don't realistically recognize that we're in a very specific situation that most people aren't in, and craft solutions based upon that, we're just going to be in a cycle, a repetitive cycle of just hurting each other. That's not going to be productive going forward for ourselves, for our children, for our posterity, none of that. So one thing I would definitely recommend is like, I heard somebody say earlier that we all come from different backgrounds in Africa, etc. That is 100% true. A lot of us come from a lot of different backgrounds. A lot of us come from backgrounds where there's things like dowries and there's things like what's the word I'm looking for? Where you prepare to get married, right? There's a whole cycle and process for that, right? There's rites of passages we don't have anymore. There's a whole bunch of stuff we don't have, right? But when we go back to our cultures or whatnot, we can see where marriage is a big deal. It's something that people prepare for. It's not something that's willy-nilly. You know what I'm saying? No matter what culture you go back to, there's some kind of preparatory concept with marriage or whatnot. And in this day and time, I think it would be beneficial if we sit down and discuss those kind of things before we actually get married. Like, so for like the culture,
what marriages, Orthodox more? What marriages?
The ones that do happen.
Melinda, let Orthodox.
No, she got a fantastic point. I think she's making a fantastic point because there's not enough happening. There's not enough happening, and they're not happening on purpose. And that's the whole point I'm trying to make, right? We used to come from cultures that made them happen on purpose. We don't do that anymore as a culture. Like we literally had a culture that they made them happen on purpose, and you prepare for them. We're not preparing for that in any way, shape, or form. You're talking about preparing for leaders or whatnot. Are we preparing for marriage? Are we preparing for relationships or whatnot? No. Not in the least. And we have to look each other in the face and be serious. Like say, okay, we have to, if we're gonna make this situation better, we have to do the hard work of actually preparing for this stuff. And figuring out how to do so. And again, I'm always going to say, like, go back to the cultures we come from. See what structures worked for us before. See what structures we're not implementing here. Compare them and contrast them to structures that other cultures are already doing that we're not doing and whatnot. again, a lot what you see, the difference between us, our failures and other people's successes is we don't prepare for things. And again, there's a lot of reasons why we don't at this juncture, right? Like I said, there's again, we come from a people who in a unique situation where we descend from a slave trade. And not only do we descend from a slave trade, we're in a situation to where systematically, like the sister's talking about, like the men are being pitted against the women. We can see that in the system to where like we're specifically they're trying to break up our homes, break up the men and the women, and try to have the government and other people raise our families and whatnot, and dictate how we teach our families, what we teach our families, all that type of stuff. Like, so we got to recognize that as a culture, whatnot, as a people. Do we have enough men leading the way they're talking about? Hell no. As a man, I got no issue saying that. I got no issue recognizing it. I got no issue recognizing that the women are supposed to be mad when that's the situation, right? Like, so my grandfather on both sides, right? Like my grandfather and my great grandfather on my father's side, right? In the segregated South, bought a hillside of land with 7 and had enough room for 7 families to live on it. They grew their own food, all kind of stuff, right? That's in the segregated South, fam. Like, the women got a right to be mad at us for not producing more right now. We got to buck up and take that one. Same token, right? For the ones that are doing something, where's all the support? Because there's
support for what you're supposed to do.
For the 10 that are full of shit, there's one that's doing something. There's one that, do you know who that one?
I mean, that's
Isn't that a baseline that's normal for people? Why do you need praise for the stuff you're supposed to do?
I didn't say praise. I said support. No, since I got you. No, since I got you. I'm not saying praise. I said support. And support can even be criticism, sis. As long as it's constructive criticism. You feel what I'm saying?
I think sometimes, Melinda, like Orthodox Moore is saying, there are some men that don't understand what support actually means, and that criticism, love, and other things, do you get what I mean, can come through that. And I
do, sis. Let me tell you, I've spoken. My father calls me every day. So we were broken up as a family because my mother and father divorced. But my brother's a retired Marine. I love him. He has a family. So and the uncle took me in. You see how fractured this took me all over the place, split up from my family. But I do know what masculinity looks like because I know what it feels like, and I know how I responded to it. So I'm not blaming him. I'm not even. So I'm just saying, as men, you know what it looks like to protect a child and a woman and your children. So no, you don't get kudos. You're just supposed to do that.
But sis, you gave your father kudos. You say y'all used to fight over who could take off his boots.
No, that was my great grandfather who raised me because my father and my mother divorced. My father cheated on my mother. Go ahead.
Y'all fought over who would take off
his boots.
Y'all used to fight over that. Yeah. That's a form of praise.
Yeah. Wait a minute. No. But okay, Anon, I'm gonna let you go ahead and that was a reach, but I'll let you have it.
No, it's not a reach.
But yes, but I don't have to reach for you. That was my great grandfather.
Why are you yelling? What's wrong?
Okay, but the thing is, that was my great grandfather. I don't hear anyone else talking like this.
Right.
Why do I have to give you? You should just have a baseline masculinity.
So okay. So
help me understand shit. Hold on.
I'm ready.
Hold on. My fault. Go ahead.
Goodness.
Go ahead. You got it, Mel. Go ahead.
Okay, I wanted to ask, so we can get clarity, right? And we can speak on the men, right, who aren't doing what they're supposed to be, right? The fact that they're lacking this, they're lacking that. This is a deficit, right? But speaking on the men that are doing it is giving them praise for doing what they're supposed to already do. Well, then to me, what I hear from that, because like if you try to put your man's hat on, right, then me not being whorish and thought-like, and me actually being a decent mom, and me raising my child and feeding them and clothing them, and them not entering into the system, they never speak about me, but they speak about It's all of the women that are out there getting abortions, all the women are out there on the polls, or women, but they call them black women. So if we address the men with that in that regard,
I get what you're saying. I get
you.
you.
Listen. That's the reason why we get that in return. That they only highlight the degenerate women. So if we only speak about degenerate men and we never acknowledge, recognize, support, endorse any other adjective you want to come up with, right, on the black men that actually reading with their kids, teaching them how to ride a bike, being the one to tie the string on the doorknob and slamming out to get their teeth out their mouth, all those little things that you do with your kids, right? Talk to them about when you get your menstrual cycle. Talk to them when you get your bad grade, or how to fight somebody in school. Somebody all of that daddy stuff, right? If we don't even acknowledge that part because it's a baseline, they're supposed to, you don't get praise, then that's I'm not gonna get praise for not being a hoe, right? I'm not gonna.
I don't understand. What are you saying, that I'm praising them too much, or that I don't praise? What are you saying, sis?
I'm saying that you, in the conversation while I was on mute, it sounded like Orthodox Moore used the word support, and you said support for what? And you said praise for what? For doing a baseline, for doing what you're supposed to already do that. And what I'm saying is that when black men feel we supposed to already be good, and so some of us is fucked up, so black women is fucked up because we're both treating one another the same way, as opposed to them having positive regard for decent, good, wonderful black mothers, women, and we should acknowledge and recognize good, decent black fathers too. And we shouldn't dismiss it or minimize it, that it's just giving them kudos or a pat on the back of what they their baseline. That's what I was saying.
Right. Okay, but I say this, we're having this conversation because obviously that's not a mainstay in our community. So I said that because, first of all, I think that the women are doing it. I gave examples of, my grandfather, my dad called me every day, even though my dad wasn't a good father, but I still know that he does love me. But what I'm saying is this, the fact that we even have to have a conversation about our fracturedness and what men aren't doing, that's a problem. So yeah, let me say, congratulations, men, for having a child and taking care of your children. I guess that's what I should say. That's what
I mean. I think
supposed to do that.
I think that's
really?
Now that's
our baseline is low. We have a low standard.
Yeah, but I like I said, I'm listening to.
I said it wrong. I'm sorry. Let me say.
No. You got to live with that. Let it soak in and scar the good men, so that we wake up tomorrow.
What soak in?
Whatever you was gonna apologize for. Really? I don't know. Whatever you was gonna apologize for. No.
I'm just saying. Why should you get credit for anything? People, you should be parents.
Because.
Really? I don't need him to give
I want to understand. I want to make sure I understand you correctly.
This is not about madness because I don't come from a place of that. I'm telling you, I had good experiences.
Mm-hmm.
So why am I a woman with good experiences telling you what you need to do?
Right. Now I want to deal with that question right quick, if I can. Right. So you said earlier, I heard you say a couple of times, like I shouldn't have to say certain things, or like
I shouldn't have to. No one should. Go ahead.
Got you. Okay. So real quick, can you give me two lists right quick? What should men already know that you shouldn't have to tell us, and what should women already know that we shouldn't have to tell them?
You know what? I've been a registered nurse for 24 years, and when I think like maybe my 10th year, I was doing OB nursing with like the maternity. Let me say with maternity. And this woman, she was a nurse. She was a sharp black nurse she was like my preceptor. These people kept coming to her asking her questions, and she said, and this is deep. And I know some of y'all gonna fight it because we live in this society where we just fight everything. Let me tell you this. She said, Melinda, at what point do instincts kick in? What are instincts? You have children. You should care for your children. That's it. It's been, I mean, in some ways, it's been modeled before us.
Okay.
You're men. I'm telling you, to me, I know that we live in a society where like black women feel like, you know what? We're the mothers of you. We're above you. See, I'm someone who doesn't think like that.
Right.
But I just think that I expect out of you to lead. I know what it feels like to see a man lead.
And it
if I
should
see
be
you're not
instinctive.
leading, I can say you're not leading.
And it should be instinctive. I shouldn't have to be taught. That's what you're
Yes, it's instinctual.
Got you. Okay. Can help me understand this part here? Like so.
It's instinctual.
Hold on, real quick. Help me understand this right quick. Like so, what should be my realistic expectation of an African descent woman having come through being a descendant of a slave trade in this country? Like what should be my realistic expectation?
Yes, your realistic expectation.
Hold on, real quick. Let me explain like this. Like so, I've offered 2 marriage contracts to 2 African descent women, right? The first one was she had a degree from a Division I college. She was a junior Olympic athlete. She was a musician by all intents and purposes. Like she would be like from a distance, she'd be like a 10 on anyone's standards, right? She was a model, all that. However, when you got close, she was bipolar and had schizophrenia, etc. So like there's baggage involved, right? The second sister I was wanting to give a marriage contract to, she had ADHD and whatnot, right? And I would have willingly dealt with that, and we could have built with that in any way, shape, or form. And like we could have built on that, and like I could have understood her. We could have had solutions built upon certain things to where like we had certain backup plans when certain things kicked in on a neurological level where she couldn't control it, right? And vice versa, right? So I'm willing to make, as a man, I'm willing to look at the African descent women around me and recognize, okay, I don't expect them to be perfect. And at the same point in time, I expect to have to work with imperfections going into it, right?
Orthodox, let me interrupt you. I just have to.
Please do.
You know, that's been a part of y'all. I was senior class friendliest girl voted in my high school. I'm a friendly girl, but let me say this. I've noticed in my old age that I'm kind of rude, but I'm nice, okay? But let me say this, Orthodox. Let me say this. I want y'all to all hear this. Let this reverberate throughout the atmosphere. I'm sorry that these 2 awesome Black women weren't good enough for you.
Oh no, I'd lie down and try for both of them. Like I offered a marriage contract to, like I was trying to offer.
Okay, so what happened? So why didn't it go through? They didn't want you?
Well, the first one actually accepted, but she got admitted. Like I said, she had schizophrenia, and there was a situation to where she actually spent some time in a psych ward. And
as a nurse, I know that y'all have more mental illness than Black women do. So
you can't ride with these schizophrenic women just because you're a woman. You can't do that.
I'm saying
you cannot do that. This ain't no reason this man should have married no schizo. I'm just saying. But ain't no reason why this man should have married this.
You know what? I'm sorry.
And with the hold on real quick with the second one.
You have plenty of Black women to choose from. They'll fight for you. You have plenty of Black women to choose from. They'll fight for you. There's no excuse for you to not find a good Black woman. There are plenty of them.
What?
Hold on. Why weren't these 2 good enough?
As sarcastic as it may sound,
why weren't these 2 good enough?
There's others. There are others. Why are you going to the other races who have schizophrenia too?
I didn't say anything about any of it. I'm talking about.
Guess what? Great grandma and great grandma had schizophrenia too. They still got married.
I didn't rescind the marriage contract.
So you saying he should have married her?
I don't know.
So check this out. I didn't rescind the marriage contract first. Hold on, real quick.
Then control marriage. Control marriage and undo it.
Sis, two points. I didn't rescind the first marriage contract, and the second sister didn't want to go through a 4-month process of making a marriage contract.
So what are you saying? It's the Black woman's fault that you didn't get married?
No.
Okay, well, I hear the moans and stuff, but I'm just saying. Listen, okay, wait a minute, who is that laughing? It's hilarious. Her laugh is killing me. But listen, I'm just saying, y'all, at some point, no. At some point, listen, at some point, coupling is not this big a deal. Damn it, get married. You can find a woman, get married. Or that's more your handsome man. I know from the other side.
Stop. Melinda. Okay, so wait, is it that easy to find a Black man?
Okay, yes. Go ahead.
No. Is it that easy to find a Black man? Is it that easy to find a good Black man, Melinda? You can do it. You can go out there.
He has the picking. He has the choice.
But woman is the one that chooses.
It's not. I don't believe me. Let me go out and choose somebody else who's marriageable, who wants to be married, who knows that marriage and coupling is the way to build wealth. Apparently,
isn't the woman? So shouldn't the woman?
Y'all not gonna put this on me because at the end of the day, I'm sitting here.
What is going on? Sis, relax.
Go ahead while you laugh at me and some of my stuff. Go ahead.
I'm not laughing. I'm laughing because I never got told off for offering marriage.
This all I'm saying, Melinda. This all I'm saying.
I know what.
And how they say that Amen? Your name is Amen, brother Amen.
Hey, you know what that is? That's that nigga you get on my nerves.
Melody said demon.
That's that nigga you get on my nerves right
No, I didn't say demon.
Did Melody call me a demon?
No.
Oh my God.
Melody don't even talk like that. She don't even talk like that.
I'm not even religious. Demons is not even real.
Hey, at least he's making opportunity.
They are real, but whatever. Okay.
I mean, the people say that. That's what I heard.
Yeah,
I'll put it that way. That's what I heard. So they say, you know, but I said Anan because the dude with the southern accent kept calling Anon Anan.
Oh,
y'all remember?
Okay. That's cute. Oh,
okay, brother Anan.
Brother Anan.
All right. Hey. Y'all, I mean, look, just whatever. I still stand by everything I say and all the ridiculousness that it might sound like.
I'm not necessarily disagreeing with a lot of what you said, right? I understand that, like you said, like later in life you've gotten harder, and I heard Queen say the same thing, right? That's from experiences, and I can't undo that, right? I can't undo what black men have done, just like y'all can't undo what certain black women have done. What I can say is though, I agree with you that we got to get better. Where I disagree though, is that to say, oh, it ain't that hard to get married out here. I 100% disagree. I 100% disagree. It is.
I disagree for a man. I disagree for black men. I do. I disagree, and I will say this:
and I'm going to tell you why.
Hinged all my hopes on black men and not did it out, I'd be in trouble. So that's why I'm feeling comfortable. Go ahead.
I'm going to tell you why. Because for a good black man, right, that's looking for a good black woman, right, and that's what we're talking about now. When we say good quality, however you define that, I'm not going into that, right? Then they understand wholeheartedly the necessity for taking the time to pick the right mate. That's even if everything was idealistic in our community. Because now you have to take your past experiences and your upbringing and make it compatible with someone else's past experiences and their upbringing. And so because of just for that simple fact, that's why it's hard to find a marriage. Couple that with people having financial issues, economic issues, which is if I'm not mistaken, still the highest reason for divorce. One of the biggest things that cause divorce in relationships are finances. You start to couple that together. Couple together mental trauma that people won't go get help for, and host that with a slew of other things. It's not easy to find a mate. It's just not, right? It's easy to find someone to be with. It's easy to find someone that you would choose to marry. But if you making a choice to say, I want to be with this person for the rest of my life, nah, that's not easy. Not in today's society, especially if you have traditional values.
Okay, yeah, you're right. So most black men don't have options. I get it. So
I didn't say they don't have options. That's gaslight. I get that was a heck of gaslight. I did it because I never said that they didn't have options. I didn't say that. I said
it's not that difficult.
I said if you want to just marry someone, yes.
No, it's not just marry someone. You have a plethora of women. What's the ratio of black women to black men, and black women being pretty successful? Stop. So you do have it.
So maybe that's the only requirement.
Okay, no, it's not the only requirement. You have. Oh my goodness. Okay,
I'm being honest now.
No, you didn't. Yes, you. That's not the only.
I'm speaking directly to what you're saying now.
Okay,
it's not the only requirement. It's a requirement though. Like, and I'm
not gonna front that success is a requirement. But
because you know what.
But being able to see eye to eye on things like spirituality.
Yeah, you have that many more women to see eye to eye to, though.
Being able to see eye to eye on things like spirituality, how you gonna raise your children, how are you going to allocate your finances in your house?
Really? Okay.
What are gonna be the ways that you even something as simple as how do you handle daily house chores, right? All of these things become pertinent in a day-to-day, lifelong companionship.
You're right. I'm very traditional, and so maybe some of this is above my head, but I will say this. Ladies on the panel, if I offended you, I'm sorry, and men too. I love my people, so don't ever think that. But I'm so sorry that I have a high standard for us, and that appears to be the problem.
Once again, I disagree with that as well. I just think these things are unnecessary. I think you're doing way too much.
That's my laugh. I'm sorry, but that's my laugh. This is.
I love y'all. Do you know what I do? I have. So my thing is, why can't I have a high standard for us?
We're not telling you not to. Who's telling you not to have a high standard?
It seems to be a problem.
Who told you not to have a high standard?
Okay, no one did, but I think that seems to be the overall.
No, that's what you're saying, sis. What you doing? You know I rock with you. What are you doing, Melinda?
I said I have a high standard for us, and we should. Why shouldn't we speak
We all are up here because we have a high standard.
Okay.
Queen got a high standard. Mel got a high standard. More myself, Blue and Young. We all have high standards for our community.
Orthodox Moore, you're gonna find a wife. You can go and throw a rock and you'll find a lot of black women who can be your wife. You know it. So don't play.
What?
I said it. That's true.
And if he decides that he chooses someone that has mental health issues, that's
Who
okay.
has mental health?
Because people with mental health issues need love. And there's a whole heap of people out here that need counseling, that need therapy, that are hiding issues that they need to go and resolve. Orthodox
I'm sorry, Queen Cascade, are you referring to me?
No.
She was referring to the first woman.
He's talking about the first woman that he was involved with.
Yeah.
But no, she was saying she started with him. What?
Yeah, because the woman she was referring to was bipolar and schizophrenic.
But was she speaking to him? Did she lead with him?
I was speaking to Orthodox Moore.
Yes, she was.
Did she say Orthodox Moore?
Yes, she did.
Okay, I'm sorry. I had a skip or something in the. I'm sorry.
I don't know if you're around, but there was a night where we were talking on a previous stream about things similar. And what I brought up was that the fact that we are not preparing. So, like when I used to do relationship counseling with the young people, it was to do with their sexual health. It was to do with their mental health. It was setting out the guidelines for their relationship, what the standards and requirements are. And those young people, before getting married, they had to prepare for it. So when I spoke on the previous stream, I was talking about how back in the day, our cultures, before it got to even getting married, that you had to go through certain things. And that seems to have waned over time with marriage becoming big business. And I think those things should be brought back. I'm of the opinion, I'm a single woman. I'll say it loud and proud. I ain't got no shame in my game. One of my requirements in getting engaged has been pre-marriage counseling. And I've set out specific certain requirements based on that relationship. And if I've seen any patterns, and setting down a plan for the future. Now, one of the reasons why one of the marriages didn't happen was because that man wasn't interested in getting pre-marriage counseling, and that one of the agreements that we had was after marriage, if ever counseling was required in good times or bad times, that's what I required of that relationship, and that was a problem for that person. We've got a whole community where the onus on healing ourselves hasn't been the main thing. It's been more like get cash, get money. And you've got some men that are using this pump and dump or using sexuality as a deflection from getting away from their problems. I think that's part of our issue as a community.
I can't disagree with that.
So I'm all for what you said in terms of pre-marriage preparation, doing the plans. It's something that I suggest to young people in general. And when I was doing the community work in those programs, it's something that I pushed and that I've seen that's been effective. I think it's more for people to adopt those things moving forward. And also what I've also seen is there are, what's the word? There are some men that are just complacent with, as long as he doesn't put his hands on her, that's okay. Because I've been hearing that a lot recently, like from some fathers of girls that are preparing to get married. And when I've asked them why, like Melinda was saying, the requirements are so low that I'm just like scared for some of these girls, because I'm like, why is that the only conversation that you're having with some of these young men? Don't put your hand on them. Do you get what I'm saying? There's more things that I feel that you should be having a conversation with as a father, as an authority figure, in laying out your guidelines and expectation for these young men, because some of them are taking it as a reason to abuse, or like you've given them some kind of permission to get away with certain things. Yes, you shouldn't have to say those things, but at the same time, we're in a society where things have to be put out plain and clear for people to understand.
I'm going to end with this for me, and I'm jumping off for real. I will say this. Love y'all, everybody on the panel. And I mean this.
You said that 2 hours ago. You said that 2 hours
I'm going to say this. There's a verse in Psalms that with David says, Yah, oh Yah, if errors were what you watched, who could stand? Which means, if you watch mistakes, who could stand? I'm going to say this. Black people, oh Black people, if mental illness was what was watched, who would be birthed? Anyway, love y'all.
Hey, I gotta just say this real quick. Hey, look, man. You know what? I ain't finna hold my tongue, bro. I'm gonna be honest. Whatever. Cancel culture and all that. Hey, number one. Yes, you should tell your husband, if you married, that he's doing a great job if he's taking care of home. I'm sorry, like that or not. And he should do the same to you. He should tell you that you're being a great mother. He should tell you that he appreciates you sacrificing so much of the other things you could be doing if you was running around here wild, free, and single and putting in the work to raise a family. You should. I'm not going back down from that, right? I'm not saying that you should just go praise every or expect praise from every random person down the street. But if you're in a relationship with somebody, in a romantic relationship, yes, y'all should be praising the hell out of each other. I'm sorry, praising the heaven out of each other. Making each other know that it's worth it. Number two, it's not easy to find a relationship. And that's the problem. To think that it is easy to find a relationship, to think that it is easy to just go ahead and work out a situation. The Sister Queen said it. I think we had talked about it a couple of days ago. Yes, premarital counseling should be a prerequisite. Continuing counseling in your relationship should be a prerequisite. And if you can't do that, I'm suggesting that maybe you're not ready for a healthy relationship, unless both of you are coming into that relationship completely healthy. And if that's the case, I applaud you and kudos. That doesn't mean you got to go find a counselor, but you should have someone or some type of situation there where you can have a counseling situation. That's just mental health 101. Number three, we all agree that either the media or slavery, something has happened to pit the Black man against the Black woman. That's just real. That doesn't mean gender war like we at each other's throat, but to sit here and act like there's not something out there that's pitting us against each other, I think is a problem. If we say that something is not out there pitting us against each other, we are asleep and burying our head in the sand. There is obviously a disconnect between us as a whole in a relationship. Not everyone, not each individual situation, but as a whole. We have to acknowledge that in order to be able to fix it. Right? And then his final point of, I want a man to be a man and all of this. And, I know what masculinity looks like. Great. Then you shouldn't have a problem telling the rest of us did. If all of us are not meeting that standard. Right? I agree that we as Black men have to do better. I'm doing my part. My friends, my family, my brothers here on these panels, we're doing our part. That does not give other people a pass. But what we have to also do at this point is say that there are things that both sides have to work on. And that's just real at this point. We got to be able to have these conversations without cutting each other off and yelling and screaming and alienating one another because of trigger words.
It's YouTube.
It's
YouTube.
saying,
Like it's the
but without
space.
being
It's the space.
alienated just because I said a trigger word or you said it, even if you said a trigger word to me, I don't know who you are. I don't know what you went through in your past. What triggers you?
Yeah, but that's why you can't. That's what, like, to me,
Wait,
bro.
wait, let me say this before you go in, Damo, because you long-winded.
Nah, hell, you know what? Just for that, fuck that, yeah, man. I'm gonna finish what I'm saying.
But
Nah,
I'm
go ahead.
gonna jump off, man. I'm gonna go kick it with my wife. I need to be. What's the word y'all said? I need to be coddled. So
I'm just gonna say it real quick. If LeBron James dunks a ball and he's 6'9", people stand up and clap.
Facts.
And he does this every game. We still give him praise for it. It's okay to give somebody praise for doing something they're supposed to do.
It's upstairs.
When my wife cooks a good dinner, I know she gonna cook a good dinner. But thank you, babe. This is good. I appreciate you. It's not that difficult. That's it.
So yeah, and I'm gonna leave it at this, man. I love our sisters. I love our community.
All right, nigga, you gone. You say what you had to say.
Shut up,
Gone.
shut up, bro. 'Cause I sat here for a long time and listened to a lot, bro. And then I sat here for 45 minutes before I could even hear the panel, and I still never got to address half that. So you're gonna wait another minute. Finally, though.
But who gonna wait? Am I waiting or is your wife waiting? Is you supposed to be spending time with your family?
Damn.
So who waiting?
She can wait. She did. She told me. You know why? No, because she appreciates me and I appreciate her. Now, back to this point. As people, we can't keep having these conversations without this nonsense of your triggers become the narrative of the entire conversation. We won't get anywhere, right? Black men got to do better. Black women got to do better. I'm about to go get coddled. I love all y'all. Peace, love, and all that extra stuff.
Look, this is what niggas gotta understand, man. It's YouTube. The thing about these YouTube communities is, it's like, if you've worked in, I ain't gonna say if you, I worked in customer service for credit cards when I was in college. You know what I mean? Chase Credit Card Services. That's who I worked for. And the thing about working for customer service for a credit card company, nobody calls to tell you how much they appreciate having a credit card. Nobody calls in to be like, hey, yeah, I just want to let y'all know I was able to use my card and got me out of a situation. So thank you, Chase. Nobody does that. They're not calling because they got something good to say. Same thing about YouTube community, specifically when it comes to Black people. Most of these YouTube communities are literally based around a bunch of people who have a problem with one thing or a couple things, and they find other people who either talk about that problem, analyze that problem, or whatever, and they build the community around that problem. Simple as that. The triggers is what create the community. The triggers is what create the camaraderie. So to say that you cut like in a YouTube space that, we got to move away from the triggers, and you can't. It's the name of the game. Like that's just the reality of it. People in the conscious community get pissed at white supremacy and white information and white this and white that. So they go to the conscious community to talk about how they mad about whiteness. The manosphere. They're mad about whatever as it pertains. I really can't, to be honest. I can't tell you what them niggas is mad about, but they mad about something. They was hurt by somebody, so they there. They not about to all of a sudden show up and be like, all right, well, now let's have a balanced conversation. No, the community wasn't built on balance. It wasn't built on looking at both sides. None of these YouTube shit like communities are. The people who listen to them may be balanced. The people who go from channel to channel may like, I can watch this and I can watch that. But the content and the community themselves aren't balanced because that's not why they here. Most of these YouTube communities are built around, I don't want to say fringe, but I guess fringe mainstream. So I guess fringe would be the appropriate word to use. They built around fringe issues. Manosphere is built around protecting Black masculinity, whatever the fuck that means.
All right, so being that you're not a YouTube nigga, right? You can't comment on the YouTube shit too much more, right? You know what I'm saying? Otherwise, you might be a YouTube
but see,
nigga.
that's it.
So on the man, hold on real quick on the man-woman shit. What you got on that? Because that was a good conversation right there.
Man, I don't. What people's opinions is people's.
That shit. I want to give.
Yeah, people's opinions is people's opinions. Like I don't like people said what they had to say, and this is what they think, and all of that. Cool, but like y'all can think that whatever the opinions were the opinions that were stated. I don't really. Yeah, I mean,
what's Domo's opinion on the situation? Would be like, do you feel like the Black man and Black woman are pitted against each other in modern society?
I feel like demonizing blackness has social and political capital.
Okay.
Demonizing blackness has social and political capital. How that demonization takes place is different when you add in gender, sexuality, etc. But it's not the thing is, whether it's Black men or Black women, you are there is social capital in attacking Black people, whether it's Black people attacking each other or outsiders attacking Black people. There is social capital to be built on Black people attacking Black people, period. Like if you, like, for example, like I say, and that's the reason why I'm pointing out that that's why my response to all of this is it's just YouTube, because I hear a lot of these conversations about like, well, I'm not following a man that good. Like, I'm not on here for you to follow me. Nobody should be following Orthodox more. Nobody should be. We niggas on YouTube.
Nah, don't listen to them.
We hear the dialogue. We hear the dialogue. You're supposed to take the meat and spit out the bones. That's it. If it ain't something working for you, leave that shit alone.
So me and Queen Cascade were talking about like preparing for marriage or whatnot, like, and that's something like we're talking about off YouTube, right? Like real life type shit. You know what I'm saying? She's talking about like premarital counseling. I actually agree with that 100%. I'm even down for the counselor of like a personality test and psychometric data, all that kind of stuff, right? Like going into it. Right?
I think Dama might have been in the panel that we had when we was talking about that.
Yeah, I popped up a little bit. Yeah, I was. The thing is like I don't think that. I don't believe in any universal concepts. I don't think nothing is universal. You feel me? Like for me, I was with my wife for 7 years before we got married. You know what I'm saying? Like about 6-7 years before we got married. You feel me? I didn't think at this point we don't need no marriage counseling to me in my mind. She brought it up. I was like, nah, I'm cool. Because to me, I felt like I didn't want to, because I don't believe in any universal whatever, you feel me? I don't think that it's somebody that could come in and give me this, this is just advice that I generally give out and think that it's going to be productive. For me, at least, it's other people that it may work for. That's why I would never tell somebody not to. But that's the thing though. I'm not going to be up here preaching premarital counseling if I didn't do it. I'll say, if somebody brings it up, like, what you think about premarital counseling, if it worked for you, if you cool with that, like if that's something you feel like you need, go ahead.
Doma, would you feel the same way if they were if it was a couple and they were dating for a year
and they was already getting married?
Yeah.
I would say the same thing if that's what y'all feel like y'all need.
No, what I'm saying is, okay, so not what would you say to them? what is your opinion of a couple getting premarital counseling after dating for a year? Like they're engaged to be married after a year. Do you think that's a good idea, or do you still think, hey, you don't need that crap? Just, like what?
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I didn't need it. I didn't think I needed it.
So if
But
you
whether
and your wife, if you and your wife were only dating for a year and you were going to get married, and
I'm
she
not getting married to
suggested it.
nobody. It's not.
I'm just trying to
that's
get
not
a
even a
real
good
answer, and you're just like not wanting to answer the
But
question.
that's my thing. That's my thing.
All right.
I don't think I'm in a position to give prescriptive advice to people who I don't know.
So okay,
You know
so
what I'm
if
saying?
little
Explain
Domo
it, though.
MVP at home is when the little MVP grows up, right? Let's say the little MVP, you know what I'm saying, has been in a relationship for a year and wants to get married. Are you going to be like, you know what, that's a great idea, or you like, you know what, you shouldn't do that unless you're going to have a backup plan or like a fail safe of having some kind of counseling just in case your communication is not like.
I tell them, give it some time, bro. It's only been a year. Give it some time.
So what if he says, guess what, Dad? She wants to go to counseling. What do you think? I'm just like, can you just answer that? Like, he's gonna
I would
engage.
ask him. I would ask him, how do you feel about going to counseling?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking you, Dad. You always have the answers. You always know what
But
to say.
if you don't know and she's suggesting it, then it's not gonna hurt to go along with her suggestion, because obviously that's something that's important to her. You really don't know, so you know what I'm saying, and you coming to me. So if you coming to me and she's already suggested it, it may be something that could help y'all, because you know what I'm saying, that's something that she bringing up. You got to be open. You know what I mean? My thing is be open. Like it's you got to understand yourself. You feel me? Like you just got to understand yourself. That's all. Like for some people counseling work. For some people it don't. Make shit worse. It be like that. Sometimes counseling makes shit worse, and then you stick with it and it get a little bit better because you got past the rough parts. It be like that. But I'm not. That's what I'm saying. I'm not the nigga to be like, in this situation you should do this, because I don't know you. Because it may not work for you. It may work for somebody else. But I think the issue is that we are too prescriptive as a society. We are too, this is the way it gotta be done. Especially when it comes to marriage. Oh, especially when it comes to marriage. It's everybody gotta, like, this is how marriage works. This is this is that. Everybody got that type of advice. That's a part of the problem. It's because we look at marriage as an institution. Even I've heard the conversations about it being a business relationship, all of that type of shit, when it's really a personal relationship. All of these other things come with it, yeah, but this is somebody that you got to spend your every day with. So outside of all the other shit, you know what I mean, do y'all know each other? Have y'all invested in each other? You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like that's why when me and my wife got to the point where it was just like, shit, we know what's up. I know what's up. Let's do this at this point. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's how it was for me. Yeah, and then even being with her, like I said, I've been with her for 7 years. We met in fucking 2009 on some random shit. So in my mind, like, you could find, like, the way you find the person that you end up spending the rest of your life with, you never fucking know. I was actually on some man ho shit when I met my wife. Like, my partner was like, "Hey, I'm going to visit my homegirl. She graduating from, you know what I'm saying, from Texas A&M. You want to ride?" I was like, "I don't know." He's like, "She got some fine ass friends." I was like, "Oh yeah, bet, I'm riding. I'm about to get me one of these friends." You feel me? I was on some complete debauchery. And then one of them friends that I was just gonna get one of them friends, I end up spending, you know what I'm saying, this is who I plan on spending the rest of my life with. It be like that. You feel me? And it's a bunch of shit about our relationship that, you know what I mean, in the beginning you would be like, damn, is it gonna work? This, that, and the third. You feel me? But it instinctively, I just did, you know what I'm saying? I was prepared. Like, when she came along, I was prepared to do everything I needed to do to make the shit work. So that's why we at where we at now.
Do you think your wife wish you had pre-marriage counseling?
No, because if it was that big of a deal, we would have did it. If it was that big of a thing, like, nah, nigga, I want this. And that's how she is when it comes to what she want.
What if she just felt you were too domineering to make that happen? Like she didn't feel
She
confident.
don't feel like that. My wife there is no too dominant. Fuck no. Shit. If I get too domineering, she gets more domineering. Nigga, it don't work like that. Matter of fact, she
What you're
can't.
saying is I need to call her, you know what I'm saying, for like debate tips and whatnot on Shucklebuck and Cats.
Hold on. Nah. I mean, matter of fact, she called home, or she was like Max. He was like some nigga that worked up under her had called her domineering, and I was like, yeah. I mean, you kind of can be. You feel me? So
Y'all do each other the same way. Like when you ask her, "Am I condescending?" She's like, "Yeah."
oh yeah. That's because we honest with each other.
That's what's up, man.
Yeah,
That's
we
what's
honest
up.
with each other like that.
That's
feel
cool
me?
that y'all can be honest and you take it though. Like, 'cause a lot of people can't take that kind of honesty. You know what I'm saying? And like, yeah, I'm with like me personally. I don't want the praise, man. Like, I want two things, right? Like, I want the criticism, right? Like me personally, I like the strong criticism. I just want to be constructive criticism. You know what I'm saying? I got no issue with what you tell me, what you think I'm doing wrong. You know what I'm saying? I want to know, right? I want to know where you want to go. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to guess them. You know what I'm saying? If I got to guess, I'm doing too much work. You know what I'm saying? But at the same point in time, I don't want praise. I just want to know when you're grateful about something, right? I don't need praise. I just want to know when you appreciate something. Just like I want to know when you don't appreciate something. That's it.
Can I say on the praise and appreciation, I think it comes down to, again, what you were saying about getting to know that person within the relationship or the courting stage, because I'm the type of person that I'll ask, what is your love language? Do you get what I'm saying? So I can understand
exactly
what your needs are. What is it that you require from me? How do you show love? And there's a lot of people that don't tend to ask, like some of the relationships that I've seen recently, and even in dating recently, when I've turned around and I says, well, what's your love language? Guys are like, they don't know. And I've had to say to them,
They've never thought about it. Exactly.
Right. I think that's the biggest one.
Say that again.
I think that's the biggest one. What is a person's love language?
Mm-hmm.
And
what is their language?
What's that?
I said, what is their language? Period. Right. Like, I need to know what your language
is. Right.
When you
can I even speak that language?
Right. Exactly.
True. Very true.
But that's what I'm saying. I feel like, how are you talking about marriage and you asking whether or not you can say, how the fuck you in a relationship with somebody you can't speak their language? I think a lot of this stuff that y'all like, that type of shit, you figured that shit's supposed to be figured out early. You ain't even supposed to be in the marriage stage if you still trying to figure out, like, really knowing or understanding the person. You know what I'm saying? That's why the only thing I would say in terms of, like, if I felt strongly about one thing is that, like, it's not getting married too soon. You feel me?
Yeah, that's
it's
the
like
big point.
It's like it's certain things that you got to be able to see somebody at their worst.
Right.
And
I call it the default,
say,
at the default position.
Not even default. I'm talking about in the negative. You know what I'm saying? Like past, yeah, I mean, like even just a basic setting. You know what I'm saying? When they in their lower self, even outside of their default. Can I see you in your lower self and still be like and still have that attachment? You feel me? That's what I think. You know what I mean, because like that's at that point, that's when you negotiate. Can I deal with this again? Seeing this person here, is this something I could deal with again?
Right.
You feel me?
From my experience, people don't know what they don't know.
Exactly.
So let's say you graduated college, you got this, you finally get this good job, you find a good spouse, you get married, then he lose the job. And then you get pregnant at the same time. Like, oh shit. How do y'all work through that difficult situation?
Nah, I mean, also at the same time, it's like y'all mad at each other. You say something you don't mean. You feel me? Can you? Is that something you can come back from? You feel me? Like the one thing that I've been able to do that I say I've been proud of in my relationship is I ain't never said nothing I can't come back from. But before I take it that far, I leave, do whatever. You know what I'm saying? But over the course of going on the 10 years that we've been about 10 years since we've been together, yeah. Nah, I ain't never said nothing I can't come back from. But you know what I'm saying? She didn't say certain shit to me. Like my wife got a slick ass mouth. She didn't say some wild shit. You feel me? And it got to a point where I was like, oh, that's just how you talk. You just do that when you get mad. You one of them people. You feel me? And it was my investment in her that had me look past. And I'm a Scorpio. Like, you know, Scorpios kind of look past the surface level of shit. I looked past what she was saying, and I'm just like, okay. Your stories that we like, you know, you talk to me about how you and your sisters, because she grew up in an all, you know, woman household, how her and her sisters would fight and all of that shit. So it's like, okay, I see certain things that you don't really mean that, but that's just how you fight. Like you do that. You know what I'm saying? You take it to the next level. Like if a motherfucker meets you somewhere, you go higher. Okay, cool. I recognize that about you, and how I move forward is I'm gonna do that for you. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna ask you, I'm not gonna demand that you be different. I'm not gonna demand that you change, because I know that there's gonna be times where what happens when you don't. You feel me? Not the times when I like, okay, yeah, just a cool apology. But what about when an apology ain't enough? You feel me? Can you still look at that person and be with that person and do that? And so I feel like answering those questions, like without a motherfucking marriage counselor, you got to know that first.
Right. But see,
You know what I'm saying?
that's why what you were saying earlier is right. That's what you focus on. I focus on the default position.
Yeah.
So it's just it's a different perspective. I want to see how you are when things are just average. When it's just the average, mundane, get up, go to work, take care of the kids, that routine. Because some people can't even handle that.
Yeah. Yeah.
True, very true.
Yeah. But I mean, people, but at the same time, the one thing that, like, you know, you got like the people in the chat and like a lot of, you know what I'm saying, a lot of women have had certain experiences that kind of speak to why they say the shit that they say. And the thing about that is, because as a nigga, when you know that it's niggas like that, you can't be mad. You can't defend that. It's probably like some women from high school or early in my college days that's like, I got a story to tell about this nigga Damo. You feel me? Would probably love to sit and ask my wife questions. You know what I'm saying? I can't be mad at them. I made them fucking decisions. I said that shit. Or I did that shit.
Right.
So when you know that it's niggas out there in the world that's like constantly putting sisters in certain predicaments to where you like, damn, bro. Like, really, bro? Like, for real? Like, I got partners like that. Like, I didn't, even the whole thing about having a, like, you know that it's a trope about when, if your homegirl can't, your girl's homegirl can't trust her niggas, you know what I'm saying, friends, because you called and you know they gonna lie. It's about loyalty. I done lied for a bunch of niggas before. So when there's women on these panels and women's in the chat that's talking about niggas not being trustworthy, what the fuck? I can't say what the fuck. I'm getting mad talking about not all. Don't matter. Don't matter. It don't gotta be all. If any significant portion is problematic, period. It's really that easy. It's really that simple. That's why I feel like shit, niggas be having like a knee-jerk reaction to respond to certain shit. Like, no, you can't say, like, even like this appreciation shit. Like, if somebody else is like, nigga, you don't need no appreciation. Okay. All right. But shit, like, that's how you feel. I get you. You know what I mean? Because like, I'm not asking you to show me appreciation. Like, I'm not gonna get that from you. It's not something I'm putting on you. So just because hypothetically in some world you wouldn't, like if we was dating you wouldn't, like, yeah, I can't care about that. I appreciate, thank you for your perspective. Moving on.
I just want to say, if Anonymous Hebrew is still in the chat, I hope he's enjoying his downtime with his wife, you know. And I don't want him to feel, well, it's your feelings. You're entitled to do what you want with them. But I don't want you to feel like we're trying to all get at you guys 24/7. I've come to the understanding that a lot of the gentlemen that come on this panel are, you know what I mean, real men, the kind of men that we need representing. But obviously, you know, sometimes when I'm getting harsh with people, it's not about you, it's about, you know, the wider community that sometimes needs to hear a different tone.
Yeah, I'm about to jump off, fam, but I just want to say I appreciate everybody's opinion and their information and whatnot. And I definitely want to say I appreciate what Sister Queen Cascade was talking about in terms of the premarital preparation. No matter how you see that concept, I think it's very important for our community to really look at the premarital preparation concept as one of the many things that was taken from us that we need to replace in terms of our culture, make it consistent. Again, we're going to have a lot of different backgrounds on how we do so, but just as a consistent concept, I think it's something that would benefit our community more so than be detrimental to it. So I definitely want to shout out that concept of preparing for marriage and preparing for the future and whatnot, and doing so on purpose with a purpose, and building communication before everything. I think even when you're listening to Dumbo talk about being with his wife for 6 years prior to, like you learn the communication style, like you said, you learn the language and whatnot beforehand getting into it and whatnot. So learning each other's languages, like love languages, hurt language, wounding patterns, all them kind of things, like that's so important in this day and time. And it takes time. It's never going to be an overnight thing. And that's why courtship is something that we need to understand in terms of like a rites of passage it's important in terms of stabilizing a society or a culture. But at the same point in time, to each his own. If that's not something you want to partake in, the status quo is what it is. You know what I'm saying? But I think if we're going to be realistic and grown up about things, we're going to recognize that we're hurt people that have come through a lot of stuff that not everyone comes that not, and we're in a place that not everyone else is in. And so we have to take measures that are not necessarily the same as everyone else to get the results that we need. And it's okay that we need to do that. It's okay that we need to take special time to do certain things. Like, so for instance, we got people in the UK who do like Saturday schools and whatnot, right? That are culturally based and all kind of stuff and whatnot, right? We could be doing the same stuff here and emphasizing like relationship aspects of cultural building and whatnot, or building a culture within society and whatnot, et cetera. All bottom line is all that kind of stuff got to be done on purpose with the purpose, understanding what the problems actually are and what the solutions need to be. And all that comes through with communication and whatnot. And I appreciate the concept of what the sister was saying about being able, when you talk about like sitting down and having premarital counseling, that means you're willing to listen to problems you have too, right? That's not a one-way street. And that's the realism that we need to have going into these kind of relationships, these kind of decisions in life and whatnot, because they're super serious, man. Till death do you part is a long time. And when you have kids, like that's a real serious thing too. Because if till death do you part doesn't actually happen, you split up, that affects them too, and their children, et cetera. But with that, family, I appreciate y'all for your opinions, and appreciate y'all for your time. Peace and love.
Peace. What about that debate?
Man, you already know what it is.
So you want that one? Did Islam betray Africa?
We'll definitely talk on the back chats, man.
All right, cool. Peace.
That sounds like a good topic, boy.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out one with Domo. He be hiding in the cut.
Do a capitalism one with Domo.
No, we on the same page.
I think I'm booked up, and yeah, man.
You already got him?
I'm booked up. Yeah, I think I'm booked up. You know, nigga like me, everybody want that smoke.
When that happened, Domo, I didn't even see them. You get all booked up. Who you got the base with?
I think you got a rocket
everybody.
4 times.
I know you got one with Cash.
Yeah. Yeah, I got Taz twice. I got Madon. I got Ock, and I got Orthodox Moore, and I got Anonymous. I got Suave in the money debate.
Wait,
Yeah, I'm,
so what are you debating Madon and Akmalak about?
I don't know. Me and Madonna ain't picked the topic yet, but me and Ock, we debating on whether or not Ock gonna be my first debate, and we debating whether or not black people should fight for equality, should still fight for equality.
Okay, so who's saying that we should not? You are?
Yeah.
I knew that was your position. And Akmalak says that we should fight for equality.
Nah. I'm gonna make the chicken nuggets. Yeah, Ock saying we should fight for equality. Yeah.
Interesting.
So, then with I got a Kobe debate with Taz, and then I got a
what's your topic with Suave?
I think it's Black Lives Matter anti-black men or some shit like that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sounds
That's $100.
You guys have put bets down on that one?
Well, nah. So they heard us talking about it. This one's stronger. Hold on, real quick. Yeah, it's cool. Yeah. But somebody heard us talk, like having the conversation, and they called Solar and was like, I think they said I got $50 on the debate, and then Solar was like, I'll match that $100 for whoever win this debate. So I was like, bet. But that's what I'm saying. Like, with any of my debates, all of y'all could put y'all money where y'all mouth is, for sure. Because I need to start making this shit lucrative anyway. I need to start making some money off this shit anyway. So best believe any debate, whether I'm debating you or whether you think somebody can beat me, please, you can definitely put that money up. We got special money rules and everything. You know what I'm saying? The money rules are a little bit more stringent. You feel me? But I'm with all the money smoke. Yeah.
So what you debating Taz on?
Yeah, fine. The first debate I'm debating Taz on is the Southern strategy a myth? And the Southern strategy is the idea that during elections, Republicans rely on upholding like racist rhetoric and talking points in order to solidify Southern support. So whether or not that's a real thing or if it's something Democrats just made up. But then the other debate is, I think it's Kobe versus LeBron.
Oh boy.
And we're gonna do that one All-Star weekend. Yeah, I mean,
I got it all planned out.
Then my debate with Anonymous is it's gonna be about capitalism. We got to figure out a topic, but I'm debating capitalism with him. And I got Yehukanan too. Me and Yehukanan
How many
gonna
debates
debate.
is that? That got to be over 8.
Nah, that's.
You just said you had like 2.
So that's 2 with Taz, Suave, A9,
Madon, Akmalak.
Madon,
We're missing one person. My bad.
Yeah, that's only 7.
There was 7.
Yeah, that's only 7.
It just sounds like a gang of names. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I think it's probably I might be fitting Chris in that last spot.
Oh boy.
Definitely. If it's room, I definitely be putting Chris in that last spot.
Y'all not gonna agree on the topic.
See, I'm not like the rest of these niggas. But I come up with a topic that they think sound good. Shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, however you want to word it, however you want to phrase it to make you comfortable. It don't matter to me. You know what I'm saying? It don't matter to me. You can do whatever. However you want to frame, I'm still gonna kick your ass. No, I ain't gonna freestyle it. I just know how to put this shit together better than a lot of these niggas. All of these niggas, if you ask me. But you know, and especially it's like I came off of my first season. I got knocked out in the first round. You feel me? I learned, you know what I'm saying? I learned some shit about YouTube. The second season, season 3, I kicked niggas ass all season. You feel me? I got knocked out in the conference finals. Again, learned something new. So now, after I learned something new from my first season, what I've learned from these last 2 seasons, as I put that together, these niggas ain't gonna be able to fuck with me. These niggas ain't gonna be able to fuck with me. So like all the ties people who think that nigga just to put y'all money where y'all mouth is. You know what I'm saying? I'm taking all bets. I don't give a fuck. Like nigga, and that's why to really get away from the shit talking. Cause you know what I'm saying? Like, nigga, we can go back and forth on the internet all day. But to get away from the shit talking, you ain't gonna put that money up. you ain't gonna put no money up. You feel comfortable saying it on the panel, but you ain't gonna put no money behind it. I guarantee it. Shit. Matter of fact, the only reason Suave taking the debate that he taking is because he feel like shit, somebody else putting their money up. And I feel that nigga. Shit. It's a win. Like you got the opportunity to walk away with $100 without, you know what I'm saying, just by doing a debate. Why the fuck not? But please, best believe I'm done talking. I'm done with the shit talking. I'm not going back and forth with niggas no more. It's league business. You know what I'm saying? If you feel like you about that, before you fix your lips to say shit, just know the first thing I'm gonna say is put some money on me. Cause this is why I say about YouTube, right? Like I said, niggas just want the opportunity to get some shit off. And I feel that. That's what the social media space is for. You feel me? I'm with that. But niggas be standing on they shit like or be acting like they stand on some shit where it's like shit, I stand on this, I can prove this to anybody, all that other shit. Cool. Bet $100. Let's do it on the clock. And a third party will decide, you know what I'm saying, who win this shit. It's that simple. It's that simple. See, y'all can have all these conversations about marriage counseling and the black man and the black woman. I'm cool. I ain't gonna be no good in them conversations. You see, Melanated Goddess felt like I was dodging and shit. I ain't here for all that. Last season I was here to kick niggas' asses. This season I'm here to kick niggas' asses and maybe make a little bit of money while I'm doing it. That's all I give a fuck about. As far as, you know, YouTube is concerned. So I do apologize that, you know what I'm saying, I'm not feeding into the great dialogue that was taking place. Yeah, y'all do y'all thing. Y'all do y'all thing. Just when Damo get mentioned, if you ain't talking about putting that money up, we don't need to be talking.
Listen, everybody's gonna have their, you know, their areas that they're interested in, their areas that they're passionate about, the things that, you know, are on their mind, heart, muddy soul that they might want to speak about.
Nah, yeah, right.
Well,
And I think,
important.
and yeah, everybody should talk what's on their heart. But you know, the problem that I feel like I run into mostly because most niggas just don't agree with me with the shit I say, and I'm okay with that.
Mm-hmm.
Is that niggas be on like some other shit with it. Like they be trying to tell you about you. Like Melinda, for example. Like because Melinda caught up in party politics, you feel me? Like she be trying to throw that liberal, you're a Democrat, you don't, and all of this other shit. I'm not about to argue with Melinda's ass. That ain't gonna do nothing for me. Even though she trying to put all this shit on me and who I am and what I, you know what I mean, all that. Going back and forth for her ain't gonna do nothing with me. Ain't gonna do nothing for me. But the debate league, though, if she was in the debate league, I'd be like, all right, let's do it on the clock. Let's do it on the clock. You think I'm wrong? You think this? You think that? Let's do it structured. You get speeches, I get speeches. You ask me questions, I ask you questions.
So is that a challenge to Melinda, or you're just speaking off the top of your head?
You said what?
Is that a challenge towards Melinda, or you're just using that as a frame of reference?
If Melinda is interested in joining the league, I would be more than happy to cook her on this whole Democrat-Republican conversation. More than happy to. If she was willing to join them.
I don't know.
I'm more than happy to give her that work. You feel me? Because like what I like to do is like if we argue about it, if I beat you in the debate, ain't no more to be said. You can bring it up in conversations and panels all you want to, but if I win the debate, ain't nothing to be said. I done beat this already. You talking about a losing argument? I already beat this. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, if she beat me, it's like, hey, I feel like I think I won, but she beat me, so it is what it is. No more conversation. I ain't got shit else to say about it.
I hear you. So Melinda, you're out there, sis. You want that smoke? Usually, Melinda, I made a joke about this. We say her name 3 times and she'll appear.
She was in the back too. Shout out to me. But I mean, it's all love though, because like I appreciate. I don't like echo chambers.
Yeah.
I want to hear different. I want to hear people disagree.
Mm-hmm.
I want to hear different. You know what I'm saying? Schools of thought, where people come from, people that experience different shit.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I welcome her to join the league.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? We need more people like they just got different perspectives, because the more perspectives we have, the more robust debates that can be had. And that's what I'm here for. That's what I give a fuck about. I'm only here for the debates. Like I know a lot of people like it's a mission for them and all of this other shit, and it's like, you know, respect to you. But I really only care about building up Solar Vision Debate League and having fun doing some debates. That's it.
Understandable.
Yeah. I apologize. I done probably killed the views on this hell.
Yeah, buzzkill.
Buzzkill Damo in this bitch. I do that. I do that. God damn it. I have no problem saying I do that. I guess I should have hopped on. Man, the black man is under attack. They are after the black man. We are an endangered species. Us sons of Ra are being targeted.
Oh, you know that spiel too well there, Damo.
Hey, I'm telling you, I'm everywhere. I know all the spills. I can give them all to you. Really, if I wanted to, I could come in here and say all the shit to make motherfuckers love everything I'm saying, or say all the shit to make them hate everything I'm saying. That's why I don't got the heart to do that though. Like I just can't blatantly lie to people and like develop an audience. That's why I say like black conservatives have the best social media hustle out of all the social media hustles. Because there's a premium for black people that are willing to stand with white people that say racism don't exist. Or it's not harder for black people than it is. What are you doing, son? Shut your mouth. It's not harder for black people. Like black people make it harder for themselves. It's a premium to that. And I know all the talking points. So if I wanted to just be like, fuck it, I'm about to be a conservative Instagrammer like a motherfucker, I could do it. And because of how I present my shit, you feel me? Like they would fuck with me. They would fuck with me tough. And I'd be able to eat off of it. I know a nigga on TikTok that went platinum. He was on the Billboard 100 only because he made an anti-Black Lives Matter rap that he marketed to conservatives on TikTok. They put him on the Billboard 100. I just can't do it. I just ain't got the heart to do it. Or I could come on here and be a young Pharaoh type nigga and just say all of the Hotep shit, all of the, you know what I'm saying? All of that, like just all the, because if you pay attention, the rhetoric and the language, the epistemology, like all of it, it's real surface level. It's real surface level. And so it's easy to kind of tell, and especially like I said, when you looking for something, like even me, I was looking for, you know what I'm saying, debate type content on YouTube. As soon as I found it, please, I want to join this debate league. As soon as I found it, nothing else got me attracted. As soon as I found some debate shit, I was on it. And so if you got somebody that's like, for example, like fuck niggas ain't shit. You know what I'm saying? Like niggas is dogs, and it's some sisters saying that shit. Oh, best believe they tapped in. Same thing with black women. That's why. But what niggas, the one thing I will say though, and this is what niggas gotta recognize, there is more social capital in demeaning black women than it is black men. And you see that with the rise of Kevin Samuels becoming a social media icon, influencer type shit. That's just the reality of it. Niggas can't play with that. But even outside of that, like I can't play the games. I can't play the politics. That's why I'm not even interested enough to be even hosting panels like that unless I'm going off. Like, see, Suave got the type of personality to where he could just host panels every day and niggas will fuck with him. I ain't cool like that. You know what I'm saying? I got one thing I do well. That's all I want to do.
You're not so friendly, Domo?
Nah, I'm really not friendly, to be honest. To be honest. I'm really not. That's why I appreciate Suave for who he is, because I be like the channel is able to grow and shit because he's tolerant. I'm not tolerant. Like I tolerate shit insofar as, all right, if I got static with a nigga, I know I'm gonna get a chance to debate him. So that's where I like with a nigga like Lance, for example, like I'd never be going back and forth with a nigga like that, or even let that nigga even get under my skin. But I let, you know what I'm saying, the conflict build up because I knew we would have a debate. And I get to shut him the fuck up. Like people in the chat, you can't shut them up. So ain't no point in even getting mad about what they say. But like niggas that's willing to hop on the panel and then go as far as to join the league, and you want to run your mouth, come get this smoke. I look at it like this, like being in the league, I look at the chat like the stands. You feel me? Like
watch it there, Domo.
No, I'm for real. Like it's the stands. Like it's the people watching. Like if basketball players, think about it like this. During the course of a Lakers game, right? People yell all type of shit to LeBron. All type of shit. Like people say all type of crazy shit to LeBron. He can't pay no attention to that shit. There's people in the stands.
True.
That's the same thing with the chat. If I'm in the middle of a debate, I don't need to be looking at the chat. If I'm in the, you know what I'm saying? Because it ain't gonna be nothing but niggas talking shit. Like, you feel me? Niggas trying to pick you apart.
But if you're not in a debate, it's like being on a panel. I think that it's not the stands, or I guess really good YouTube channels. The chat is an extension of the panel, where the views and the opinions, you kind of the people in the chat get to connect with the people on the panel by being recognized, maybe their comments being highlighted, which Suave, the host, does an excellent job doing those things. So that way, the chat is brought into the conversation.
Nah, I mean, and I get that, right? And I appreciate that. Like, I mean, just like, you appreciate people like you know what I'm saying, and Queen Cascade, I mean, and then some of the other sisters that be joining the panel, and some of the other brothers that be joining the panel too. Like it's a level of appreciation there. But what I say is that, like, when people comment, they more likely to comment talking shit than they are anything else, though. You feel me? Like, even like I mean, you scientifically, I mean, I'm pretty sure it's been a study done to show how people in the comments are usually more negative than they are positive. You know what I mean? So it's like I don't think that when somebody writing out a comment like, Damo, you stupid as fuck, you don't know what you're talking about, I don't think they really serious in that. It's just the comment section energy. It just bring that. You feel me? So I can't take that like, they got mad at this nigga, because the nigga is just a nigga talking shit in the chat. Because I don't know how many times niggas get on panels and be like, no, I was just talking shit, bro. It don't be, yeah, cool. So I can't take that shit serious. Or just you disagree with a person, they come on the panel, y'all end up actually having a conversation, and then come to find out y'all don't really disagree. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the experience. You feel me? So like the social media comment sections are the most toxic, disrespectful, you know what I'm saying? Like negative, low spaces. You know what I mean? Like you really got to do a lot to rise up out of that. Like when people show love, that's why it's appreciated so much, because like to get love from a comment section, you know what I mean, it's difficult. It's difficult. You got to be like on brand. You got to be on pace. Like a nigga like me, I can't get this motherfucker talking about politics to niggas that'll be like, fuck voting. You feel me? I ain't been on brand with shit. I got a different experience than most niggas, because most comments about Damo is talking shit, and I'm cool with that. I ain't got no problem with that. You feel me? I got no problem. But that's why I speak. That's why I speak from the perspective that I speak from, because it's like I can't fall back on like a group of motherfuckers that's just like, yeah, we just fuck with Damo no matter what. You know what I'm saying? Because he's saying shit that we like. Nah, I can't do that. That's why I talk the way that I talk. And that's also why I really don't, you know what I'm saying? I can't host a lot of panels and my shit got to be structured. You feel me? I can't just do it the way y'all do it. That's why I like to just pop up and fuck with niggas. To be for real, I'm really ready to get back in this ring. I got some shit that I'm doing over the next few weeks that's gonna keep me out of the, you know what I'm saying, out of the loop for a while. But y'all best believe when I get back at it, I'm back at it. When I get back at it, I'm back at it. All of these niggas.
So right now you have room to add Nyame. What it sound like?
Nah, I gotta.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
I think I gotta put. If somebody, I'll put Nyame in the. I got me and Nyame, we got ours off. That's the only thing I would debate in Nyame on. I can't really debate it. I think me and Nyame debated. You know what I'm saying? I think what was it? Whether or not the word nigga was productive or something like that, or was it detrimental or some shit like that?
Transformative or something like that.
Yeah. So that's the only. I feel like that's the only place where we for real had static like that. So I don't even know what we would debate. These other niggas though, I gotta slap them around real quick. Like Taz, I gotta slap him around twice. I gotta slap him once. Really, I want to slap him for Africa. In the heart, I'll be slapping him for Africa. You know what I mean? But then the second time, I'm slapping him for Kobe. Feel me? So he got to get that work twice for that. It ain't even for me. It's for Mother Africa and for the great GOAT Kobe Bryant that I'm smacking up, the nigga that niggas call the GOAT. Yeah. And then a nigga like Chris got to get that work because he ran from me all last season. And then Anonymous just so happened to lead the league and then come back. You know what I'm saying? Without having it before, you know what I'm saying? By the time I got all my debates off. So it's a lot of niggas that's owed some work. It's a lot of niggas that I owe some smoke to. And then Nyame, he just, I ain't got the burn. Because I feel like I beat Nyame, but it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? On that one.
No, I don't think he did. I think once I slapped Harriet Tubman on there, it was a wrap. It was over.
Yo, Harriet Tubman didn't have shit to do with that.
when I got you to admit that it can be used both positively and negatively, it was done. It was done.
No.
When you said yes, you can use it positively. Boom, transform. Boom. That's the
I did not
debate.
think
Man.
any of that debate. I did not.
What you
Every
say?
time Domo started talking, I was like, listen to him. He sounds, yeah. I was just he for that. He just want me for that N word.
I got to call Taz, but I think I got him with Malcolm X debate. I think that's gonna be a good one.
When I first started watching SVDL, I think I clicked on the channel a couple times, different times. I was like, oh no, I don't like this a Hebrew channel. Like that's I thought it was
Yeah.
huh?
If you understand the second season, it was all about changing that Hebrew dynamic.
Yeah, that was the whole purpose.
Yeah.
You had to get out of that shit. Yeah.
And then I kept seeing like streams with what's his name, Lex. He'd be talking and he'd see me in there and he was like, oh, there goes the witch. You know? I'll be like, oh gosh. But then I just associated the channel with him. And I was like, it's not that crazy guy on there. He just kept changing different belief systems and people weird and something like warlocks and witches and stuff. And I think the first time I actually really thinking was probably that debate between I was like,
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that was just. I feel like it's some debates on YouTube with certain communities you're just not gonna be able to win. Like I think it's certain shit that you like. It's like really like I said, man. Like a nigga trying to debate Taz on whether or not you know what I'm saying black women are detriment. That's still you gonna lose that.
Yeah, that's crazy.
You just gonna lose that. And it's just like me trying to debate. You know what I'm saying? Like a older black person about the word nigga. You gonna lose. You gonna lose. You don't got the historical reference to be, you know what I'm saying, to argue with certain people. You feel me? And so even though I feel like I presented a great argument, it's like nigga, bro, we fought niggas that use this word. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
like,
you see how much you use it just to even say that. I was like, is he serious? That's what I was
but it's like I said, man, I ain't giving it up. That's one of my favorite words. I appreciate it. I love my black people. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? And like Ronald Judy says, the question of what it means to be a nigga is literally the existential question of what it means to be human. Come on now.
Nah, that's
Come
way
on
too
now.
much. That's too much.
Come on,
It's
y'all.
too much.
Can't get past that. How does the people that had their humanity denied to them?
So all humans are the N-word?
No, not all humans are the N-word. But the essence of what it means to be human is where you find niggas.
Right. So what about other groups that believe they have the essence of humanness?
But that's the thing. That's the thing about it. Like humanity was denied to the enslaved African.
And
Like,
there's the groups that would say that humanity is denied to them. Are they N-word?
Hold on. So you got to understand like how it came into place. It's not just a question of well, what about this and what about that? It's an experience.
So it's specific to. So it's not about humanity, but just say these people who experience.
No, hold on. You got to understand why humanity is being discussed. Why the question of what it means to be human is being discussed. That is being discussed because it was something that was displayed by people who that humanity was denied to. That's
right, but I'm saying so in whatever group believes that they experience things in which humanity was denied.
No, see you already. This is where I was
trying to understand the definition. I don't really get it.
Right, but see, and this is where when you call because you were the one who called me pedantic. This is
I
why
was disagreeing. It was not me. It was
But I did agree.
It was you. It was you. Because somebody called anonymous pedantic, and then you was like, "Nah, I'm pedantic too." That sounded
Oh,
like
okay,
that.
yeah. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. I thought the initial was.
But this is the reason why, right? Because details matter. Because nuance is important. You feel me? The human experience has not been the same across humanity, right? Especially as we move into the more modern understanding of humanity, right? The human experience has not been the same. So we have to ask ourselves, like, when it comes to humanism, there's no one way that's understood. What Judy is arguing is that humanism, its understanding, has its more robust analysis at the question of what it means to be a nigga, because nigger, the root word, originally was the tool that was used to deny the African their subjectivity, to deny them their humanity. The word nigger, the root word for nigga, was used to deny enslaved Africans their humanity. Now, the transition from nigger to nigga is how we understand, again, that question of what it means to be human. Because in just kind of a brief synopsis of what Judy argues, is that there were words that were used to characterize what was at the time considered a slave, like a property misbehavior, for example, right? Like you had what they in plantation politics, you had what they called the bad nigger. The bad nigger was the slave that ran away. It was the nigga who broke the tools. You know what I'm saying? It was the people who injured themselves so they wouldn't work, right? That's where you get the bad nigger. That rebellion within itself calls into question whether or not the term nigger actually accomplishes the job that it's supposed to do. Because a nigger is supposed to be property. And you don't expect your property to rebel, right? You don't expect your tractor to break itself, to not work, or to just drive off on its own, right? So if enslaved Africans are being treated as tractors, right? Then immediately that perception is distorted and broken because you see these acts of rebellion in property. Property doesn't rebel, right? So these people who were denied their humanity, what made them rebel? What made them display humanity in the in a society that actively worked, that legally worked, that was structured around denying them humanity? And it's more detailed, like that's the beginning of it, because you go through like attempts to use the word colored, to use the word Negro, and to use all these respectable terms. But you get what he does is he gets to the rise of hip hop and the impact that it has on Black people and the language that comes out of that and how that solidifies how we use it today. Because ultimately, when we learn, like me specifically, I say, when I learned the word nigga, I didn't learn it under the auspices of you were a nigger and like those things were taught to me separately. I learned what a nigger was at school. I learned what a nigger was at home on the block, which means that cognitively, I already had a separation between the two. Cognitively, there was already a revolution that took place in the minds of Black people to proactively separate themselves from white epistemology. Like we also, because what it does is it displays the fact that we also have the ability to give language meaning. And when people say, well, it only means one thing, what that's saying is that Black people don't have the subjectivity that allows them to shape language as it pertains to them. That we can only rely on definitions and language that is given to us by the people that enslaved us. And that's fallacious. Because if I came on here and said, hey, Nyame, you a bad man, boy. And Nyame would know that I'm not actually calling him bad as in evil, as in derelict, as in deviant. I'm using bad as in good, which is another example of Black people being able to give meaning to language outside of society, civil society, outside of those social restraints. And I could do more, but you know what I'm saying? I'll leave y'all with that.
It would. I think Inyame made that argument in a debate, but if you could just briefly tell me what is the difference between finding endearment in that word and finding endearment in bitch? I think you said that there was a difference, but what is the
Well, because bitch is gendered. Bitch is gendered, right? Because even when you using the term bitch to refer to a man, it's usually bitch ass nigga, right? And you're calling him that to reference him as a woman. So it's bitch is uniquely gendered. Nigga has no.
I guess
gender.
my question would be, I get that it's gendered, but so I'm saying let's just stick with you, woman to woman. You saying it in an endearing way, and man to man using the N-word in an endearing way. Not
Right, but that's the point though. Like that's the difference. That's why they're not the same. Because bitch is gendered. Nigga has no static definition.
But it kind of like I always think it's weird when a dude calls a woman a word.
I mean, right, but that's because you have a gendered understanding of nigga. But there are women.
I've only see
there
guys
are
using it really.
You said what?
Or a woman saying it to a guy. So it's not that I developed it because of my experience of seeing women use it towards men and men use it towards men, and it's very seldomly like that a man would use it towards a woman. So I think I'm within a pretty decent right to gender.
I mean, you in a decent right to gendered anything because we live in a gendered society. But the fact that it's just the only difference is that our own experiences. Well, we gotta understand the limit of our experiences. I'll never say because of how I came to understand nigga, then that means that's how everybody like. Nah, it don't work like that.
So are you disagreeing with me then? That it's not like, so you're saying that it's equally used towards women, the N-word. It has no men out here.
It's not a question of
women.
Equally, but is the term nigga used
I'm saying
to refer to women? Yes.
So the way that you're answering the question, it would be a logical assumption to arrive at if you say that it's more towards men. No? Based off of you're saying that there are
based off of I think what you're saying based off of your experience.
No one else on the panel is saying that they're not having that experience either. Hello?
He fell off.
Yeah. I don't know. You experience that towards women? Like that's like
I've heard it, and when you hear it, it just to me it's funny. When you hear somebody call a woman a nigga, it's just so out of place.
I think it's been very seldom. It's
right,
just,
it's very seldom.
It's kind of like, if I see a man and I'm like, get it, girl. It's like
right.
I don't know. It's just weird.
It's the same. It'll make you laugh because it's so out of place. Like what? What did you say?
Where's Suave? Domo's in the back.
I think Suave is on that other channel.
You gotta text him, Domo. I don't have them capabilities. You won't have to text the brother.
Yeah, Domo keeps saying he won that debate. I just don't see it.
A debate. He gonna debate you on capitalism too?
No, that the nigga debate we had.
Oh Lord! Oh, he want to speak on that topic again?
No, he said he feel like he won that one. But I don't see where I see where there's been some changes, but I don't see where it's transformed to where when we use that word, you think of positive. It comes with a positive connotation. Because we might say, yeah, that's my nigga, but also he could be a bitch ass nigga. That negative connotation. It still has that negativity toward within it.
I don't know.
It's just like the word black. That used to be just black people didn't want to be called black. It was a negative connotation with the word. But it transformed during the 60s. I'm black and I'm proud. It doesn't have both the negative and positive. It just has a positive connotation when we call somebody black. So that was my argument with it, that it hasn't transformed. It hasn't reached that stage yet. I'm not even saying that it never will. Maybe it will. But I'm kind of remembering the title. It was like the popularization.
That kicked off again.
Yeah. When it was it still was popularized in a negative tone through rap.
Mm-hmm.
So it still holds that negative connotation.
And the funny thing is, when they had like positive songs, they didn't have that word in it.
Right.
It's weird, but I don't know. It's just not I don't feel like I'm missing out on anything by not saying it.
Yeah, I don't either, and I still use it because it's become so normal in conversation. So I use it. I'm not even thinking because I hear it so much.
I would say the most I hear the word is probably here on Argument League or SVDL. Like I don't, because if I'm at work, people aren't speaking like that.
Right. I mean, you usually hear it a lot when brothers are talking.
I mean, to be honest with you, my family are immigrants, so we don't speak like that.
Oh, okay.
Or maybe the guys might, like, because they're first generation, so they were born here, so they may, when they're amongst each other, but like when we're like a mixed group, that never really. They probably say motherfucker before they say that.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's another crazy one that we use.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
See these words in terms of like the N word, the B word, the LF word. It was something that was around in the community when I was younger, especially like the ghetto and stuff like that. But my parents always made it a point that it wasn't something that we were supposed to use, and the negative connotations that came with it. And the B word in the Jamaican community is it's a no unless you want smoke. So there was try to stay away from. At the same time, at first, like how many years back, when I heard people, when I hear the guys say it, it's not so much of a. But when I used to hear some of the ladies use it, then I'd side eye. But now, I suppose it's become more normalized through TV, rap, everything else. So I hear it a lot more now than I used to.
I can remember online, it had to be 6 years ago. A dude called me a bitch ass nigga. And I mean, where I'm from, if you say that to another brother, you ready to go to the next level. And I lost it. And everybody's like, man, why you get so upset? but it's because there's a generation of brothers, younger brothers, that calling somebody a bitch ass nigga is normalized. So I don't know why we normalize such language, but I also don't know how you even change, how you stop people from normalizing that particular type of language and the negative connotations that come with it.
I think people, well, my personal experience is that people recognize that I don't use it, and they're less likely to use it when they're conversing with me. Like that, they become, more aware of it. Or sometimes they'll say, like, they'll curse and they go like, "My bad," and they're like, "Why you say?" I said, "Why you say my bad?" Because you don't curse." I'm like, I cuss like a sailor. I just haven't said one right. It's not like I cuss all the time. Like, but yeah, I could. But with the N-word, they notice like I'm not saying it. So I don't know. They just don't use it either. So kind of like it recognizes it's not mutual.
But I do like that article by Judy, though. I think hopefully that the league can progress to something like that in the future, where premises be close to articles, because it really talks about the commodification of Black people, and I don't think we talk about that enough.
No, we don't. But now that I'm back, I can respond to what was said. The issue that we have as people is that we overgeneralize based on our own experiences. The word nigga can be gendered, yes. The difference between the word nigga and the word bitch is that bitch is uniquely gendered, right? First, it's a term that's used specifically in biology to refer to a female dog. That's a biological term, right? So when we say that nigga can be gendered, that proves my point. The fact that nigga can both be non-gendered and gendered, the fact that it can both refer to a male and a female, right? And not say anything about them as a person. When you say bitch to refer to a man, you're saying that he has the tendencies of a woman. When you call a woman a bitch, you're saying that she's a woman on the level of a dog or whatever, or you may even be playing around with it. However, but it's uniquely feminized. That term is. And I mean, so whether or not, people say they use it the same way, that it can't, because nigga is not uniquely feminized. Now, I'm from the hood. I'm the women that I grew up around use that word heavily for both male and female. So that's why I can't say that to Melanated Goddess that, well, because the women that I grew up around use that word a lot for both men and women, so you wrong. It's like, nah, both those things are true, right? Like how you heard it when you grew up and how you hear it today is how you experience that. Same thing with me. But what that point, the difference in that experience, what that points out is how it's not static, right? Something that's uniquely gendered, it has a static interpretation, right? The term bitch in some way, shape, form, or fashion, when it's utilized, is going to be referencing some form of femininity, whether it's derogatory, whether, like you say, they're using it as a term of endearment, whatever. It's done specifically to do with women. Nigga is not like that. You can experience it gendered and you can experience it not gendered. That's the point. There are few things that are allowed that type of, like, think about it like this. The word dude. The word dude can mean any fucking thing. It could be gendered, it could be non-gendered. You could be talking about a man, you could be talking about a woman, right? That's one of the few words that operate like that. But nigga has the unique history of having to do with having to specifically do with a people who were denied humanity as a whole. Take this. No here. No here. Hold on. So what I mean by that is when we talk about like how we all have these different feelings and emotions and that level of understanding, that's because of its uniqueness. That's what I mean. Like we can have so many different experiences with this one word because it lacks static definition. If you ask 100 different people what nigga mean, you gonna get 75 different. I ain't gonna say 100 different, you know what I'm saying? Because a bunch of people gonna say the same. It's a certain tropes that it's associated with that you gonna hear consistently, but it's gonna be you gonna hear it from like me talking about anything to me or to it meaning something derogatory, right? But the fact that it has that breadth, the fact that it has that debate, the fact that it has that conversation, that stretch, the word nigger does not have that. Very few people, actually nobody would argue the definition of nigger. Nobody. Nobody will say, well, nah, nigger could. No, nigger has a static definition, static meaning. You know what I'm saying? We know what we talking about when we say it. Nigger is completely opposite of that. That's why we actually able to have like talk about these differences in experiences. Because we know when the word nigger is used, it's only one experience. Somebody trying to be racist in a motherfucker. Even black people. When black people are trying to be racist to other black people, they use the word nigger. You niggers. I'm not talking about the black people. I'm talking about the niggers. Now, y'all got y'all politics. I'm definitely not telling y'all to change y'all politics. Because it is, you know what I mean? It is what it is. Like the relationship you have to it is the relationship you have. I'm definitely not that. But we, you know what I mean? We can't deny the breadth of it though. Even we can't, because even the debate itself, it signifies literally like this isn't just one thing, period. So yeah, that's what I hop back on to say. Where you at, Melanated?
So you really like that word, huh? You going hard for that word, boy. What?
Nah, I mean, nah. The thing about it is like it's research. It ain't about just using the word because I like it. But like I said, I'm a philosopher. I'm an intellectual. You know what I'm saying? Meaning, like I give the world meaning. You know what I mean? Now I contrive meaning from the world, but I also give the world meaning. I feel like I mean I think I have that power. I think black people have that power because that's how we was able to create culture out of a society where we were denied it. That's something that we underestimate. It's a reason why black people are told not to like black culture, but it's other motherfuckers making money off of it. Black people are told, nah, that hip hop shit, that's the worst shit for you. But
would you say that the majority of black culture feels the way that you do about that word?
Majority?
I think
yeah.
over 50%.
Yeah, I'll say I'll give it a majority. I will argue a majority. Like most, but that's why I say it ain't really worth arguing because people could feel how they want to feel about it, but the transformation didn't already took place.
Yeah, I believe it's over 50% too.
Now, what that means for black people, you know what I mean? I think we would disagree.
Right.
I think it's power in that because it's like niggas don't want to be like, you know what I mean? You don't want to be called niggas, but we okay with being called black. At one time, that was derogatory. You know what I mean? At one time, that was something you didn't want to be called.
So I say the same about about bitch. At one point, nobody wanted to be.
Nah, but bitch has a meaning outside of
Who you
identity
calling?
categories, though.
Queen Latifah
Black,
said, "Who you calling the bitch?" UNITY.
yeah,
He wasn't.
but
He wasn't having it.
bitch
Nowadays,
has use outside of like slang. It's a biological term.
and
It's
I'm trying to. I'm not speaking about the bio. I got that information. I'm not talking about that. I'm
but I'm
saying,
saying that's why it's not the same though.
oh my God.
Uh,
So like
Ah!
it being actually not the same, and it being the layman term definition that other people are using it as, right? So like I get nigger, and then the other word is they are spelled differently, right? For some people, they actually believe that they're the same word, but they just changing it. They putting their own name on it, right? They're not going into, you know, your whole spiel about the word, but they are just using it to empower themselves. And I'm saying that part is the same with the term bitch. That's something that was supposed to be negative. They are now, some women believe that they are taking the word and making it their own, and all of that empowering shit. It's the same. That part is the same. So the
That
other
part is that is a parallel. I say that's a parallel. Yeah, they do have that in
right.
common. Yeah.
I'm saying that there are women who understand this female dog stuff, and they like, I don't give a shit. Da da da. You my bitch. You bitch. You try to do that, bitch, and bitch. I told him he tried to play a bitch like me. Like that's how they talk. They're empowering themselves. Like, you know what? A bitch like me. They are owning that term.
Yeah.
That's very different than it was. Like I was saying, with Queen Latifah, and like back the mindset back then. It's very, very different. And when I hear men, use that term, to me, I feel like that's exactly what they're doing. This is their attempt to, take a naughty word and make it good.
Not that you said a naughty word. She said a naughty word. Yeah, I get you. But I'm all about being counter hegemonic though. That's my thing. I'm not. I'm against. I push back against what a lot of accepted norms, especially when it comes to black people, because what they try to normalize with black people is very confining. You feel me? What they try to normalize with us is done based off of how they want us to be understood, how they want us to be looked at. You feel me? Like, and so for me, and I got this from I developed this attitude because, like, motherfuckers talk about me being brainwashed in college and all that shit. Y'all just don't know what the fuck my college experience was. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was like me, my niggas. I mean, because it was only 4 of us on the fucking team of 20 fucking debaters. It was 4 niggas. We would in whether it was in class or actual debate, we was the motherfuckers that was always had static for everybody. You know what I'm saying? Like, we literally would do shit like pull fucking trash cans in front of like the major halls or whatever, and get up there and just start, you know what I'm saying, spitting poetry, you know what I'm saying, talking, like, pointing out white, you know what I mean, like, because the poetry that we did in debate was usually centered around calling out whiteness and challenging whiteness. So we would just take the shit that we did in debate, calling out the white people there, and we would do that on campus. You feel me? So it was like all of these things that, like, so what we did, like the politic that we developed was like, they tell us, and this is the wildest shit. It was like, I got my minor in African American studies, and I'm gonna keep it a stack. The only reason I did it was for the statistics for the AFAM department, because the director of the department was like, Yeah, I mean, we need more black people. Yeah, I mean, in terms of like keeping the funding, and they need more black people getting the minor. You know what I'm saying? Like participating in the class, all that shit. But what annoyed me about them classes was that it was full of like suburban conservative niggas, like niggas who was hood adjacent. Not a lot of niggas that was actually from the hood. So like when we would be having conversations about the black experience, from their perspective, it was a lot of like blaming like poor black people for their own problems type shit. They're like when these suburban like Pookie and Ray Ray, I don't know how niggas use it on YouTube, but the suburban niggas, you feel me? The suburban niggas use the term Pookie and Ray Ray to talk about any nigga that was from the hood. Like that was the way that they talked about niggas that didn't want to do shit with their life, niggas that only wanted to be gangbangers. That's who they call Pookie and Ray Ray, like the Pookie and Ray Rays of the world. You feel me? But I know motherfuckers named Pookie and Ray Ray in my motherfucking family, nigga. Fuck is you talking about? You talking about like my blood, nigga. Just generally, you telling me how you feel about the black people that raised me. So with that attitude, like me being from Kansas City, my nigga being from Bryan, my nigga being from Oakland, like East Oakland, you know what I mean? Like we sitting up here looking at these niggas like we have a completely different understanding of what black people are, what blackness is. And so the politic that we developed in them spaces was to take the things that they try to tell us about our life that we needed to detach ourselves from in order to be respectable. That's when we started challenging respectability politics. So a part of embracing the term nigga had to do with challenging respectability politics, right? Because they would say, well, the only people who would use that word are like this, or the only people that use, we like, nigga, we all here, all three of us here on debate scholarship, nigga, and we use that word. So what the fuck you saying? Like that's the like so the way I carry myself now, intellectually was the politic I developed. Like motherfucker can say, well, you use the N-word, so nothing you say into debate me then. I'll show you.
So
Debate me on that word. You can't, niggas ain't close to me.
That mindset, do you feel like that's like black people taking on a more European standards?
Without a doubt.
Because
That's what's respectable.
When we were talking earlier, I had put it in the chat when they were talking about I think Anon asked the ladies, like all of us, like what do women think that we should do? The topic of what masculinity was and what femininity was. And I put in the back chat that, you know, oftentimes black women are compared to white women, and that overall we have like a Eurocentric definition of what masculinity and femininity, what they are. So
without a doubt.
Oh, you agree?
Without a doubt. The way that we understand masculinity and the way that we understand femininity come from we're socialized in a Eurocentric society. So yeah, the way that we and the way that we are taught what those things look like are from white images. Black women are taught femininity from what white women look like. Black men are taught masculinity from what white men do and how they carry themselves. You feel me? Like that's why like niggas like I look at like a nigga like Kevin Samuels, right? And like niggas that be talking about dressing in European suits and the like nigga, like you can't get more. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like you can't, in terms of like fashion and making that a part of like your identity, like wearing European style clothes, like that's essentially, you can't get more white than that. You know what I mean? And that's the idea of that's fashion. This is real fashion, right? Because it's Eurocentric, it's European. Like fuck the patterns and the different styles and types of clothes that they wear on the continent. It's the European cut and all of that type of shit.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So like that's more so, you know, that's more so where I start talk where I draw the line. Like that, and that's why I push back against what's normalized, because typically what's normalized is done so in a way to limit black people shining, limit what's important to black people. Like if I say I cuss a lot and I say nigga a lot, right? Motherfucker try to tell me that I don't sound intellectual. I'm a nationally ranked collegiate debater based on how I talk. Based on how I talk. Just like this. I beat Harvard talking just like this. I beat Georgetown talking just like this. Name whatever major university that you think is a smart school, and I guarantee you they sent they best and brightest, and they took an L to Oklahoma BC or Oklahoma BL. I guarantee it.
It's interesting listening to what you were saying about in regards to European eccentric styles, because I've noticed over the last few years, since the markets opened up more with clothing, because for a lot of time, the European style was, you know, we're around it within the UK. So for the women, we weren't getting as much American clothing, because the standard was the women, UK women, and looking a certain size and a certain weight. And even those white women that would be over a certain weight, they'd get chastised and bullied for being over a 14. But I've noticed that in the last few years, it's like the American men with this KS narrative are going for a European style. But now as the markets have opened up a bit more to American fashions and just having more access for plus size women in having more plus size sizes, that I've seen the dynamic shift. Like I've seen a lot more guys now wearing like P. Diddy's old clothing line, Sean John, because that came available,
Wait,
more widely available in the last few
niggas in
years.
London are wearing Sean John?
Yeah. Well, I'm not in London. I'm in Birmingham, which is the second city. But I've seen sort of more baggier clothes, more. It
They
just seems
wearing
to be.
baggy clothes. It's the opposite here now. It's the opposite here. You get called Bama for wearing baggy clothes nowadays. When I was growing up, our clothes was so big, I could wear basketball shorts under my jeans, and I did so routinely. Because I guess for whatever reason, we thought we was just gonna have to play basketball at any moment. So we wore basketball shorts under our jeans. If I wore jeans big enough to wear basketball shorts today, niggas would look at me and be like, bro, it's not 2006, my nigga. What do you have on? If I show up in like some Sean John, motherfucking Rockaware, like niggas would look at me like, bro, what time machine did you step in? That's especially, and I live in North Hollywood, so I live where the bougiest motherfuckers live. Trust me, the bougiest motherfuckers. It's some of the most uppity niggas. Like even my son, he watches. Y'all may judge me, but my son watches music videos, and the Drake and Chris Brown No Guidance joint. I don't know if y'all seen that video, but it's a skit in there where Drake is trying to make fun of Chris Brown, and he says, he has this little boy say, "Your man still wears True Religion and polo tees." Like True Religion jeans are like
become popular over the last couple of years here. So it's like over say if you're over 30, 35 heading towards 40, you're seeing them wear the baggy trousers and stuff like that. But the youngers that are like probably 25 and under, you're seeing them more so with the skinny jeans, the really tight jeans that should have been left in like 2018.
Yes, I went through a skinny jean phase in like 2020. What was it? It was like 20. I want to say it had to be like 13, maybe. I had, you know what I'm saying? Had some slim fitted joints. Yeah, because it's just you know what I mean, it's just a fad. And then like, plus I never gave a fuck about clothes. But my wife would be like, she was my girlfriend at the time. But you know what I'm saying, she'd be like, these will look good on you, and these are... and I ended up with some shit like I can't even. Ah man, looking back on it. Yeah, but the way niggas wear their jeans now though, I mean, they wear their jeans 2 sizes too small and they sag in them so they can show that they show they belt that's way too expensive and they underwear that's like name brand. Like nigga got some polo drawers. So niggas wear their jeans so people can see that they got polo drawers on.
Yeah, that doesn't sound very appealing. Doesn't... I'm trying to be nice because I mean, to me, that just sounds like I would think that would be a young man. You know, someone that I see them, when I see them, I say, "Oh, hello, how are you, young man?" That means you like a little kid if I'm addressing you like that. A grown man, I can't see them dressing like that because I'm gonna just, that is...
That's what I'm saying. Like I said, I live in North Hollywood. I live in North Hollywood. The way it's just LA in general, to keep it a stack. Like you got like you know what I'm saying? Like you got your hood niggas that, you know what I'm saying, they still kind of wear the same attire, you feel me? Blue jeans and white tees, some type of Nike, you feel me? Like that's just how like Dickies and white tees. You know what I mean? Just like some, depending on where you, like what part of LA you got your own shit, you feel me? But like when you get out here to like out to the valley and shit, like it's a whole nother vibe, man. I went out with I went to like a day party with my nigga, and it was just like they really, like, people in LA really dress like they live in music videos. Like they live in a music video. Like if you see how people dress in music videos, that's how like everybody in LA dresses. It's gonna be some wild shit. Like one time, no bullshit, I showed up over my nigga house with just some basketball shoes, and I'm making my son some late night snack, so I had to put him down if y'all hear him whining in the background. I'm not spoiling you. You have to chill.
Do your thing, you know.
Yeah.
That's how it goes.
I just don't want to sound like a bad parent. I am tending to him. I am making him a late night snack, and he is going to bed soon.
He sounds sleepy too. He gonna sleep good doing all that crime.
Yeah. But so I showed up at my nigga spot in Inglewood. So I pulled up. I just got on a white tee, or like, just like a, you know what I'm saying, just like a regular like chill basketball shorts, nothing big. And he trying to go out though. I'm like, I ain't really got nothing. Like I can't go out like this type shit. The nigga say, bro, you can just get some shit. Now I'm bigger than him. Like I'm 6'3", so like I'm a taller nigga. I'm a taller nigga. I shouldn't have looked at him. But he probably like 5'9", 5'10", somewhere in that range. But he had like some bigger shit. He was like, here, just throw this though. I got like, he shops at thrift stores and all that type of shit. Like that's what LA people do, shop at thrift stores, all shit like that. So the nigga like just had me put on all of this random shit, right? And I'm like, fuck it. We about to go out. Fuck it. I got complimented throughout the night on different pieces. You know what I'm saying? Like I had on like this long ass weird. It was like a Calvin Klein trench coat type jacket thing. And, I mean, niggas was just like, nice jacket. Yo, nice, that's a dope jacket, bro. Like, this is just some random shit. You feel me? And that's just how they dress. Like it's all about like motherfuckers trying to be different and trying to have on what somebody else don't have on. So if they see you if they see you having something on that like nobody else has on, they gonna compliment that shit. Whole different experience. And see, I'm from the country though. Like Kansas City, niggas had like the same basic attire. You know what I mean? Niggas ain't going outside. Ain't going outside the norm. And matter of fact, when you do, niggas straight up call you weird. Like niggas is straight up be like, "Hey, bro, What you got on, dog? Type shit.
It's funny because I feel like there's almost been a role reversal here in terms of I hear guys saying about what women are wearing in terms of tight dresses and stuff, but when I see the guys with the skinny jeans, really, really skinny, like how many sizes too tight, and you can see a print, and you're just like, I don't need to see all that. And the back of their jeans is so far down that their whole backside is hanging out. The other day there was a guy that was walking, and it looked like he had his, I'm not sure what he had in his back pocket, whether it was a phone or a wallet or something, but a pickpocketer ran past and grabbed whatever it was. And the guy tried to run in the skinny jeans, and he tripped over, and in the process he teared all the back of his jeans. It was just,
Oh my God. Because you always hear those little jokes like, oh, you're not going to be able to fight in them skinny jeans, but that was.
but
getting
to see it
real.
happen was something else. It was something else.
I always say, like, men look for curvy women. Women are not looking for curvy men. You shouldn't be showing me your little thigh curves and stuff in your pants. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I just think it's really hypocritical.
busting out and
It's contradictions in the fact of the way that the fashion industry is now, and then a lot of the fashion designers, a high majority of them are gay or in the LGBT community, and they're creating the fashions moving forward, and the hairstylists are,
Mhm.
a large majority are within the LGBT community, and the
What are all
feminine
the voluptuous
personalities that are
men
showing
supposed
through their
to do?
clothes. Huh?
What are all of the voluptuous men supposed to do? You know, if they making a standard skinny jeans or a slim fit, what about the men who have,
Big
bigger
niggas be
legs?
wearing them jeans too. Big niggas, they find they size. Surprisingly enough.
But that's not good. They looking like a stuffed sausage. You know what I'm saying? Busting
Looking
out.
like nigga have a worse muffin top than any woman that you been motherfucking seen. And they be doing that shit proudly.
I'm sorry, man. I just cannot take it.
It's too much sometimes. It's too much. Oh, this has been an interesting conversation, everybody. I've got to sort of go. It's
Yo,
ridiculous.
yeah, I would love to continue it, but I gotta put this boy to sleep. Thank y'all for putting up with me. You know what I mean? For as long as y'all did, I appreciate the conversation.
Yes, no problem. You're gonna close the show?
Nah, I'ma just Suave got control of it. He gonna have to do it.
Just
you
message
see, yeah.
him for us in the meantime. We'll hold it down until. I'll
All
try
right,
and
bet.
hold it.
I'll let him know.
Okay.
Y'all have a good night.
Good night. Good night, little Huey.
Good night, little one. Get your rest. Keep that
Yeah,
up all
he is
night.
like, bring on my snack.
That's the thing. You almost become your child's bee, your child's chauffeur and everything, running around. Blue, you there? You've been very quiet. You're just listening in. I'll have to find because my brain's tired. So it's like this weekend over the weekend I usually try to chill out. So I'll have to find some interesting topics for you next week.
Okay. I'll be waiting.
We'll see what happens.
Yeah, it's always something interesting and to talk about that goes on these panels.
Well, this is the thing, because I never the only sort of real debate panels that I was aware of was like the Oxford ones and the Harvard ones, and in the UK when it comes to the schooling, unless a lot of public schools don't really do league type debates unless they're attached to a debate team. It's more so the private schools. Do you get what I'm saying? So for me, it's been a really interesting experience. I remember hearing, I think it was either Taz or Nyla saying to check it out. So, really and truly, up until this pandemic, before this, I was more so using YouTube for just like, tutorials, how to do this, how to do that, how to, update something on my computer or my phone, or, to help the kids and stuff with their homework or something, or research purposes. But it's been a really interesting experience, sort of, I'm learning all these different places and things that exist on YouTube, because I was more so into social media side of things, doing projects and stuff. So it's been an interesting venture coming into sort of YouTube land.
Yeah, I actually ventured into the Clubhouse world for like a hot minute, and I was
Okay.
like, oh hell no, I'm out of there. That place crazy.
Is it? I've heard things and seen bits, but yeah, it's like more so there were certain YouTubers that I'd keep up on because of, kids, and just trying to make sure they're safe and what they're watching is okay. And just, with this new technology, it's like, it's not like before where you could keep ahead of the curve. It's like, as it's happening, you're trying to keep up with it as a parent, sometimes falling behind and trying to, every day, every week, there's something else going on in the world for kids. So, but now with, I kept saying, because I've got more so of a following on social media, on Instagram, and I've been saying for how many years that I was going to go and do YouTube, and I set up the page and all those kind of things. But
are you going to start doing lives?
I do lives on Instagram more so. That's where I've been mainly based for the last how many years. I recently had my page, the other one, shut down by Instagram. They're shadow banning me. So I created a new page, because sometimes the conversation topics they don't like, and they delete lives and stuff like that, or they'd get reported. So I opened up a new page. So I'm trying to get everybody to move over. I've always had the intention with YouTube, and I've got a little channel, but I haven't really done much with it because it's just been timing, really. Do you get what I'm saying? But with the way that their lives and stuff are working on Instagram, I'm going to start posting and doing more stuff on YouTube. Everybody wants me to sort of come over to YouTube, and I suppose it makes more sense. Do you know what I mean? Different restrictions and controls when it comes to Instagram.
So you starting trouble over there on Instagram?
Me, I just speak the truth. We talk about different, just like we're talking about different topics on here. There's different topics that people want to talk about, so we'll talk about them on lives and stuff like that. And sometimes, like when the stuff was happening with Black Lives Matters and stuff like that, they'd take stuff down or just post in regards to different things that are going on here that I highlight on my page. So they didn't like it, so
wow. The censorship.
I know that it's a bit strict in certain elements of YouTube. I'm trying to learn all the technology, but managing a family and trying to do all this, do you get what I mean? So I'll get there. So what about yourself?
You can't be playing music like that.
Yeah, that's one of the downfalls. I love playing music, and then usually I'd have it in my live, but sometimes they'd get cut and stuff like that. But I'm noticing there's the same sort of thing with YouTube.
Try to get you a jingle or beat, a song or something.
Yeah. We're working on some stuff. So we'll get there. It's just I can't.
People love jingles.
Time. I just try and make use of the time that I've got when I've got it. So I don't always have the time to sort of be able to. I want to be able to set specific times to do things, but I never know what's going to happen here right now. So it's just like rock and roll with whatever I've got to do.
Oh, I think that would, if I was a person like to do content, that would probably be the biggest obstacle. Is like if you want to have like, shows on Friday night or shows on Thursday night, or like I'm a person, I end up doing working on the side, like working my side hustle and
You know,
Mhm.
I might forget about the show and to get some money. You know what I mean? Like, so,
I understand.
yeah, I would be horrible at doing that.
While we wait for Suave, should I see if I can do this? Hold on a second. Let me see if this works. This thing's appeared.
Don't drop yourself off and then leave me by myself.
Say that again, sorry, Melanated.
I said, don't drop yourself off by accident and then leave me by myself, 'cause you ain't gonna be able to get back on.
Oh Lord. Okay, see if I press this, see what happens. So what time is it where you are? Where are you located?
12:43.
Okay.
East Coast, close to DC. And what is it, like 5 o'clock in the morning?
It's 5:43 here.
5:43. And you done been up all night, and them kids gonna get up, and you gonna be like, Mom, let mommy sleep a little bit. Them kids gonna be up in a minute. Cascade, you still there? Oh, I don't know. I can't. Can you guys see? I can't even
Can
see.
you hear me?
Oh, I can see.
Anybody here?
I can hear you. Cascade, your voice went away again. Oh Lord, shit drop off. Blue. Somebody who watching, call Suave. 'Cause I can't even see the chat. I don't know who's watching. I'm literally not about to get out the bed and go to get my laptop. So Suave. I'm making like he can hear me. Blue. Out the blue. Por favor, llámame mi hermano Suave. That's crazy. I almost fell asleep just now. Y'all, I'm gonna have to leave y'all. Cause it don't look like, I think Suave probably asleep right now. That's what it is. Okay, Blue. You hold down the fort, even though you can't hear me. All right, guys. Peace and Black power. Black man, woman, and child. Gold mine says, mother, father, child. And Shalom, Shalom, Assalamu alaikum, Hotep, Ashe, right? Peace.